Chapter 1478. Zhang Ting and Mu Hao were both businessmen. They knew very well that if it could be mass-produced, the so-called richest man in the world would be at their fingertips. What was lacking in this world were necessities. Necessities were necessities such as eating, sleeping, and there were too many places to eat. However, if you could restore a woman's youthful appearance, couldn't you become the richest man in the world? For women this was necessities. Even if they borrowed money they would still do it. Moreover, the price could be very high. It could save a woman 10 years of money on skincare products and beauty salons. This added up to a huge sum of money. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I developed it. Can it be mass-produced? The materials for this face-retaining pill were not difficult to find. Lin Xian knew that there were a lot of them on Earth, but it's impossible to mass-produce it. After all, Auntie, you know how terrible the effect is. If this thing can be mass-produced, it will be a mess. That's true. Zhang Ting nodded. However, it can be diluted and the effect is very significant. It can make wrinkles and crow's feet disappear in a day or two. It's just that the skin won't become as smooth as that of a woman in her 20s. That's enough. Zhang Ting said in surprise. Yes, it can be mass-produced. This is also the industry I'm planning to enter next. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei sat there. Anyway, the two sisters were stunned. Mu Feifei's idea was that this Lin Xian must not be allowed to run away. When she was old, if she still knew this Lin Xian, wouldn't it be, wow. Mu Qingya was still doubting life. A person she met casually could change the face of this world. This? Good. This is good. Zhang Ting said excitedly. Xiao Xian, what about the cancer that you mentioned before? Lin Xian, no problem. When the time comes, I'll make this world think that cancer is just a small cold that can be cured with ordinary medicine. Everyone? They all had shocked expressions on their faces. But now, I lack something to start it, so I hope I can get your support. Mu Hao pondered for a moment. Are you referring to the purchase of materials, research and development, and publicity? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I won't open a company. I'll just use the Mu Group's name. Didn't Qingya say that her main business is cosmetics and luxury goods? When the thing for Auntie is developed, it will be directly sold by the Mu Group. As for the medicine, let the Mu Group add a medicine department in a short period of time. Is that okay? That's awesome. Mu Hao nodded. Lin Xian said that once this thing was developed and sold, he would become a billionaire in a short time. No, a trillionaire. Cancer. He could be cured by taking medicine? How exaggerated was that? But this thing of yours needs to pass an international drug safety test. Lin Xian nodded. It's a small matter. They were all shocked. Lin Xian, I happen to have an elder who has cancer. It's in the terminal stage. Can you, Lin Xian, tomorrow? Mu Hao, great. If this works, it will be a great fortune for mankind and the whole world. Mu Hao was very excited. Moreover, with the Mu Group's name, the Mu Group would be known by the whole world. Qingya, give me a pen and a piece of paper. Ah, okay. Mu Qingya threw it away in a daze. Lin Xian then wrote a lot of medicinal herbs on the paper. Uncle Mu, these are the ingredients. Buy as much as you can from all over the world. In addition, the Mu Group will start to gather a large number of elite employees and prepare for a big job. Mu Hao glanced at it. Can these be cured? Aren't you afraid that it will be leaked? I'll arrange it personally. It won't be leaked. Even if it is leaked, the whole world will only recognize us. Lin Xian said. Okay, I'll make the call now. Mu Hao then walked away. Xian, your uncle and Qingya both have? Before Zhang Ting could finish, Lin Xian said, I can cure it. So Auntie let uncle smoke. This, Lin Xian smiled and said, Auntie, you still don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, but it's too shocking. It's a little, Lin Xian smiled and said, then tomorrow, Auntie, come with me to visit Uncle Mu's elders. If I cure his cancer, Auntie, you should believe me, right? Of course. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, it's getting late. Auntie, where is Qingya's room? Mu Qingya? Qingya, go rest with Xian. You have to wake up early tomorrow morning. Ah? I'll send him. Send him what? It's raining nuclear missiles outside. Let's go to your room. Mu Qingya then looked at Lin Xian and took Lin Xian upstairs. Girl, you have to follow this standard when looking for a boyfriend in the future. Do you understand? Mu Feifei? Mother, do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? Mu Feifei pulled a long face. It's interesting. No wonder this Lin Xian looks ordinary, but he can win your sister's heart. He's really not simple. Zhang Ting sighed inwardly. Oh, are you? Mu Qingya asked as she walked upstairs. Lin Xian smiled and said, your boyfriend. Everything you said is beyond the current technology of the Earth. Are you an alien? Lin Xian, sister, I'm from the Earth. Didn't your policewoman friend check it out? But you're dead. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. Then who is standing in front of you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. How old are you? Why are you still saying such childish things? Mu Qingya blushed. It's just incredible. Then she came to her room and opened the door. You can sleep here tonight. Lin Xian looked at her. I'll sleep with you. No. I've talked to your father. We've done what we should do. Now if we sleep in separate rooms, it's tantamount to a showdown. You. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Xian. Well, I'm so outstanding. Uncle Mu will naturally believe me. Whoosh, she took a deep breath and opened the door of her room. You sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. There was an indoor sofa in her room. Lin Xian shrugged. The two sat there. Mu Qingya's beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Xian. This person she accidentally met was actually, you're so good. Why don't you have money to buy a phone? I don't believe it. There were too many inconceivable and suspicious points about this person. You're completely abnormal. You'll know when we get married. Lin Xian grinned. You wish. Go to bed early. Chapter 1479. Lin Xian didn't do anything excessive. Instead, he added Mu Qingya's WeChat. Feifei, what are you doing? Zhang Ting was holding 2 glasses of milk when she saw Mu Feifei eavesdropping at the door of Mu Qingya's room. Ah, mother. Mu Feifei hurriedly stood up. What are you eavesdropping on? It's fine if you're always fooling around, but why are you eavesdropping on your sister and Lin Xian? Mu Feifei stuck out her pink tongue. I just want to hear what my sister sounds like when she's having sex. Mu Feifei said with a smile. In fact, she didn't know why she came over to eavesdrop. She couldn't stay in the room, so she came over to eavesdrop for fun. Who knew that she couldn't hear anything? She could vaguely hear someone chatting inside. She had no choice. She was just curious what kind of man her sister could find to pretend to be her boyfriend. Even if it was a fake, it should be good, right? At first she was so disappointed. She was in cahoots with Mu Qingya. She felt that she was doomed this time. Then Lin Xian's brilliant maneuvers won her over. She began to realize that this man was terrifyingly good. If he could really cure cancer or something like that, that would simply be too amazing. She was curious. She thought that she must get to know this person. Wow. It would be so exciting to take him out to play. You silly girl, you're making trouble. What are they doing? Zhang Ting asked. No, they seem to be chatting. Zhang Ting nodded and knocked on the door. Qingya Xian, I'm here to bring you a glass of milk. Are you still awake? No, Andy, come in. Click. Zhang Ting pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Mu Feifei. Wow. Brother-in-law, your figure is so good. Mu Feifei was stunned when she saw Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was shirtless. Mu Qingya asked him to take a shower. No matter where he slept, she asked him to take a shower. This Lin Xian hadn't taken a shower since they met. He was still wearing the same clothes. Now that the weather was not cold, he often sweated. It was so smelly. She couldn't stand it. Then, she was completely stunned. When Lin Xian took off his shirt, Mu Qingya saw that his body was not only perfect, but it also had abs and muscles. Lin Xian was neither fat nor thin, so his muscles were perfect. Mu Qingya blushed at the sight of his abs. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, why were there so many scars on his body? It was no longer obvious, but the scar did not look like a knife wound or a gunshot wound. Some scars looked frightening. She could imagine how frightening the body was when the scar was there. Who the hell is he? She could understand if it was a knife wound or a gunshot wound, but this wasn't the case. It was hard for her to imagine that a modern person could have so many scars on his body. However, this definitely proved that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Before he could ask anything, Zhang Ting came in. And why did Lin Xian have scars on his body? In fact, he could use the law of creation to erase them. However, it was because once when he had sex with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, they said that it was very manly. Lin Xian thought that it was fine. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, I exercise regularly. My figure is okay. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Wow. It was simply amazing. This figure, these muscles, these abs. Wait, there were so many scars. Xiao Xian, why are there so many scars on your body? Zhang Ting frowned when she saw this scene. Wasn't Lin Xian a businessman? Why were there so many scars on his body? And these scars didn't look like knife wounds or gunshot wounds? Oh, I joined an organization in the past. I trained there and carried out missions. These were all injuries from missions. It can't be some bad organization, right? I heard that there are some assassin organizations. Zhang Ting asked. Any, don't worry. I joined a formal secret organization to fight for the country. As for what it is, it's not convenient to expose it. I see. This is milk. You should rest early after drinking it. Got it, Auntie. Let's go. Zhang Ting patted Mu Feifei's head, who was in a daze. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian's body with nostalgia. Wow, wow, wow. She couldn't stand men like this the most. She had seen plenty of guys with abs and muscles. She would usually go to the gym and run around. However, the kind of body that she dreamed of was Lin Xian's, which was neither fat nor explosive. Then there was his bronze-colored skin. Most importantly, there were shallow scars all over his body that could only be seen on TV. Wow, she actually saw it. How magical. This Lin Xian felt so unusual. Organization. So it also meant that he was not simple. Could it be like in urban novels, where the king of soldiers returned to the city or something? Wow, wow, wow. I can't stand it. Brother-in-law, good night. Mu Feifei bowed to Lin Xian and then blinked. Lin Xian saw her blinking and his heart skipped a beat. What did this sister-in-law mean? What did she want? Good night. The two of them then walked out. Girl, don't talk nonsense. This Lin Xian should not be simple. He may not only be a businessman. Your sister must have a special reason for liking him. He may have a lot of secrets. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Ting said to her younger daughter. I know. Mother. Huh? Zhang Ting looked at her second daughter. Mother, do you mind if Feifei and sister are his girlfriends? Slap. Ouch. Mu Feifei covered her butt. Girl, if you talk nonsense again, don't think about getting a cent of your pocket money. After saying that, Zhang Ting walked away. Don't ask sister for it. Zhao Feifei's beautiful eyes flashed with slyness. Her appearance was not worse than her sister's. Should she find a chance to seduce him? Well, if she missed this opportunity, there would be no next one. The scars on your body? Mu Qingya still felt a little shocked when she saw it. Do you want to touch it? I'll let you touch it as much as you want after the shower. Lin Xian smirked. Get out. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she pointed to the indoor bathroom and said, Take a shower. There are new towels in there. Wear clothes when you come out. Okay, honey. Honey, let's sleep in the same bed tonight. You wish. You sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. What if Andy comes in when we fall asleep? I saw Andy's eyes before she left. She was still skeptical about our relationship. Lin Xian laughed. Mu Qingya frowned. Chapter 1480. She didn't notice. She didn't know if Lin Xian was telling the truth. Lin Xian said, Hey, I'm so outstanding. Andy must be wondering how you can match up to me. What if you're pretending? She probably had this suspicion from the beginning. She brought us milk to observe us. I guess she must have come in the middle of the night to see what's going on. If we sleep separately, then I'll lock the door. Doesn't Andy have your room key? Mu Qingya, damn it. Go take a shower. Lin Xian smiled and walked into the bathroom. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and quickly put on a set of pajamas. She didn't feel safe wearing only one set of pajamas. Bastard. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom humming a tune. Click, he lit a cigarette happily. No smoking. You're my wife? Why do you care? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Mu Qingya. She opened the window and Lin Xian looked at her beautiful figure. She was invincible. Time to sleep. Lin Xian took a deep puff and flicked the cigarette out. Then he happily crawled into her bed and slept on the spot where she had just been lying. Hey, it smells so good. Mu Qingya? Go to the other side. She was going crazy. A man was sleeping in her bed. Lin Xian smiled and went to the other side. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and turned off the light. She lay on her side with her back facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't go overboard. He couldn't go overboard because she didn't like him that much. When I met you, were you on a mission? Or should I say, am I your mission? Mu Qingya suddenly asked. She felt that everything was too coincidental. This Lin Xian wasn't simple. He couldn't be short of money. He must have approached her on purpose. Sister, what mission do you have that I would be interested in? Kidnapping you? Then why do I have to do this? Make money? I can make money. I told you before that I wanted you to invest 1 billion in a project, but you didn't agree. I had to talk to your father personally. I just want your body. Mu Qingya, sleep. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Mu Qingya's butt with his foot. Mu Qingya? Rub, she sat up abruptly. You. I'll hug you. Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand. Scram. Lin Xian shrugged and fell asleep as well. He was very sleepy. He didn't sleep well in prison. Moreover, he didn't have a realm now. He needed rest and sleep. Early the next morning, Mu Qingya opened her eyes and was dumbfounded. She was in Lin Xian's embrace and she was using Lin Xian's arm as a pillow? Her beautiful eyes widened, and then she quickly sat up. She didn't know what to do and tidied up her messy hair. Lin Xian heard the noise and opened his eyes. He looked at Mu Qingya, whose hair was messed up. You look cold on the surface. Why are you sleeping like this at night? I was kicked to death by you. Lin Xian said sadly. Mu Qingya, the last person who said this to her was Mu Feifei. Since when did she like to kick the quilt when she slept? Mu Feifei used to sleep with her, but she kicked it away. Since then, Mu Feifei swore that she would never sleep with her again. Get up and have breakfast. I'm going to the company. Mu Qingya said lightly and then walked into the bathroom. Hey, aren't you going to treat your illness today? Aren't you going? No matter whether I can be cured or not, I want to know the ending more. Besides, that's Dad's elder. I don't think I know him. It's meaningless to go. Also, a very important person will come to the company today. I need to talk to him. Talk my ass. Once my product is released, I'll make a fortune. That's your money. Mu Qingya said. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's mine is yours. Mu Qingya, I'm pretending. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. After breakfast, Mu Qingya went to the company. Zhang Ting, Mu Hao, Mu Feifei and Lin Xian were there. Mu Feifei drove to the hospital. Lin Xian, are you okay? Mu Hao asked Lin Xian. It depends on how serious his illness is. The later stage is also different. If it has caused other damage, I may not be able to do much at present. Lin Xian said. I'm not sure. Let's go and have a look. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Brother-in-law, why didn't my sister come? Did you have a fight with her last night? Mu Feifei sat beside Lin Xian, and her feet rubbed against Lin Xian intentionally or unintentionally. No, she said she had something to do at the company. Well, it can't be bad. You little girl, shut up. I know. At the First People's Hospital of Jiangnan City, Qin Yijuan came here with the chicken soup she made and some fruits. Her eyes were red. It seemed that she had been crying for a long time. Junjun. At the entrance of the hospital, a middle-aged man stood there with a dozen military guards, looking at Qin Yijuan in front of him. Where is Grandpa? Qin Yijuan asked. I'll take you there. Qin Yuan sighed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Yijuan's eyes were red. Your grandpa didn't want me to tell you. He asked me to lie to you that he went on a trip. Qin Yuan said. Qin Yijuan wiped her tears. Her parents were very busy. When she was a child, her grandparents raised her. Her grandmother passed away 2 years ago, and only her grandpa was left. She liked to accompany her grandpa the most. But she really didn't expect that her grandpa, who had always been healthy, would. Now your grandpa's health is very poor. I can only tell you otherwise. Qin Yuan shook his head. Qin Yijuan walked in quickly. Mu Qingya didn't know. Even Mu Feifei didn't know who her father was. Otherwise Mu Qingya would definitely come. The Qin family and the Mu family had been friends for hundreds of years. The two girls had been very outstanding since they were young. They were friends, best friends and also rivals. But in the end they chose different paths. Mu Qingya inherited the business because of Mu Hao's health. Qin Yijuan fulfilled her dream and became a Jingcha who did evil for the people. She climbed up step by step. Without the help of any family, she got several merits in just over a year and sat in the position of the captain of the first detachment in Jiangnan City. Click. Qin Yijuan pushed open the door of the ward and looked at the thin old man lying on the bed. She couldn't recognize him anymore. Her tears gushed out in an instant. Grandpa. Qin Yijuan rushed over. Jun. Qin Jiangwo looked at his granddaughter with a kind smile on his face. I told you to smoke less. Why didn't you listen? Qin Yijuan cried loudly. Chapter 1481. Qin Jiangwo reached out and placed his hand on his precious granddaughter's back, patting her gently. Don't worry. Grandpa is fine. Qin Jiangwo let out a weak voice. Sob, sob, sob. Qin Yijuan didn't say anything because she couldn't speak at this time. Qin Yuan sighed. He was a man but he couldn't do anything. He walked out and gently closed the door of the ward. Outside, a few doctors were waiting there. Mr. Qin. A man in his 30s who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses said as he adjusted his glasses. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was Qin Jiangwo's attending physician. Although he was young, he had very high attainments in this area. He had returned from overseas and was also a famous returnee. Dr. Lu, how is my father's condition? Qin Yuan asked. Lu Jiming pushed up his glasses and sighed. The old man's condition is very bad. Roughly estimating, he might only have less than 3 months left. Qin Yuan looked tired. He didn't have any expectations at all because no matter how hard he worked, this terminal illness couldn't be cured. However, he couldn't bear to see his father in pain every day. I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Qin Yuan nodded and walked away, preparing to buy some food for his daughter. Lu Jiming watched him walk away. He pushed up his glasses and smiled. Then he looked into the ward through the glass on the door. His gaze landed on Qin Yijuan, flickering with desire and greed. This woman was so beautiful that he couldn't believe it. Of course, he knew what kind of family the Qin family was. The older generation of the Qin family was a general and one of the founding fathers of the country. Their status was very high. Originally, old Master Qin was going to be sent to the military hospital, but he felt that it was the same anywhere, so he stayed in this hospital. However, the Qin family's huge foundation would fall into the hands of Qin Yijuan in the future because she was the only daughter in the Qin family. If he could woo Qin Yijuan, he would have a meteoric rise in his career. Under normal circumstances, how could he get such a woman? However, he was now old Master Qin's attending physician, and this Qin Yijuan loved her grandfather very much. Even if she knew that it was a terminal illness, she would probably become blind and lose her mind. At this time, as old Master Qin's attending physician, he had 10,000 ways to ask Qin Yijuan out alone. After asking her out, he would come 2 more times and hint a few more times. Even if he couldn't save old Master Qin, what was so difficult about dealing with a blind girl? As long as he slept with this Qin Yijuan, then in the future the Qin family's huge foundation would be his. After a while, Qin Yijuan opened the door and walked out with red eyes. Miss Qin. Lu Jiming looked at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm old Master Qin's attending physician. Qin Yijuan then hurriedly said, Doctor, how is my grandfather now? I want to hear the truth. Sigh. Lu Jiming sighed. Seeing this scene, Qin Yijuan frowned slightly. Old Master Qin's illness was discovered too late. When it was discovered, it had already spread to his entire body. Now, Miss Qin, you should understand old Master Qin's situation in your heart. It might not even be 2 months. Qin Yijuan covered her mouth and almost burst into tears. I understand. Thank you. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number. Chief, I'll take a few months of leave. After saying a few words, she hung up the phone. She couldn't do anything. All she could do was accompany her grandfather in his last moments. But, Lu Jiming adjusted his glasses. But what? Qin Yijuan hurriedly asked. I used to study in Country M, and the research institute I was in was doing research in this area. After all, I was also an expert in this area. At that time, the research institute developed a medicine. Although it couldn't cure the old master's illness, it could remove half of his cancer cells. Although it would still spread in the future, it might give him more than half a year. Qin Yijuan's beautiful eyes lit up. Can it? Can it really? Lu Jiming nodded. It can. We've already done a few clinical trials. This was the beginning of his plan. For a girl full of guilt, longing, and filial piety, when she heard this kind of news, she would probably do anything to get it, right? Then why don't you use it? Qin Yijuan asked. It's not that I don't use it, it's that I can't use it. That's the result of my teacher's research and development. Without permission it can't be used. Moreover, the research and development has already stopped. After all, it doesn't have a real healing effect, so there's actually not much reliance. As far as I know, there might only be one left in the research institute. I'll pay however much it is. It meant a lot to Qin Yijuan. Because she had been working during this period of time, she didn't have much time to accompany her grandfather. Then such a thing happened. She hoped to be able to accompany him more. So, this is actually not a matter of money. This matter isn't that easy. Lu Jiming began to show a troubled expression. Then what do you need? Qin Yijuan hurriedly asked. This matter is very important. It's not as easy as you think. There are many things that need to be done. I can only do my best. Why don't we go out for a meal after work tonight and have a good chat about this matter? Qin Yijuan hurriedly nodded. Okay, no problem. Doctor, I'll leave it to you. Miss Qin, please don't tell anyone about this matter, not even your father. If something goes wrong, I understand. Qin Yijuan nodded. Okay, then I'll pick Miss Qin up after work. Lu Jiming said. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, doctor. To Lu Jiming, when the time came, he would first go for a meal and then give a small hint. Today was just a hint, and then they would have a meal together tomorrow. When the time came, he would make a call and find a friend to cooperate. He would say that this was absolutely impossible and make Qin Yijuan despair first. Then he would confess to her. At the same time, he would intentionally or unintentionally tell her that that person was his teacher. If the seriously ill person was his future father-in-law's father, he might help. Presumably she would agree. As for the medicine, he did have it. It was developed by him. It could indeed allow people to live for a period of time, 2 or 3 months. However, it was also harmful, so it could not pass the examination of the General Administration of Medicine. But it was fine as long as others did not know. At this moment, Qin Yuan walked over with a few people. Lu Jiming looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. What day was it today? Why were there so many top-notch beauties one after another? Chapter 1482. Mu Hao, Zhang Ting, Lin Xian and Mu Feifei followed Qin Yuan. The beautiful women Lu Jiming saw were Mu Feifei and Zhang Ting. However, he recognized them. They were from the Mu family. They often appeared on TV. Why are you here today? Qin Yuan asked. We came to see old Master Qin. How is he? Mu Hao said. Sigh. Qin Yuan shook his head. Mu Haoren glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was whispering to his sister-in-law. No, to be precise, it was his sister-in-law whispering to Lin Xian. Don't worry, it will be fine. Mu Hao said. How can it be fine? The doctor said that it will be less than 3 months. Mu Haoren then said, actually, I came here this time to bring a little magic doctor to treat old Master Qin. Qin Yuan frowned and looked at Mu Hao in confusion. This is Lin Xian, my son-in-law. Qin Yuan glanced at Lin Xian. He felt that this person was ordinary. Since he was the son-in-law of the Mu family, he should not be simple. Wait, what did he say? Treat? Hello, Uncle Qin. Lin Xian reached out his hand. Qin Yuan stared at Lin Xian and then reached out to shake Lin Xian's hand. You said, treat? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I can go in and take a look. I should be able to treat old Master Qin. Qin Yuan was speechless. Little brother, you can't say such things. This is the late stage of cancer. It can't be cured. The whole world can't. Lin Xian said, I have a way. Qin Yuan was speechless. What? Qin Yuan looked at Mu Hao. I know it's hard for you to believe. Give it a try. There's still hope. He may be talking nonsense, but I can't accompany him here to fool around, right? Mu Hao said. Zhang Ting also said, Brother Mu, give it a try. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. He felt dizzy. What on earth was going on? Could it be that he was still dreaming? Then he looked at Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian and the others then walked to the door of the ward. At the door, Lu Jiming and Qin Yijuan were still chatting. Sister Junjun. Mu Feifei shouted. Qin Yijuan looked at Mu Feifei and the others and nodded. Uncle Mu, Aunt Zhang. This girl, look at how badly she's crying. Zhang Ting sighed and handed over a tissue. It's nothing. I just feel a little guilty. Qin Yijuan said. She then saw Lin Xian and frowned. Why was he here? Why did he come with the Mu family? Lin Xian also saw the beautiful woman, Qin Yijuan. It can't be, right? What a coincidence. Old Master Qin was actually Qin Yijuan's grandfather? Fuck. Lin Xian, do you need any medical support? Qin Yuan asked Lin Xian. He didn't know anything about Lin Xian, but he believed that Mu Hao and his wife wouldn't come here to mess around. No matter how incredible it was, he was willing to believe in Mu Hao and his wife. They grew up together and were brothers. Later on, Qin Yuan inherited Qin Zhangwo's will and became a soldier that Qin Zhangwo liked. Mu Hao, on the other hand, continued to do business for generations. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I'll go in and try. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Jiming saw Lin Xian was about to push the door and said quickly. I'm going to treat the illness. Lin Xian said. Treat the illness? Who are you? Mr. Qin, who is he? You let him come here to treat the illness? It's already in the late stage. There's no cure. You're letting someone else try. It's simply killing him. Lu Jiming said quickly. Qin Yijuan was confused. What was going on? Qin Yuan frowned. I'm just going to try. Qin Yuan said. No, I'm old Master Qin's doctor. Please show me your doctor's certificate. Lu Jiming looked at Lin Xian and extended his hand. I don't have any certificate. I'm just going in to save someone. If your hospital can't save him, I can treat him. Lin Xian said calmly. Haha, Lu Jiming laughed out loud. Mr. Qin, are you sure? Isn't this a lunatic? What's going on? At this moment, a few old men walked over. Director, there's someone here who says he can treat old Master Qin. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said, Nonsense. Who are you? This is nonsense. How can this kind of place allow someone like him to mess around? Chase him out. The surrounding doctors were furious. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I say, whether I mess around or not has nothing to do with you, right? The patient's family has already agreed. What right do you have to disagree? Mr. Qin, you're ruining old Master Qin's life. This kid is only in his early 20s. Why do you believe him? The director looked at Qin Yuan and hurriedly said. Qin Yijuan understood now. This Lin Xian. He was here to treat her grandfather. Moreover, he could treat her grandfather? This was something she could deduce from the conversation she overheard. Lunatic. This lunatic. Crazy. However, why did her father think that he could? Qin Yijuan did not understand. Kid, you're not even a doctor. How dare you say such things? You're a lunatic. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. I'm a doctor. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It's just that I don't have a certificate. Nonsense. More and more doctors gathered around. Uncle Qin, what do you think? Lin Xian asked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. Go and try. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Qin. Then Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. Right, no one can enter without my permission. Bang, then Lin Xian closed the door. Mr. Qin, you're really muddle-headed. Lu Jiming gritted his teeth and said, Fuck. If someone messed around and hastened the old master's death, then his medicine might be useless. How was Qin Yijuan going to play then? I'll take responsibility for this. Qin Yuan said calmly. Sigh, nonsense. You're really messing around. The director also sighed. Qin Yuan did not believe in Lin Xian. He believed in Mu Hao, who grew up with him. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Yijuan walked over and asked with a frown. Your Uncle Mu said that he can treat it? That's not necessarily true. He only said that he can try. Lu Jiming snorted and said, Mr. Qin, he has the right to say that anyone in this world can try. Then what? Just give it a try? You're simply messing around. Qin Yuan said, I'll take responsibility. Lu Jiming clenched his fists tightly. He only hoped that the person inside would not let anything happen to old Master Qin. Otherwise, he would not even be able to pursue Qin Yijuan. Despicable guy. Qin Yijuan frowned. He could treat it? Was he crazy? He did not even have the money to buy a phone. Chapter 1483. In the room, Lin Xian was performing acupuncture on old Master Qin. Of course, the people outside saw it too. Did you see that? He's performing acupuncture? Idiot, he's an idiot. Does he think that he can cure cancer with just a few needles of Chinese medicine? Lu Jiming said coldly with disdain. Everyone shook their heads when they saw that. Qin Yijuan frowned. Where did her father find him? Why did he trust him? Young man. Qin Zhengwo looked at Lin Xian and allowed Lin Xian to perform acupuncture. What's the matter, old Master Qin? Your Junjun's, cough, boyfriend? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, she's the one who chased me. Good. Qin Zhengwo nodded with satisfaction. It's a pity. I won't be able to see you two get married. I won't be able to hold my grandson. Qin Zhengwo's eyes dimmed. Lin Xian smiled. Old Master Qin, you can still see such a small thing. I'm here to treat your illness. Haha, young man, you don't have to comfort me. Right, what's your name? Lin Xian. Not bad, then I might be able to give my granddaughter a name in advance. Qin Zhengwo's face was flushed red. Lin Xian smiled. Old Master Qin, take this pill. Qin Zhengwo paused and widened his eyes. Pill? You're talking about pills? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. So old Master Qin knows about the world of martial artists? Qin Zhengwo nodded. Of course I know. Xiao Xian, you're a martial artist? Lin Xian nodded. You can say so. You must be. You even took out a pill. You can only be a martial artist. Qin Zhengwo looked at Lin Xian with approval. He took the pill and swallowed it. There was no hesitation. This pill was probably useless, but it could definitely help him hold on for a while. This was a medicinal pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, he instantly felt a warm current flowing through his entire body. The pain and heaviness in his body disappeared in an instant. Old Master Qin, you've recovered. Lin Xian replied. What? This pill of yours? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my pill can cure your illness, old Master Qin. Qin Jiangwo, to be honest, if it was someone else he wouldn't believe it. But if it was a martial artist, if it was a medicinal pill, he felt that he could believe it. After all, he knew that in this world, warriors were very powerful existences. He had also come into contact with warriors. He even had an old friend who was a warrior. He had also tried to seek help from his old friend. It was just that his old friend's exposure to this world was too small, so he couldn't find the so-called medicinal pill. Really? Qin Jiangwo was shocked and pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian nodded. Didn't old Master Qin feel that his body has recovered its strength? The pain should also be gone, right? Qin Jiangwo felt it and nodded. Then he directly took off the ventilator. Everyone outside was dumbfounded. Quick, put it on. Quickly go in. Lu Jiming shouted loudly. He actually asked old Master Qin to take off the ventilator. This is nonsense. Nonsense. The dean couldn't help but slap his thigh. Quickly go in and ask old Master Qin to put on the ventilator. Stop right there. Qin Yuan shouted. Then Lu Jiming stopped in his tracks. Mr. Qin, without his orders you can't go in. Qin Yuan said. Sigh. Lu Jiming sighed. Qin Jiangwo felt his body. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed. This Lin Xian was definitely not simple. Wait, this Lin Xian at such a young age actually took it out. Wait. Xiao Xian, don't tell me you're from the Lin family? Lin Xian shook his head. No. You're not? Lin Xian knew what the Lin family Qin Jiangwo was talking about was. There were 4 top ancient martial arts families on Earth. Dongfang Shui's Dongfang family was one of them, and so was the Xinyuan family. Under these 4 top ancient martial arts families, there were 8 other ancient martial arts families, and the Lin family was one of them. Of course, this was only known to martial artists who had come into contact with ancient martial arts families. Ordinary people only knew that the so-called Lin group was actually an ancient martial arts family. Lin Xian didn't have much of a background. His parents had died in a car accident caused by the Xinyuan family. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Xinyuan family weren't done yet. He had to go to the Xinyuan family. However, before that, he had to increase his strength. If he wanted to do that, he could only do so by completing missions. Qin Jiangwo sat up tentatively. He discovered that there was really nothing wrong with his body. He was as relaxed as a normal person. He had really recovered. Haha, Xiaoxian, thank you, haha. Qin Jiangwo smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. The people outside were stunned by this scene. Dad. Grandpa. Although Lin Xian hadn't allowed them to come in, they had no choice but to come in. Click. The door to the ward opened and they ran in. Father, you. Qin Yuan stared with wide eyes at Qin Jiangwo, whose complexion had already recovered. I'm fine now. This grandson-in-law of mine is really capable. Grandson-in-law? Qin Yuan noticed this name, but Qin Yijuan didn't care at all. She cried and ran over. Grandpa. Oh, my good granddaughter. Qin Jiangwo smiled and patted Qin Yijuan's back. This? Lu Jiming, the director, and the other experts all stared with wide eyes. How could this be? How did he suddenly become so lively? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Old Master Qin, your illness? The director walked over. I'm fine now. Impossible. The director shook his head. That's impossible. This kid must have used some stimulant drug to make his body energize for a short period of time. This is extremely inadvisable. I said I'm fine now. Qin Jiangwo said again. Old Master Qin, we're doing this for your own good. Dad, go and have a checkup. Qin Yuan said. Grandpa, have a checkup. Qin Yijuan looked up with tears in her eyes. Okay. Whatever my granddaughter says. Qin Jiangwo said with a smile. Qin Yuan? His son really didn't have any face? Mu Hao felt that there was absolutely no problem. Lin Xian was really too amazing. Qin Jiangwo was brought over for a checkup. If anything happens, you'll go to jail. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Xiaoxian, did my father just call you grandson-in-law? Qin Yuan asked. Qin Yijuan? Chapter 1484. When Lin Xian heard Qin Yuan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Old Master Qin insisted that I be his grandson-in-law. If I refused, I was afraid that old Master Qin would be sad. If I didn't, I would feel wronged. In the end, between myself and an old man, I chose to feel wronged. Qin Yijuan? Lin Xian, my grandfather? Qin Yijuan's beautiful eyes were still red. She looked at Lin Xian and asked. She didn't know. She didn't know anything. She had investigated Lin Xian, but she couldn't find anything useful. There were too many mysteries. She really didn't understand why her father would find this Lin Xian and let him treat her grandfather's terminal illness. However, the most unbelievable thing was that after Lin Xian went in, her grandfather even took the initiative to remove the ventilator. Moreover, his body seemed to be healthy again. This was something she couldn't understand at all. However, her grandfather's doctor said that he might have given her grandfather some stimulant drug. She didn't know, she didn't understand. She didn't know who to believe. One was someone her father brought, and the other was common knowledge that the whole world knew. She didn't know what to do. Our grandfather is fine. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Qin Yijuan. It was said that people's hearts were soft. That was for sure. This policewoman was very fierce, but in this situation she still cried like a child. To be honest, Lin Xian still knew that she was indeed a kind girl. She was very beautiful. Anyway, it wasn't a loss. Lu Jiming sneered. Fine. When the test results are out, you can just wait to go to jail. It was impossible for him to believe that an old man with terminal cancer who was already at the end of his life could be cured by a few acupuncture needles in just 10 minutes. This was definitely not in line with science and modern technology. Unless this world was crazy. He really didn't understand. If this Qin Yijuan believed him, he could still understand. Why would this Qin family's patriarch, Qin Yuan, believe him? And the head of the Mu family also came. That person obviously used stimulants. If he used it, he could temporarily make old Master Qin look like he was fine, but the damage to his body would be doubled. Of course, he wouldn't dare to use it because he would definitely be found out. Lin Xian glanced at that person but did not speak. He was too lazy to speak. I'm going for a smoke. Lin Xian walked to the smoking area of the hospital. You guys keep an eye on him. He might want to escape. At this moment, Qin Yuan was a little flustered. Could it be that he smoked to escape? He wasn't sure. He believed in his brother, but what if his brother was also deceived? After all, to be honest, this matter was hard for anyone to accept and believe. Mu Hao nodded at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan sighed and didn't care anymore. Hey. Qin Yijuan found Lin Xian and walked over after greeting him. Yo, does your Nai have a bruise? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Qin Yijuan. Bastard. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. But to her now, this was not important at the moment. Lin Xian, I don't know you well, but I want to hear the truth. My grandfather's illness. 10,000 words of truth won't be as convincing as a medical report, right? Lin Xian smiled and said. Qin Yijuan didn't speak. Qin Yijuan leaned against the window on the 5th floor and looked into the distance. Then she asked Lin Xian, who was beside her, what exactly is your fever? Sister, you're still asking? Qin Yijuan said, I found something very interesting. What? Lin Xian looked at her. Back then, the person who reported that someone fell to his death was actually a servant from the Shenyuan family. This is quite interesting. Did the Shenyuan family's servant report the case under the Shenyuan family's orders? Lin Xian pinched her butt. You. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. If this wasn't the hospital, and if her father wasn't nearby, she would really have hit him. This person, how could he be so daring? Wasn't he afraid of her identity? To put it simply, she was the captain of the criminal investigation team. To put it simply, she was from the family of the founding fathers of the country. He knew that. But Qin Yijuan found some information about Lin Xian. Plus, her grandfather did seem to be fine just now. This made her choose to believe that this Lin Xian had a way to save her grandfather. The Shenyuan family was one of the top families in the country. The current top earner was a member of the Shenyuan family. That was how exaggerated it was. And if the Shenyuan family wanted to kill Lin Xian back then, that meant that Lin Xian definitely had an extraordinary identity. Your Nai is still the most fun. Lin Xian grinned at her. Will my grandfather be fine? Qin Yijuan asked. Sister, won't we know when the medical report is out? Lin Xian touched his forehead. I want to hear it from you. Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful red eyes. He's already fine, Lin Xian said. Oh. Qin Yijuan, thank you. You believe it? I believe it for no reason. What if it's fake? Then I'll kill you even if I have to go to jail. Lin Xian. How do you know my father? Qin Yijuan took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and asked. I don't know him. I just got to know him. Qin Yijuan was confused. Then why is my father willing to believe you? Maybe it's because I know Uncle Mu. Nonsense. You met Qingya and she already treated you like a kidnapper. How could you know Uncle Mu? Based on her understanding, this should be the effect of knowing someone for a long time. I'm not talking to you anymore. Either get on the bed or stop talking nonsense. Lin Xian then walked out. Where are you going? Either get on the bed or stop talking nonsense. Qin Yijuan frowned as she watched Lin Xian leave the hospital. Did he run away or what? She didn't know. Director, that kid ran away. A nurse ran to Lu Jiming and shouted. What? Lu Jiming shouted, then hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, is there anything to be suspicious about? Lu Jiming frowned. Didn't his daughter go over? How could he let him run away? At this moment, Qin Yijuan walked over. Miss Qin, I suggest that we arrest him directly, Lu Jiming said. Arrest him for what? Director, the medical report is out. The hospital director hurriedly said. What's the result? Another nurse took a look and said, the cancer cells are gone. His body functions are normal. Everyone? Chapter 1485. To be honest, it was really shocking. It wasn't just Qin Yijuan, even Qin Yuan's heart was pounding. However, when he heard the result, he was shocked and excited. How is that possible? How is that possible? Lu Jiming, the hospital specialists, the director, and the deputy director all stared at the report with wide eyes. There's no mistake, right? No, we were also very surprised at first and specially did 2 checkups. The results were exactly the same. Director, old Master Qin's body was clearly so weak just now. What happened? Why is he fine? It's fine that the cancer cells are gone, but his other body functions have returned to normal and he's very energetic, the nurse asked, puzzled. Yeah. The few of them gasped. Godly doctor, godly doctor. The director shouted in shock. Then he looked at Qin Yuan and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize for being blind. That young man just now. Do you know him? If it's possible, he can even change the entire world. If his treatment method can be spread, then millions of cancer patients will be cured. He knew too well how scary this matter was. The whole world would pay attention to it. He didn't expect that person to give him anything. If that person could be in their hospital in name, then. Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Qin Yijuan was completely stunned on the spot. I told you I'm fine now. Qin Zhengwo walked over. Grandpa. Qin Yijuan rushed over. Oh, my good granddaughter. Qin Zhengwo smiled and hugged Qin Yijuan. Whoa. This time, Qin Yijuan cried because she was too emotional. Everyone knew that this was a terminal illness. But in a desperate situation, Lin Xian actually cured her grandfather. Don't cry. Grandpa is fine now, isn't he? Where's Xiao Xian? Qin Zhengwo glanced at him. I think he left, Qin Yuan said. Bastard. Qin Zhengwo scolded. You haven't thanked him, how could he leave? How do you contact him? Qin Yuan lowered his head and shook it. Trash. You. Qin Zhengwo pointed at Qin Yuan, trembling in anger. Dad, Mu Hao knows him. Qin Yuan wiped his forehead and said quickly. How? You know Xiao Xian? Mu Hao nodded proudly. Yes, he's the son-in-law of the Mu family. Qin Zhengwo? Good. It's definitely a blessing for the Mu family to have such a son-in-law. Qin Zhengwo nodded and praised. That's also Qingya's luck. Mu Hao nodded. Indeed. Qin Yijuan felt that there was something fishy going on here. Oh right, Mu Qingya looking for a fake boyfriend and she found Lin Xiao Xian? Qin's is real? No problem. Qin Zhengwo's Qin Zhengwo, Qin Yuan's Qin. The Qin Zhengwo. Of course he knew that old Master Qin wanted to have a chat with Lin Xian. Then they walked away while chatting and laughing, leaving behind a group of stunned doctors. Qin Yijuan really felt that she had to get in touch with this Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was simply too mysterious. So strange, this person was full of mysteries. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived outside the Mu Group's building. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the huge Mu Group. It's really not small. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Why did he come here? He came here to kiss his baby Qingya and check on the progress of the projects he was going to do. After all, Lin Xian's mission to earn 100 billion depended on this. Lin Xian had to finish it as soon as possible and reach the mysterious heaven realm. As long as he reached the mysterious heaven realm, he would have spiritual power. Then, Lin Xian would be able to use laws and domains. These laws and domains might be very difficult for Earth's martial artists to master, so Lin Xian might be invincible. Lin Xian then walked over. Captain, this is today's lunch. At the entrance of the Mu Group, a young man in his early 20s wearing a security uniform ran over and handed a packed meal to a middle-aged man. I said to bring the meal over at 11 o'clock. What time is it now? It's already 11:20 o'clock. The security captain took the packed meal and scolded, then walked away. Crack crack crack. The man clenched his fists and wiped his eyes. Life was not easy. Not only did he have to pay for lunch every day, but he also had to be reprimanded like this. If it was in the past, he would have resigned long ago. But, although it was easy to find a job as a security guard, the benefits of working as a security guard in the Mu group were really good. Other security guards normally earned 3,000 yuan a month, but the security guards in the Mu group could earn 6,000 yuan a month. There was also the cafeteria. Other than the cafeteria, he had to swipe his card to order food, but it was not expensive. It only cost 8 or 10 yuan. There was also meat. He was reluctant to leave this job because after graduating from junior high school, what other job could he find? The salary at the construction site might be higher, but... Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed, then put on the security hat and stood there. Lin Xian walked over. Sorry, idle people are not allowed to enter. Zhang Yang stopped Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang was still holding back the tears of being beaten up by society. When he heard this, he paid special attention to Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? His eyes widened. Although they looked like 3 years later, but he recognized him. Fuck. Lin Xian. It's really you? Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and then he gave Lin Xian a bear hug. Lin Xian also did not expect to meet Zhang Yang here. When he came to Earth, he also wanted to find Zhang Yang, but he did not expect to meet him here. Fuck. Lin Xian, aren't you fucking dead? Zhang Yang let go of Lin Xian and then touched Lin Xian's face. A few girls who had just entered the company passed by. When they saw this scene, they all shuddered. Pervert. They quickly ran in. Fuck. How could I be dead? Fake news, it's all fake news. Haha, as long as you're fine, then why didn't you fucking look for me? It's been 3 years and you always found me to play a few games. I really thought you were dead. Zhang Yang laughed. Something came up. You, on the other hand, after 3 years you've become a bastard? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. You know, I don't have much ability other than playing. I want to find a good job, but the salary is not high. Fortunately, this job is okay, the young master pays well. Let's go, I'll help you get a promotion and a raise. Let's not do this. Lin Xian laughed and hugged his shoulder. Chapter 1486. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Lin Xian helped him get a promotion and a raise? Brother, are you okay? Zhang Yang touched Lin Xian's forehead. He did not know what Lin Xian had been doing for the past 3 years, but he was sure that he was not in the Mu group. If he was not in the Mu group, he would not have gotten a promotion and a raise. Lin Xian took his hand away. What the fuck? Let me ask you, do you still want to do what you wanted to do in the past? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. Lin Xian was really happy to see Zhang Yang. What I wanted to do in the past, you mean, to be a boss? Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. Sigh, I was young when I was young. I thought I could be a boss no matter what, collecting money every day, playing everywhere, wandering everywhere. But when I stepped into society, sigh, I realized that it was a luxury to want to earn more. Lin Xian put his arm around his shoulder and smiled. Let's go, brother, fulfill your dream. You? Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, don't tell me you've made a meteoric rise in the past 3 years? It doesn't look like it. Zhang Yang tidied up Lin Xian's clothes. What brand is this? Random brand? Do you trust me? Fuck. You're the person I trust the most other than my family. Especially after I stepped into society, I realized what kind of people I've been with in society. Zhang Yang sighed. Then let's go. Okay. Here. Zhang Yang handed Lin Xian a cigarette. The two smoked and walked inside with their arms around each other's shoulders. Fuck. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Did you leave your post without permission? I'll deduct 600 yuan this month. The captain sat there eating and saw Zhang Yang walk past him. He stood up and pointed at Zhang Yang while cursing. Fuck. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth but did not dare to say anything. Lin Xian glanced at him. Wang Ming walked over. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? You can't enter without an appointment. Lin Xian shook his head. No. No? Zhang Yang, what the fuck are you looking at? Get back to your post. Zhang Yang clenched his fist tightly. Understood, Captain. Lin Xian looked up at the huge building in front of him and said, Wait, let me make a call. Make the call outside. Lin Xian walked back with Zhang Yang, and Lin Xian dialed Mu Qingya's number. Wife, why don't you come down and pick me up? I can't go in. Mu Qingya was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. What? Bastard. Alright, I'll be right there. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Fuck. Lin Xian, you're married? Motherfucker, you didn't even look for me when you got married. Zhang Yang punched Lin Xian's chest. Not yet. She's just my girlfriend. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, then you must look for me when you get married. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Don't worry. So you're friends? Wang Ming walked over and smiled disdainfully. Who the hell was this Zhang Yang? That was to say, the friends around him were not worth shit at all. Looking for a girlfriend? It was simple. He probably had a female employee in the Mu group who was his girlfriend. Zhang Yang did not feel sad about the deduction of 600 yuan because he met Lin Xian. He thought it was good to spend 600 yuan to meet Lin Xian. Wang Ming smiled disdainfully and then walked away. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. Lin Xian glanced at him and then asked Zhang Yang, "Is this the security captain?" Zhang Yang nodded. How much is his monthly salary? The security captain's monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. The Mu group has the best treatment in this regard. He's usually very fierce and deducts my salary when he has nothing to do. I'm the one who gives him lunch every day and he has never given me any money. But I have no choice. After all, I don't have a degree. It's not easy to find a job that pays 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yang sighed and looked at Lin Xian. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? I've been relying on women to survive. Fuck. Are you a prostitute? Lin Xian, fuck off. Lin Xian smiled and rolled his eyes. Let's go and have a drink later. This? I still have work to do. Let's do it tonight. Lin Xian smiled. If I say you can, then you can. Zhang Yang scratched his head. At this time, a very beautiful girl in a white shirt, black business suit, and a tight skirt walked out of the building. Hey, that's the boss of our group. She's also a very famous beauty in Jiangnan City. She has pursuers all over the country. She's here today. Zhang Yang looked at Mu Qingya from afar. Didn't she come out before? Zhang Yang shook his head. I saw her occasionally. But I only saw her driving by. I rarely saw her come out like this. Boss Mu. Wang Ming hurried over and bowed. Mu Qingya came to Lin Xian and Zhang Yang, looking at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Honey, let me in. Lin Xian grinned at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya, who, Zhang Yang? Come with me. Mu Qingya said. Wang Ming? Okay, let's go. Lin Xian led the confused Zhang Yang into the room. Lin Xian smiled. She's my wife. Zhang Yang? What the fuck? Lin Xian led Zhang Yang to Mu Qingya and smiled. Qingya, he's my friend. Mu Qingya glanced at Zhang Yang. I remember you. You've been here for 2 years, right? Zhang Yang swallowed his saliva and nodded. Little Qingya, when the time comes, let him keep an eye on my beauty project. Mu Qingya nodded slightly and walked forward. It's up to you. Zhang Yang? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Yang with a smile and said, when the time comes, you will be the general manager. I will ask her to give you the shares. As for the security captain just now, you can do whatever you want. However, you cannot mess with the company's affairs. Zhang Yang swallowed his saliva. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. What the fuck? Lin Xian, you're so awesome. Zhang Yang was so excited. They walked into the building together. In the beautiful hall, Mu Qingya sat there drinking coffee. President Mu. President Mu. Some passers-by saluted. Lin Xian led Zhang Yang to sit in front of her. President Mu. Mu Qingya's assistant handed her some documents. Mu Qingya took out a few sheets. Fill in this information. After filling it out, there's a general manager's office on the 25th floor. You can go there for the time being. I'll arrange a secretary for you. I'll hand over the rest of the work to you later. Zhang Yang, this? Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, this is too big. I don't have the ability. I'll just be the security captain. I'm satisfied. Chapter 1487. Zhang Yang was really shocked. He had not seen Lin Xian for 3 years. How did he become such a powerful person when he came back? His previous dream had come true, while he himself was still a small security guard with no achievements. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, I believe in you. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Lin Xian, thank you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. In fact, there was another reason why he was reluctant to give up this job. His father had an accident at the construction site, and now he was the only pillar of the family. Go ahead. Let's have lunch and drink together later. Okay. Zhang Yang filled in the information and was then taken upstairs by Mu Qingya's beautiful assistant. The position of general manager is indeed a bit too high. He has no diploma, no experience and knows nothing. Mu Qingya stirred the coffee and looked at Lin Xian. He's my brother. I know. That's why I agreed. After all, the project Lin Xian wanted to do was under the name of Mu Group. The money that could be made from this project was unimaginable. In fact, it was not a big deal to just pay him a salary. Don't worry about him. He's a good person. You know better than me in this regard. I haven't seen him for several years. Mu Qingya nodded. Many people were passing by and looking at them curiously. Hey, who's the person opposite President Mu? I don't know. He doesn't look special. But do you know? President Mu just went out to pick him up personally. Is he a business partner? No, he's not. President Mu didn't greet the top 500 companies in the past. He also waited in the office. Did you notice? President Mu's assistant just took the security guard upstairs. What's she doing? I know. That man is President Mu's boyfriend. What? It's true. When I came in, I saw President Mu pick him up. I wanted to call her President Mu, but I suddenly heard the man call her his wife. I was stunned. Damn. Is this for real? It seems that this man may look ordinary, but he might not be that simple. Honey, do you want to have dinner with me tonight? Lin Xian reached out his hand with a smile and put it on Mu Qingya's slender hand on the table. Fuck. There's nothing to be suspicious about now, my god. This man is not handsome. Why did Chairman Mu choose him? It's quite strange. Hey, what do you think the young master of the Lin family will do if he knows about this? The young master of the Lin family they were talking about was the young master of the Lin family, an ancient martial arts family. He was also Mu Qingya's #1 pursuer. Ordinary people might only know that the Lin family's business was ranked in the top 50 of the world's top 500. But those who were knowledgeable also knew that the Lin family was an ancient, hidden ancient martial arts family. What everyone saw was the superficial Lin family, but it was not the real Lin family. Mu Qingya was about to withdraw her hand unhappily. Xiao Qingya, if you pull your hand back and someone sees it and if it reaches Uncle Mu's ears, Lin Xian smirked. You. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Mu Qingya pulled her hand back and stirred the coffee. There was nothing wrong with this, right? A batch of the materials you requested has arrived. The factory has also been vacated. I've also vacated the employees. They're all waiting. I've also spent several times the market salary to poach them over. They're just waiting for you. When can we start? Lin Xian said, tomorrow. Get everything ready today and I'll go to the factory tomorrow. The formula won't be leaked, right? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian said, don't worry, it's not that easy. Okay, is there anything else? Mu Qingya asked. Yes, I want to see my wife at work. Mu Qingya shook her head, got up and walked upstairs and Lin Xian followed her happily. Then they came to Mu Qingya's office. There was nothing special about the office. It was very formal, except for the smell of her perfume. President Mu. The girl with big eyes who looked to be in her early 20s greeted him. Is it ready? The assistant nodded. It's ready. The rest is up to President Mu. Also, as the new general manager, we need to hold a board meeting to announce it. The Mu family owned more than 70% of the shares of the Mu Group. Therefore, the general manager was usually arranged by the board of directors. But because the Mu family owned too much of the shares, they could make the decision directly. No, just make an announcement in the company. I have other things to do now. You can leave now. Yes. She glanced at Lin Xian and walked out. Qingya, I'll be living in your house from now on. I hope you have a good room. Mu Qingya? She looked up at Lin Xian. I've talked to Uncle Mu. Anyway, I don't have a place to live now. Uncle Mu will let me live in your house and sleep with you. Mu Qingya? Damn it. Lin Xian, you. I didn't suggest it. I swear. Lin Xian raised his hand. Phew. Mu Qingya took a deep breath. What should she do? She found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend and now they were living together? Living together was fine, but living in the same room? She was dumbfounded. By the way, I'll find a way to cure your heart disease and Uncle Mu's heart disease during this period of time. I can cure both of you. Mu Qingya was shocked. Have you done with the cancer treatment this morning? Lin Xian nodded. It's done. Mu Qingya still found it hard to accept. This was completely beyond her understanding. Thank you. How do you want to thank me? Don't you have to agree to be my girlfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You can ask Feifei. She's playful and pretty. If she's interested in you, she's a good choice. Mu Qingya used her sister as a shield. She can't. She's not as good as you. Lin Xian walked over and put his hand on her leg. Mu Qingya's body suddenly trembled. Don't go too far. She quickly moved her leg to the side. Tut tut tut. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at her. She was so beautiful. Lin Xian needed something to cure her heart disease. It happened that he didn't have it on Earth. However, Lin Xian might have to go through some ancient martial arts families to get it. At this moment, the beautiful assistant knocked on the door and walked in. President Lin is here. Mu Qingya frowned. Chapter 1488. Mr. Lin was Mu Qingya's #1 pursuer, the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Tian. This Lin Tian should be considered as one of the most outstanding people on Earth. He had an impressive background and was even a warrior from a top ancient martial arts family. For him, there was no woman who was not good enough for him, except for those who might be more powerful than the Lin family. Mu Qingya was very beautiful, especially her aura. She was in control of a billion-dollar corporation in her 20s, which was built by her. Before she took over the Mu family, the Mu family's assets were only 1 billion. This kind of woman was Lin Tian's favorite. Lin Tian? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked over. It's okay. You can leave for a while. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, Why should I leave? You're my wife. Why should I leave? The mouth of the pretty assistant beside her was wide open. No way. Is he really President Mu's boyfriend? Lin Tian's identity is not ordinary. I'll just send him away. Mu Qingya stood up. She ignored the way Lin Xian called her. Let's go together. Lin Xian put his arm around Mu Qingya's waist. The assistant next to her opened her mouth. Well, she had nothing to doubt. You. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and tried to take Lin Xian's hand away. Even though he was holding her, his hand was still touching her. President Mu, I'll leave first. The assistant ran away with her head down. Let go of me. Mu Qingya was speechless. Say, you can't get angry at this Lin Xian. You really want to slap him? No, not just once. But you can't bring yourself to do it. No. The Lin family is very powerful. I can send him away. If you show up, it will be a different matter. It may be dangerous. Lin Xian looked at her and said, What? Do you want to keep the fact that you have a boyfriend a secret? And then you can hook up with other rich men? Bah scum. Mu Qingya? Firstly, we're not in a relationship. Secondly, it's none of your business whether I hook up with rich guys or not. Thirdly, I'm not a scumbag. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, First, you're my girlfriend. Since we're sleeping together, I'll sleep in your room every day. Second, Uncle Mu has already acknowledged me as his son-in-law. Third, you're a scumbag. Mu Qingya, she took a deep breath. Lin Xian was infuriating her. Then don't cause trouble. He's very powerful and can easily destroy the Mu group. Mu Qingya said, You're talking about capital? Yes, and more than that. Lin Xian smiled and said, Then when my stuff goes on sale, do you think we can crush them in terms of capital, or do you think they can crush us? The former. Then what are you afraid of? That's your money. Mu Qingya said lightly. You're my wife. What's mine is yours. I'm not. Lin Xian sat on the chair and patted his leg. Sit down. Are you crazy? Hurry up. Lin Xian patted his leg again. Mu Qingya straightened her clothes, ignored Lin Xian and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian reached out his hand and pulled her onto his lap, hugging her tightly. Lin Xian, you. So, I'm coming. Click. At this time, someone knocked on the office door and opened it. A man in a suit and holding a bouquet of expensive flowers walked over with Mu Qingya's assistant, chatting and laughing. Aha, you're right. Your CEO Mu's personality is indeed like that. So, I'm willing to spend more time and energy to pursue her. I'm willing to invest all my feelings as long as she can feel my sincerity. Lin Tian hadn't finished speaking when his pupils suddenly constricted. A man was sitting on Mu Qingya's chair and Mu Qingya was sitting on his lap. He couldn't see Mu Qingya's expression because Mu Qingya's back was to him, but he could see that the two were kissing. Fuck you. In that instant, his mind exploded. Mu Qingya, this is Mu Qingya. You can say that she is ordinary, but she is not ordinary at all. Her appearance, her ability, even his father praised Mu Qingya's ability. Ever since her appearance at the press conference, she has become popular all over the country. She has countless admirers and was even called the most beautiful CEO in history. Not to mention Lin Tian, even the other top families have admirers of her. So Lin Tian thought that he must get Mu Qingya as soon as possible. However, such a woman was actually kissing an unknown man in the office. If I came over later, would you guys be able to do something at the desk? But what? Mu Qingya was upset. Her first kiss was gone. Was gone. She pushed Lin Xian away and hurriedly got up from Lin Xian's lap. She straightened her messy hair and looked at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. Sorry, I forgot myself. Young Master Lin, please sit down. Mu Qingya was Mu Qingya after all. At least on the surface, she regained her composure in an instant. Lin Tian's expression was terrible, especially when he had a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Mu Qingya cursed Lin Xian 10,000 times in her heart. Ha! Lin Tian smiled and then sat down. Xiao Shui, pour me some tea. No need. President Mu, have you found a boyfriend? Lin Tian smiled and said. Yes, I have. Mu Qingya nodded. Ah! Lin Tian smiled. Then I'm really happy for President Mu. Then he looked at Lin Xian. Strange. He looked ordinary, wasn't handsome, and was wearing clothes of inferior brands that he had never seen before. Logically speaking, how could he pursue Mu Qingya? Damn it. Lin Tian stood up and walked to Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and said, Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his hand. Brother Lin Xian, you're really amazing. President Mu is the dream lover of many people. I didn't expect these people to lose to someone they don't even know. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Not bad. Lin Xian lit a cigarette but didn't try to pass one to Lin Tian. But Lin Tian frowned. Why did the Lin Xian in front of him give him a familiar feeling? He couldn't remember, but he had this feeling. Lin Xian had some impression of this Lin Xian in front of him. He was a dog of the Shenyuan family and had done a lot of things for the Shenyuan family. Moreover, Lin Xian had a grudge against this Lin family. This Lin family was not Lin Xian's family. Lin Xian's family was just an ordinary small family. Young Master Lin, why are you here? Mu Qingya asked indifferently. Chapter 1489. They all knew why Lin Tian was here. Haha, I'm just here to see Chairman Mu. Oh, then why did you bring flowers? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's a gift for Chairman Mu, but it doesn't seem necessary now. He then threw the flowers directly into the trash can next to him. Mu Qingya frowned. Lin Xian was obviously provoking him on purpose. This was not good. Lin Xian laughed, then smoked a cigarette and said, Is there anything else, young Master Lin? If not, please go back. My wife and I still have things to do. With that, Lin Xian walked to Mu Qingya's side and took her hand. Mu Qingya, haha, there's nothing else. Lin Tian smiled, then turned around and walked away. However, the moment he turned around, his eyes became extremely vicious. Why did you provoke him? Mu Qingya shook off Lin Xian's hand. She didn't need to provoke Lin Xian. She could have just sent Lin Tian away, but this Lin Xian was provoking Lin Tian. I'm not afraid of him. The Lin family is an ancient martial arts family. In addition to having extremely strong capital, the Lin family also has some very powerful martial artists. If he wants to do something, you can't stop him. Mu Qingya frowned and looked at Lin Xian. How do you know I can't stop him? Good girl, you still want a kiss? You? Mu Qingya pointed at Lin Xian angrily and finally shook off his hand helplessly. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived outside the Mu group. He took out his phone and made a call. Contact all the companies in Huaxia that you can and ask them to suppress the Mu group. I want the Mu group to go bankrupt in a week. Lin Tian's eyes were vicious. He couldn't do anything to the top 500 companies in the world, but in this big Huaxia, the Lin family's prestige and voice were still very high. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, at the very least, they would still give this face. Even if they didn't want to give it, they wouldn't dare to not give it. The operation between companies could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. No matter how big a company was, it had to rely on the market and competition with its peers. Everything was related to the survival of a company. To put it simply, Mu Qingya's company mainly focused on skincare and luxury products and was quite famous in China. If it caused a certain impact to the reputation of the Mu Group, or it could be said that all the major companies and groups had invested in various aspects to suppress the Mu Group. The simplest reason was that the Mu Group's partners had all stopped working with them and their direct sales stores had all stopped working with them, and the Mu Group's online business platform had banned the Mu Group from being on the shelves. In this way, the Mu Group's goods could only be piled up. In just a few days, this huge company would face collapse. And the Lin family had the ability to do so. Even if it wasn't enough, he could still go to the Shenyuan family. This kind of small matter was very simple. Mu Qingya, you should know in your heart that you can only compromise. If you don't compromise, then you'll be doomed. You actually dared to have a boyfriend after being pursued by me? You even flirted with him when you knew that I was here. Then don't blame me. I'll turn this phoenix into a sparrow and make you beg me. Lin Tian's eyes were vicious. As for Lin Xian, he clenched his fists. You don't have to exist in this world anymore. Although this was a society ruled by law for some special forces, no matter what you do, even if you blow up the Musher group and cause countless deaths and injuries, as long as you can't find out, as long as the people don't know, then what can't you do? It was just killing a person. That was a simple matter. A day passed just like that. Lin Xian and Zhang Yang had a drink and then went back to the Mu family with Mu Qingya. In the Mu family, Qin Yijuan and her family were also here as guests. Haha, Lin Xian, I finally see you again. When Qin Zhengwo saw Lin Xian, he couldn't help but walk over with a smile and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Old Master Qin, you're really strong now. Lin Xian said with a smile. Haha, of course I'm strong now that my body has recovered. Mu Qingya was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Qin, what's wrong with your body? Mu Qingya asked hurriedly. Qingya lass, you're really lucky to have met such a good kid like Xiao Xian. He easily cured this old man's terminal cancer. Qin Zhengwo laughed. Mu Qingya? The person her father took Lin Xian to for treatment was old Master Qin? What? And Lin Xian really cured this person? She glanced at Lin Xian next to her. Qingya, it's not that I didn't tell you. I only found out today. Qin Yijuan walked over and held her hand. Mu Qingya nodded. It's good that you're fine. Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian. Today she went to work again. This time she asked a friend of hers to investigate Lin Xian. This time she found something special. Lin Xian once had a girlfriend, and this girlfriend turned out to be from the Dongfang family. As for who in the Dongfang family it was, she didn't know and couldn't find out. But it was unbelievable that he could have a relationship with the Dongfang family. Her grandfather was one of the founding fathers of the country, but at this level, the Qin family was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as the Dongfang family. Because families like the Dongfang family and the Shenyuan family might have existed for thousands of years and existed since ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they created this country. So, it was very shocking. Then was his death because of this reason? Was it really done by the Shenyuan family? It was unimaginable. But this person was definitely not an ordinary person. As for why he couldn't even afford a phone at that time, who knew? She had to get to know him more and find out who he was. Where's Fei Fei? Mu Qingya asked. That girl has been fooling around outside all day long. Now no one knows where she has run off to. Zhang Ting put the dishes on the table and said. Then she saw Lin Xian and immediately beamed. Xian, sit down. Qingya, get Xian some water. Qin Yijuan glanced at Mu Qingya. Based on her understanding of Mu Qingya, the two of them were definitely pretending to be a couple. But she heard that they slept together. It was probably because they didn't have any other choice. Hey, I have something to tell you. Qin Yijuan elbowed Lin Xian. There was nothing to hide. Everyone heard and saw. What kind of shameful things could they have said? It was impossible. Lin Xian actually wanted to find her and see if he could use her channels to investigate Dongfang Shui's current situation. Even if it was the Dongfang family, the information should have been recorded in the files, right? Chapter 1490. Lin Xian and Qin Yijuan went out. Mu Feifei quietly lifted Mu Qingya's hand with her hand. Mu Qingya looked at Mu Feifei in confusion. Then Mu Feifei whispered in Mu Qingya's ear, Sister, you are going to be cheated on by your best friend. Mu Qingya, what are you thinking about all day long? She patted Mu Feifei's head. Mu Feifei covered her head and whispered, It's true. Okay, don't talk. Eat something. Mu Qingya stuffed Mu Feifei's mouth with something and looked out of the window inexplicably. In the yard outside, what? Lin Xian reached out with a smile and pinched Qin Yijuan's butt hard. Qin Yijuan? She subconsciously wanted to give Lin Xian a slap. How could this person be so bold? Was he crazy? Indeed, she owed him a huge favor. Even if he stripped her naked now, she couldn't do anything about it, nor could she sue him. Damn it. Damn it. Can you not be like this? Even if I do this, what can you do to me? Phew, she took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I've investigated you. And then? And then I found that you are more or less related to the most powerful family, Dongfang and Shenyuan. Qin Yijuan said. Wow, you've investigated me in detail. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. You are definitely not an ordinary person. You couldn't afford 5,000 yuan not because you were poor. There must be other reasons. Can you tell me? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. Then when? When you're naked on my bed. Qin Yijuan, you are so lecherous. Take off Qingya's clothes. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. You have to take them off. Haha, how many men do you want to date? Qin Yijuan chuckled. Hey, do me a favor. Speak. Can you check on someone through your unit? Who? Dongfang Shui. Lin Xian. Qin Yijuan frowned. Could it be someone from the Dongfang family? Lin Xian nodded. I've checked. You had a girlfriend in the Dongfang family? She was Dongfang Shui? Why don't you go yourself then? I understand. Did something happen to you and then you're wanted by that family and you don't dare to go? Qin Yijuan suddenly realized. This made sense. In any case, Lin Xian was definitely related to such a top-notch family. As for what kind of relationship it wasn't important. Since he didn't want to go but asked her to investigate, it meant that he didn't dare to go. More or less. Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Strange. What kind of identity does this Dongfang Shui have that you're wanted by them? I'll help you investigate her current situation. Of course, the prerequisite is that she has traces of her life. For example, she's appeared in public before, or she's been online before. If she doesn't, then it won't be easy to investigate. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, when can you tell me? Tomorrow afternoon. Then I'll go to your place tomorrow afternoon. That's fine. Alright, according to the records, you fell off a cliff and died 3 years ago. Was it done by one of those top-notch families? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why are you asking so many questions? I'll bang Qingya tonight and I'll bang you tomorrow night. Bang your mother? Lin Xian? Qin Yijuan cursed and walked away. This Lin Xian was indeed not simple. Could it be that he was also from a top-notch family? No, the only powerful family was the Lin family, and he wasn't a member of the Lin family. Moreover, the records about his family were quite simple. Early the next morning, Lin Xian took a taxi and went to Qin Yijuan's place. Well, of course he slept with his Qingya last night, but they didn't do anything. He just took advantage of her a little. Sister. Bang. Mu Feifei kicked open the door of Mu Qingya's room. What are you doing? Mu Qingya had just changed and was about to go to the company. That Lin Xian, she pointed outside and said, he took a taxi to Qin Yijuan's place early in the morning. You were cheated on. Mu Qingya, I was pretending to be his girlfriend. How could I be cheated on? Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Oh, then who sucked on the strawberry on your neck? Mu Qingya. At first, Mu Feifei also thought that they were pretending, but later she felt that something was wrong. I pinched it myself to make mom and dad believe me. Mu Qingya hurriedly said. That bastard Lin Xian sucked on the strawberry last night. That person was really lecherous. But that wasn't the point. The point was he not afraid of anything? The first thing he did was to pin her down and grope her. Oh. Mu Feifei looked at it. Something was wrong. This was obviously not a result of a pinch. If Lin Xian did something with Qin Yijuan, will you be angry? Why would I be angry? I have nothing to do with him. You slept together. That was an act. Okay, hypocritical woman. Mu Feifei muttered and ran away. Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Mu Feifei sat in the living room and was very annoyed. She didn't know why she was so annoyed. She just felt very uncomfortable. No, I have to go and see. Then she got up, picked up her small bag and slipped out. Where did Feifei go? Zhang Ting glanced at her. Mu Hao shook his head helplessly. This girl is funny, but she knows her limits. It's okay. On the other side, Qin Yijuan yawned and stirred her coffee as she sat in front of her computer. To be honest, it was really difficult to find information on a top family like that. She came over after dinner last night. She could find some information, but what she found might not be true. Later, she troubled the provincial police and connected to their system, but it was still useless. In the end, she used all kinds of connections and finally received information about the provincial police this morning. Then she connected to their system. Now she just started to look. Fuck. The first thing she looked into was none other than that Dongfang Shui. Lin Xian's ex-girlfriend was quite important. When she saw the photos, she finally understood why Lin Xian was so obsessed with Dongfang Shui. She was so beautiful. She thought she was also very beautiful and Mu Qingya was also very beautiful, but she felt a little ashamed after seeing a few photos of Dongfang Shui. So beautiful. She took a sip of coffee and looked again. No way. Her beautiful eyes widened. This Dongfang Shui was the daughter of the Dongfang family? She was the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family, and the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family. This was a little scary. This Lin Xian and the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family were in a relationship? Qin Yijuan sat in front of her computer in a daze. Chapter 1491. She felt that it was unbelievable. So this Lin Xian fell in love with the daughter of such a top family, but he didn't have any background. This caused the Dongfang family to definitely not agree, so Qin Yijuan sat there and pondered. To be honest, her guess made her feel that Lin Xian was actually a pitiful person, just like some plots in TV dramas. To be honest, she sympathized with him. But now that he was so perverted, was he pretending to be himself? No, he was really perverted. If he was a gentleman, he could pretend to be himself, but he definitely wouldn't touch her. But this person really touched you while chatting, so he was really perverted, so she didn't sympathize with him that much. Then Qin Yijuan realized that something was wrong. Why, has there been no trace of her activity for 3 years? Then Qin Yijuan carefully checked again. That's right, in 3 years there was no trace of her activity, no record of her online shopping, no place where the public could see, and no registration information. She even checked some mobile games and the like, but there were no login records in 3 years. This feeling was as if she had evaporated from the world, exactly like Lin Xian. It was just that Lin Xian was listed as dead, but she was still listed as living a normal life. But was this normal? Not having any records for 3 years was already abnormal. Nothing could have happened to her. She was the daughter of the Dongfang family, the only daughter. This really made her feel suspenseful and curious. Boss, where's all night? A few people came to work in the morning and saw that Qin Yijuan was still in her office. Go go go. Don't bother me. Hey, what do you think happened to our boss recently? Ever since that man was caught, I felt that something was wrong. That's right. Do you guys think that our boss is in a relationship with him? Come on, who would dare to be in a relationship with our boss? Lin Xian walked in. Hey, it's him. He's here to look for our boss? He even brought breakfast? Wow, looks like there's nothing to be suspicious about. No way? This is really... Lin Xian opened the door and entered Qin Yijuan's office. Little Junjun, have you found anything yet? Here, breakfast. Lin Xian placed the breakfast in front of her. Qin Yijuan got goosebumps from Lin Xian's yelling. She didn't stand on ceremony and opened her breakfast to eat the crepe. I found it. Take a look for yourself. Awesome. You can even find out about their family? Nonsense. How many people did I ask? In the end, I had to apply and connect to the government security system to find out. Qin Yijuan thought about how tired she was last night and felt unhappy. Lin Xian couldn't wait to look over. Qin Yijuan didn't disturb Lin Xian and sat aside to eat breakfast. Lin Xian frowned. 3 years without any trace of activity? He frowned and looked at Qin Yijuan. In theory, yes. Of course, it's just online shopping. There's no information on the internet, so it doesn't mean much. Qin Yijuan said. Then can you find out her current address? No, there's no trace of her activity, so how can we find out? She hasn't bought or rented a house, so she can only live with the Dongfang family, at least on the surface. Qin Yijuan said. The Dongfang family? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Right now, he couldn't go to the Dongfang family because he hadn't reached the cultivation base yet. Earning money was the most important thing. He could at least go and take a look at the Mystic Heaven realm. Oh right, can you find out her current contact? Big brother, I only have her old contact, but it seems to have been deleted. If I can find her current contact, then I wouldn't have said that I couldn't find any trace of her for 3 years. Qin Yijuan said. What about her family? Her parents and such? Qin Yijuan said, I've checked. Her parents live a normal life. What's interesting is that they went to a concert a month ago. Can you find out? Qin Yijuan asked. You mean, they might have taken Dongfang Shui to a concert? Lin Xian nodded. It'll be difficult. There are so many people at a concert. It's hundreds of thousands. It'll be difficult to find 200 people to watch it together. Also, there aren't many camera positions that can capture their faces. Lin Xian sighed. Alright, I got it. Right, help me check on someone else. Xinyuan Qingtian. Isn't that the young master of the Xinyuan family? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Yes, find out what he's like now. Qin Yijuan then did a check. His life is very normal. He often leaves the Xinyuan family and appears in the city. Lin Xian glanced at it. He couldn't find anything. After all, no matter how powerful the system was, it couldn't find some things such as things related to the martial Dao. Thanks. Lin Xian said. Hey, you and Dongfang Shui used to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Xian nodded. She's the only daughter of the Dongfang family. Who are you? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian curiously. It's the same as what you found out. Lin Xian said. She's so beautiful, outstanding, and has a superior background. It's hard to find anyone in the country who can compare to her. Why would she like you? Lin Xian shrugged. Qingya is also beautiful and outstanding. Didn't she like me too? Really? TSK, although I haven't confirmed my relationship with her, I can kiss her casually. Do you think? Qin Yijuan, really? Do you think? Don't I kiss you casually now too? Lin Xian then leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Qin Yijuan? At that moment, her mind was completely blank. By the time she reacted, Lin Xian had already let go of her and ran out. Qin Yijuan? Bastard. 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 Ah. She went crazy in her office. She was infuriated. Her subordinates heard the commotion in her office and didn't dare to make a sound. Sigh, did she get cuckolded? I think she might have been dumped. That's right. Although she's super beautiful, she probably doesn't like it. It's not surprising that she got dumped. Qin Yijuan appeared behind that person. Who did you say got dumped? Gulp, his entire body suddenly jumped. Head. Ah, Lin Xian walked down the street. I have to get the company up and running quickly. Once I earn 100 million, I'll be able to reach the Mystic Heaven realm. Although that might not be enough, I can at least try to visit the Dongfang family. Also, this mission to make 2 girls like me shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 1492. Mu Qingya arrived at the Mu Group. At this moment, the Mu Group was in a mess. Early this morning, before Mu Qingya went out, she received news that the Mu Group was in a bad situation and she had to come over to take charge of the overall situation. Mu Qingya was a little puzzled at that time. Everything in the Mu Group was above standard. She held 70% of the shares. How bad could the situation be? When she arrived at the company, dozens or even hundreds of people were waiting for her. President Mu, I'm really sorry. Something happened to our company. We have to cancel the cooperation between us. President Mu, sigh, something happened to the company too. We have to take back the physical store in Jiangnan City. Please take away the goods in the physical store in 2 days. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. President Mu, there's really no other way. The market this year is too bad. My company is no longer qualified to cooperate with you. I can only terminate the cooperation. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. The dozens of entrepreneurs saw Mu Qingya coming in and said one after another. Mu Qingya frowned. She was very smart. When she saw this scene and heard these people's words, she knew that it must be Lin Tian's doing. Got it? Go back. Mu Qingya said. President Mu will pay you for the breach of contract. There's something wrong with the company and it may take some time. Please give us some time. Mu Qingya shook her head. No need. Go back. Thank you, President Mu. The breach of contract was not much. The cooperation before was a win-win situation. Now they would rather lose. Because if they did not do so, they would not be able to bear the consequences. President Mu, the little assistant bit her lip and stood beside Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya knew too well what the consequences of Lin Tian's move would be. The Mu Group would completely collapse. The current situation was that the Mu Group was worth hundreds of billions. But 80% of it was all the goods, contracts, and other things of the Mu Group. There was not much turnover. And now all the goods were overstocked and could not be sold. At most, she could only sell them by setting up street stalls because no one would sell them to her. But how many people would believe her if she set up street stalls? With so many employees, the remaining cash flow could only fill this hole. Right now there were 2 ways for her. First, she could fight to the end. Second, she could directly stop and announce the collapse of the Mu Group. Then, she would at least still be a millionaire or a billionaire. However, as long as she dragged on for another day, there would be no turning back. If she dragged on for another day, she might go from a billionaire to a million or even penniless. Chairman Mu, I'm really sorry. I found a better position. I'm sorry? A girl walked up to Mu Qingya, bowed and walked away. Chairman Mu, I've also found a better job. I'm really sorry. I hope that the Mu Group will get better and better. Chairman Mu, I'm leaving too. For a time, a large number of employees left. You. The assistant pointed at them angrily. When you were in the company, Chairman Mu took such good care of you. Now all of you are ingrates and ran away. You're really despicable. That's enough. Mu Qingya patted her shoulder and said, let them go. Zhang Yang ran down the stairs. Chairman Mu, what's going on? Mu Qingya shook her head, then sat down in the suddenly empty lobby and said, someone wants the Mu Group to die. Fuck. Zhang Yang cursed angrily. Now, 80% of the company's employees have left. Fortunately, the project I'm in charge of is still going on as usual and has not suffered any impact. However, it may take a few more days. Now that the Mu Group is in such a state, it's difficult to support the project. On the other hand, there are still hundreds of millions of funds that have not been handed over. Zhang Yang said. Chairman Mu, what should we do now? Do we need to recruit new employees? Mu Qingya shook her head. It's useless. The physical stores have been closed, the online stores have been banned, the cooperation has stopped, and the employees have left. The Mu Group can't go on anymore. Then? Xiao Yu bit her lips. Leave the rest to me. Xiao Yu, you'll be busy for the next 2 days. Hand over the goods from all over the country and put them in the warehouse. Yes, Chairman Mu. Mu Qingya looked at Zhang Yang and said, Zhang Yang, you don't have to keep an eye on the project for the time being. I'll give you dozens of contracts. You have to get all the liquidated damages and our rent back as soon as possible. The liquidated damages were not much, but if all of them were added up, it should be hundreds of millions. She now needed a large amount of funds to support the Mu Group. Let the employees who were still there feel their hope and give them better treatment. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded. Mu Qingya raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing. They want the Mu Group to die, then the Mu Group will be beyond their reach. Under normal circumstances, the Mu Group would have fallen, but now, 2 of the Mu Group's projects were being carried out in secret. The Lin family blocked all the sales channels of the Mu Group because the Mu Group's products were basically sold in physical stores and online stores. There was no other way, and it was only a little famous in China. But they certainly did not seal the warehouse and the factory. After all, they felt that it was useless to seal them. Moreover, the factory was the Mu Group's own. The 2 of them ran away and prepared to get busy. Mu Qingya sat there and made a cup of coffee for herself. Lin Xian came in. Wow, so few people. Is it a holiday? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. No. She walked over and handed a cup of coffee to Lin Xian, and then told Lin Xian about the matter. That's it? Lin Xian was very calm. Mu Qingya said, yes, that's it. In fact, she was not in a panic. She did not panic at all when the employees left. After all, she had spent several times the salary to hire a group of people, and those people were not affected. The main thing was that she knew that as long as a large number of things were developed, it was only a matter of time before they could become the richest man in the country and the world. At that time, these companies, these employees, they would regret it. The Lin family. Mu Qingya knew what kind of existence the Lin family was, but she wanted to give all of this to the Lin family. The medicine to cure cancer was something that the ancient martial arts families on Earth could not afford. Now, the only things left on Earth were some cultivation methods. There were very few pills and things like that. Lin Xian asked, how's the progress? Chapter 1493. Mu Qingya said, I just asked Zhang Yang. Everything is on the right track and is starting to develop it. I want to ask, do we need to find a few patients to try it first? Lin Xian shook his head, no, as long as it's going according to the normal process. I'll go take a look. Don't worry. You go to the Food and Drug Administration in person and apply for the exclusive patent and drug qualification certificate with the drug. Okay. Not many people knew about the formula, and even if they knew, it would be fine. Now they were going to apply for the exclusive patent, and this drug would definitely pass the drug testing standards. Lin Xian went to the major factories to inspect. There were no big problems. Next, he just had to wait for them to make a comeback. 3 days later, Mu Feifei sniffed and sold her beloved car, feeling wronged. They didn't have any money left. In the past few days, the Mu Group had been very, very bad. Now they could only borrow money and fill in the blanks everywhere. Fortunately, the Qin family had always been standing behind the Mu family, and the Qin family also knew what the Mu family was doing. Of course, they were willing to help the Mu family. The Qin family took out all their assets. Because the Qin family was not a professional business family, they only took out about 1 billion, but it was really enough to quench their thirst. The Mu Group hasn't declared bankruptcy yet? In a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Jiangnan City, Lin Tian was sitting there with two beautiful girls kneeling in front of him. He was drinking red wine and talking on the phone. It's been 3 days. The Mu Group has been dragging on like this for 3 days. The Mu family is probably going to sell their house. So it's the Qin family who stopped them from bleeding? Aha, so what? What's the point of wasting more than 1 billion? If they declare bankruptcy earlier, at least they will have tens of millions of assets left. Why bother? Lin Tian sneered. He put down his phone. The situation was very clear now. The Mu Group would be completely bankrupt, and they would even lose the opportunity to become a millionaire or even a millionaire. They might even become an ordinary family. At that time Mu Qingyao would beg him, right? On the other side, Lin Xian and Mu Qingyao were sitting in the office discussing something. Let's hold a press conference tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Okay, but I think we need to find a star to endorse it in advance. Celebrity? My Qingyao wife is so beautiful, can't you just endorse her? Mu Qingyao rolled her eyes. What we need is fame. The star's promotion and press conference will be held at the same time. Another sum of money. It's worth it. Mu Qingyao nodded. No problem. Leave this to me. You go and prepare for the press conference. You? Can you do it? Fuck. Isn't it just finding a celebrity? Not only that, but we also have to talk to the TV stations and advertising companies. They might be pressured into not cooperating with us. We also have to buy trending searches. There's no need to buy a trending search. I don't believe that after this news is released, he won't be the #1 trending search. Mu Qingyao pondered for a moment. That's true. Don't worry. If you give me the drug certificate, I believe that no TV station will dare to go against the international company. They can't wait for this kind of advertisement to be broadcasted on their channel. They can't wait to broadcast it a few more times. Lin Xian smirked. You're right. Mu Qingyao nodded. The press conference is simple. The country will personally take over. They will wait for us and personally host it for us. Mu Qingyao said. To be honest, she was also a little flattered. The #1 leader actually met her in person yesterday. It couldn't be helped. This kind of thing had been a headache for the whole world for many years. Moreover, this kind of cancer was indeed a very common disease. There might be a way to treat it in the early and middle stages, but in the later stages, there was really no way. Basically, by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stage. However, this drug could directly cure patients who had entered the late stage in just a few days and turn the terminal illness into a cold. Do you think that the leaders are important? They are very important. Even in terms of international prestige, it would be very exaggerated. They are important. Then what are we worried about? Lin Xian smirked. Lin Xian originally thought that the #1 leader was from the Shenyuan family. No, it wasn't. Now the #1 leader was from the Dongfang family. You mean? At this moment Xiao Yu ran in. President Mu, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? I think I often see it on TV. Then 2 people walked in very quietly. Lin Xian glanced at them. He didn't know them. They shouldn't be from the Dongfang family. President Mu, nice to meet you. The man was about 50 years old. He couldn't be called an old man. His status was too high. It was the Vice President Zhou Jiuhe. Mr. Zhou? Oh, there's no need for that. I'm here in secret this time. Chairman Mu, just treat me as an ordinary business partner. Mu Qingyao sat down nervously. Xiao Yu, pour tea. Zhou Jiuhe looked at Mu Qingyao with a smile and said, President Mu, you are really young and promising. This terminal illness that has troubled the whole world for many years has been solved by your company. You even turned it into a common cold that can be cured with medicine. It is really a great fortune for mankind. Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou, the company that developed the drug is... Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Mu Qingyao then coughed dryly and said, we also hope to do something. Moreover, the Mu Group's current situation is not optimistic. We have to do this to avoid bankruptcy. Otherwise, we will definitely lower the price of this medicine by a lot. It's okay. I just came to see if the Mu Group needs any help. Just tell me. Mu Qingyao shook her head. It's nothing. Now it's just a matter of publicity. Don't worry about publicity. When do you plan to officially sell it? In a few days. Zhou Jiuhe said, then I will go back and prepare now. We will invite celebrities to endorse it. We will show advertisements on all platforms and major TV stations. Don't worry, we will pay for this matter. For the country, what they gained was international prestige and the capital to negotiate with other countries. This was the most important thing. This is not good? There's nothing bad about it. You don't have to feel guilty about the country paying for it. If the country doesn't get any benefits, why would they pay for it? Zhou he smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Okay, then I will go back first." Then they walked away. Lin Xian smiled and said, "There will be more opportunities in the future. Now that the Mu Group is protected by the country, no one dares to touch it." Chapter 1494. A day later, the entire Earth was in an uproar. At first, they didn't think much of it because they had more or less seen the upcoming cancer treatment on TV, computers, and phones. What they saw was that 7 days after taking the medicine, regardless of whether it was in the early or late stages, the cancer cells would definitely be cured. What was there to think about? Wasn't this a scammer? There were too many scammers on the internet and even on TV programs, especially on a certain TV program, an old woman, an old man. But, when they switched to other channels, they actually saw the same advertisement after a while. Then they actually saw advertisements on big channels like Hunan Satellite TV and Zhejiang Satellite TV. They felt that it couldn't be true, right? After all, the TV station behind Hunan Satellite TV really didn't dare to do anything. They wouldn't agree to release such a deceptive advertisement for the sake of making money, unless this was true. At first, the young people also thought that it was all fake, but they realized that it was actually the most popular actress at the moment, the superstar Chu Xinxin, who was known as a man's dream lover, who endorsed it. They felt that it couldn't be true, right? Chu Xinxin didn't lack money. She wouldn't endorse fake things for money, let alone fake medicine. She might even go to jail. If something happened, the compensation would be enough to kill her. Moreover, it would have a huge impact on her reputation. Unless it was true? Then they saw all the big and small celebrities. They seemed to have a tacit understanding and all of them reposted the advertisement on their WeChat Moments and Weibo. Then, China was in an uproar. After China was in an uproar, the other countries more or less received the news, but it wasn't spread as widely. Hey, have you heard? I heard that a new medicine is going to be released soon. It said that this medicine can treat cancer. You can cure cancer by taking the medicine. It only takes a few days. Do you think that's true? It can't be, right? It's true. Baidu, Weibo, and Sogu have always been the #1 trending topic. The trending topic has broken the record in history. All the big celebrities have reposted Weibo and used their various methods to promote it. The big celebrity Chu Xinxin is endorsing it, and all the channels can see this news. Even the fucking login to the game now will appear for a few seconds of this advertisement. This can't be fake, this is definitely true. Ah, this is great. After so long, a medicine that can treat cancer has finally appeared. But when will it be released? I think it's in the next 2 days. Didn't the advertisement mention it? Tomorrow everyone can watch the live broadcast. You can watch the press conference on all the major channels. At the press conference, all the problems will be solved. Fuck. Then we must pay attention to it tomorrow. Young master, bad news? Lin Tian was playing golf at the golf course. Then he ran over alone, panting heavily. Shwa, Lin Tian sent the golf ball flying. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "What's wrong?" "Mu Group, it's the Mu Group." Can the Mu Group come back to life? Lin Tian laughed mockingly. It's not just resurrecting from the dead. It's even possible that it's going to rise completely, an unstoppable rise. What did you say? Lin Tian frowned. That person then took out his phone and handed it to Lin Tian. You're saying that this is a drug developed by the Mu Group? It's just a marketing tactic. Lin Tian sneered. No, young master, this news has completely exploded. It's the #1 trending topic and has broken the highest record in history. All the major TV stations have news about it. Now, when you turn on the live broadcast, open the game and login page, you will see this news. Even big and small celebrities have reposted this news on Weibo. This can't be fake, right? Lin Tian? This? Then, he hurriedly took a look at the content of the advertisement. Regardless of whether the advertisement was real or fake, all the games, software, advertisements, and celebrity endorsements, this already showed that this couldn't be fake. Someone was behind this and it couldn't be the Mu Group. They didn't have the ability. Even the Lin family didn't have the ability. Even the Xinyuan family didn't have the ability. Perhaps they needed time to do it, but this Mu Qingya, the person behind this, could be the country. The country wanted to protect the Mu group. He didn't dare to provoke it. Wasn't this the country protecting it? Wasn't this already obvious? Everything happened so quickly that it was too strange. It was as if you were in a QQ group and you, the group leader, just mentioned everyone and told them something and they immediately did it for you. It was as simple as that. But how could the reality be so simple? This involved hundreds and thousands of companies and involved real and fake negotiations, interests and so on. However, they all seemed to have agreed unanimously. And during this period, there didn't seem to be any so-called understanding or negotiation process. What kind of person could make them willing to do it without much understanding? The country. They couldn't believe other things, but they would definitely believe in the country. No way, right? This Mu group. No wonder Mu Qingya didn't panic. But why didn't she take it out earlier? Could it be that it was developed at this time? Young master, what should we do now? Lin Tian clenched his fists. What can we do? If it's true, then there's nothing we can do now. All of his efforts had been for naught. Think about it. With the protection of the country, wouldn't other companies fight to cooperate with the Mu group? They could recoup their previous losses in a short period of time. Coupled with this matter, even if the Mu group only had one drug with the previous main project, it might take off and get out of hand. But, Lin Tian muttered, it's still impossible for the Mu family to rise to the top. After all, they only have one drug. Although this drug is enough to cause a sensation, there aren't that many cancer patients in the world. It's just that it's very common and will continue to appear in the future. But if they want to rely on this drug, they will slowly stop with the passage of time. But the Mu group will definitely not fall. They are the only ones who have the formula and have applied for an exclusive patent. Not to mention other things, the country will definitely protect the Mu family for this. Let's wait for the press conference tomorrow. If that's the case, it's actually very easy to crack it. The formula can always be found. Chapter 1495. Cheers. At this moment, in the Mu family, Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and the other two families gathered together. Xiao Xian, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my Mu family would be finished. Now, the country values my Mu family so much. This can be considered as bringing honor to my Mu family. Mu Hao's face was flushed. Oh, Uncle Mu, you're too kind. Hey, you don't have to be modest. How can you be so serious? It's Qingya's fortune to be able to find a boyfriend like you. It's our fortune as well. Mu Hao said with satisfaction. Damn. The more he looked at Lin Xian, the more satisfied he was. Damn it. This granddaughter of mine doesn't have such good fortune. You say, if she finds me a grandson-in-law in the future, even if he is a dragon, it will be difficult for me to be satisfied. Qin Jiangwo took a sip of wine and sighed. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. I'm telling the truth. There are many people in the world who are richer and more handsome than little Xian. But in terms of ability, I feel that no one in the world is as good as him. Humph. Qin Yijuan muttered, there must be. There is? Tell me about it. Those ancient martial arts families. Qin Yijuan said. They pondered for a moment. Brother-in-law. Mu Feifei kicked Lin Xian under the table. What? Brother-in-law, do you think you will be two-timing or have several girlfriends in the future? Lin Xian, Feifei, what are you talking about? Go and get the rice. Well, Mu Feifei pouted and went to get the rice. Then she came over and said, I'm telling the truth. Aren't all men like this? Especially brother-in-law, when he's rich, powerful and famous, he might even abuse big sister. He might even get other girls to do it with big sister. Everyone, I didn't teach my daughter well. I didn't teach my daughter well. Don't blame me. Mu Hao said awkwardly. Are you itching for a beating again? Zhang Ting glared at her. Mu Feifei quickly shrank her head and lowered it. She looked like a good girl, but in fact, that's right. When she put down her slippers, her feet were rubbing against Lin Xian's legs under the table. Lin Xian? Fuck. What was this sister-in-law trying to do? She was seducing him. Lin Xian knew that his sister-in-law knew that he and Mu Qingya were pretending to be a couple. Could it be nice? Tonight I'll go to my sister-in-law's room. His sister-in-law was the most fragrant. On Lin Xian's left was Mu Qingya and on his right was Mu Feifei. Lin Xian, what other drugs will you be able to develop by then? Qin Yuan asked. Quite a lot. As for the specifics, I might need some time to observe and research them. Actually, Lin Xian mainly wanted to see if there were any medicinal herbs on Earth. Well, you can represent the Mu group at the press conference tomorrow. Mu Hao said. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't. Let Qingya do it. I won't do such a thing. Okay. Lin Xian then put his hand on the table and then on his sister-in-law's smooth thigh. Mu Feifei? Wow. What a hooligan. What a hooligan. I just casually seduced you and this person was so presumptuous. Although he and her sister were pretending to be a couple, they were sleeping in the same room after all. This person really dared to touch her? Damn it, damn it. Lin Xian didn't think it was his fault. You seduced him here yourself. Smooth, so smooth. Mu Feifei put her hand down intentionally or unintentionally and then pressed Lin Xian's hand. Idiot. Oh, okay. Only then did Lin Xian retract his hand. Lin Xian didn't notice that this scene was seen by Mu Qingya. She didn't see anything at first. She was a little further away from the table when she caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's hand on her sister's thigh. She was shocked. Was her sister in a relationship with Lin Xian? She didn't know. If so, how could she sleep in the same room as Lin Xian? Wasn't that, damn it, damn hooligan. She knew it. After the meal, the Qin family left. Before Qin Yijuan left, Lin Xian gave her a flirtatious look. Idiot. This was what Qin Yijuan mouthed to Lin Xian before she left. Of course, idiot didn't necessarily mean that. Many people who were close to each other like to call each other idiots. Uncle Andy will rest first. Well, rest early. There's a press conference tomorrow. The whole country and even the world will pay attention to it. Don't let anything go wrong. Zhang Ting said. Lin Xian then took Mu Qingya's hand and walked to her fragrant room. As soon as they entered her room, Mu Qingya shook off Lin Xian's hand. That's enough. Now that my parents believe that we're a couple, they won't come to my room to peek. Either you sleep in your room or you sleep in my room. You sleep on the floor and I'll sleep on the bed. Mu Qingya said coldly. What's wrong? You were sleeping so soundly before. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged her slender waist. No, to be precise, his hand was almost on her butt. In the past few days, Mu Qingya had been used to Lin Xian doing whatever he wanted to her, but she was inexplicably not angry. Strange. But now she was angry. She didn't know why she was angry. Was it because she saw Lin Xian and her sister being so flirtatious when they were eating? What's the situation between you and Feifei? Mu Qingya took Lin Xian's hand away and asked. Nothing. I saw it when we were eating. Mu Qingya said lightly. She didn't blame Mu Feifei. After all, she knew that her sister knew that she and Lin Xian were pretending. If she liked Lin Xian, it was not a problem. She seduced me. Your sister is so flirtatious. Lin Xian sniffed aggrievedly. Impossible. Although Feifei is playful, she still knows her limits. And it was your hand on her leg. Lin Xian said, it's true. I swear when we were eating she took off her shoes and rubbed my leg. She also quietly pulled my hand and put it on her leg. You sleep below. Mu Qingya said and took off her coat. She didn't believe it. She and Feifei had known each other for so many years. Feifei most likely used her feet to seduce Lin Xian. As for what happened after that, it was absolutely impossible. At least it was impossible now. Bastard Lin Xian. Go to hell. The night had passed just like that. Given Lin Xian's shamelessness, he would definitely be hugging his elegant and fragrant wife as he slept. Chapter 1496. Mu Qingya was puzzled. She was clearly someone who hated. Bah, she couldn't say that she hated boys. She was a person who paid special attention to her reputation and integrity. Not to mention other things, even if she was in a relationship, it would be difficult for her to let the man take advantage of her because she wasn't used to it. That was her feeling. She didn't know if it would change in the future because she had never met a boy she liked. She didn't know if she would change because of the boy she liked. But now she was kissed, touched, and slept with by a man she had only known for a few days. Although they didn't do anything too outrageous, she was always in his arms when she woke up in the morning. She didn't know if he did it at night or she did it herself. She wasn't sure. But this was beyond her tolerance. But she wasn't angry. She even slowly accepted it. Oh my God. Was she still Mu Qingya? Did she fall in love with Lin Xian, who was 1 or 2 years younger than her? But to be honest, they were indeed fated. And Lin Xian's ability was something she had never seen before. This morning, Mu Qingya woke up before Lin Xian. She was quite nervous because the press conference was going to be held today. Then, she was in Lin Xian's arms again. Lin Xian was hugging her again. His hands didn't move. He was just hugging her. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but she wasn't angry. Wait, was he sure he didn't move? Nai, why did it hurt? Hey, am I handsome? Lin Xian blurted out all of a sudden. Mu Qingya, whoosh, she hurriedly sat up and tidied her hair. I'm going to wash up. You can go to the press conference later. That's not important. The important thing is, can we really be a couple? Lin Xian sat up and looked at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya, I'm going to wash up. She quickly walked away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Oh, little Qingya seemed to be moved. Hey, I'm so handsome. Lin Xian sighed. His heart was tired. Lin Xian walked into the bathroom to wash up with Mu Qingya and pinched her butt. Mu Qingya, you. Still not used to it? Lin Xian grinned. Bastard. I like it when you call me that. Mu Qingya was helpless. Give me some time. When the time comes, I'll help you and Uncle Mu cure your heart disease. You have to be careful. Although your heart hasn't relapsed yet, I've taken a look. It may be on the verge of relapsing. During this period, don't overwork yourself and don't get angry. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya saw Lin Xian's rare serious look and nodded. Thank you. You're my girlfriend. You don't have to thank me. I'm not. But you've already slept with me for a few days. We've even kissed. I've done your nai-nai many times. Mu Qingya? Bastard. You really took advantage of the fact that I was asleep. Ah, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I don't care. Anyway, you're mine. Mu Qingya was dumbfounded. Lin Xian really did, Didn't that mean that except for the last step she had already, damn it. Why didn't she wake up? Did she really sleep so soundly? I feel so good. Let's go out for breakfast. Mu Qingya stood there in a daze. Then she quietly pulled down her pajamas in front of the mirror. Bastard. There were scratches on her pajamas. She knew it. Why did it hurt? This person, She really didn't know what to do. Was she really going to be his girlfriend? Actually, she didn't seem to be particularly against it. She just didn't know what to do. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and put on makeup in the bathroom. She didn't usually put on makeup. At most, she would put on lipstick. Her skin was still very good and she was naturally beautiful. But today was the press conference. Today she might be seen by the whole world. Of course she had to put on makeup. Click, Lin Xian opened the door. Mu Feifei quickly jumped away like a thief. What are you doing? No. I just happened to pass by. Mu Feifei chuckled. Are you eavesdropping? Why would I? Lin Xian smiled. She was actually eavesdropping. The soundproofing of the door was good, but it wasn't so good that she couldn't hear anything. She thought that her sister and Lin Xian were pretending, but it didn't mean that they couldn't be real. She wanted to listen. If Lin Xian and her sister did that kind of thing early in the morning, wouldn't she be able to hear it? She didn't hear anything but her sister screamed. Sister-in-law, do you like me? Lin Xian looked at Mu Feifei with a smile. Mu Feifei, well, it wasn't that she didn't like him, but she didn't like him either. She couldn't fall in love with someone so easily. However, it was obvious that Lin Xian was very powerful. Girls really liked powerful boys and she was relatively rebellious. She liked this kind of boy more. But, I like the kind of boy who is good at fighting. As for you, it's useless if you're not handsome and have good medical skills. I don't like you. That's right. Mu Feifei was simply curious and had a good impression of Lin Xian. She swore that she would find a boyfriend who was good at fighting in the future. He was like a hero. In that case, well, she could give him all her postures. Nice. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged. Hey brother-in-law, did you and my sister become real? Mu Feifei asked in a low voice. Let me tell you a secret. There are scratches on your sister's nai-nai. Lin Xian walked down after saying that. Wow. Mu Feifei's little mouth was wide open. Liar. Then she didn't believe it. It was impossible. Her sister was the most old-fashioned. She even thought that if her sister was in a relationship, she wouldn't have sex with a man for 2 years. It was the 21st century. Her sister's thinking was really amazing. If it were her, as long as she liked it, well, she would do it on the first day. But she hadn't been in a relationship so far because she really hadn't met the kind of boy she wanted. The kind who was super good at fighting and could easily win against many people. Especially the kind who could hit the table and send chopsticks flying, and then pierce the opponent's hand. Wow, so handsome. She liked watching this kind of drama. No, let's go and see. Mu Feifei opened the door and went into Mu Qingya's room. She first took a look. She swore that the two must be sleeping in the same bed or even in the same bed. Sister. Mu Feifei walked to Mu Qingya's side. What's the matter? Mu Qingya didn't know that danger was coming. Chapter 1497. Mu Feifei's eyes were fixed on Mu Qingya's private part. Sister, your pajamas are made of good material. Mu Feifei put her hand on her pajamas. Mu Qingya put on her lipstick and looked at herself in the mirror. Then she said lightly, "Didn't I buy it with you?" "Oh, yes." Swish. Then she pulled Mu Qingya's loose pajamas off and quickly pulled down her bra. Wow. Mu Feifei clearly saw something. Lin Xian didn't lie to her. That meant that big sister and Lin Xian's relationship had really become real. Wow. Lin Xian really became her brother-in-law? You're crazy again. Mu Qingya knocked on Mu Feifei's head. Sister, were you pinched by my brother-in-law? Mu Qingya, get out. Oh. Ah. My brother-in-law is so strong. Haha. Mu Feifei laughed and ran out. Mu Qingya, she was convinced. What kind of people were they? One was so shameless and the other was so naughty. Oh no. Now that his little sister had seen it, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Mu Feifei ran downstairs and sat next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was eating breakfast, Mu Hao was drinking tea on the sofa, and Zhang Ting was busy in the kitchen. What's amazing? I just took off my sister's clothes. I saw it. Lin Xian, amazing. Lin Xian gave her a thumbs up. No. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. My sister has so many suitors and so many outstanding men, but she didn't agree to any of them. Brother-in-law, you've only known my sister for a few days but you're already amazing. Lin Xian smiled and said, after all, I'm sleeping in the same room as her. If I can't do that, then I'm too weak, right? Yes, my brother-in-law is amazing. Brother-in-law, can you lend me some money? Mu Feifei said aggrievedly. You still lack money? Previously, when such a big incident happened to the Mu group, I sold my car to give the money to my sister. Now, I don't even have 3,000 yuan on me. It's not even enough to go out for a meal. Brother-in-law, good brother-in-law, I'm your sister-in-law. You have to pamper me in the future. Lin Xian, sister, I don't even have 100 yuan on me. Really, you can ask your sister for it. Mu Feifei, you're not a competent brother-in-law. People have already said that a competent brother-in-law has to dote on his sister-in-law. Only then can she help him to guide her sister. A competent brother-in-law needs to get his sister-in-law into bed. Lin Xian said as he drank a mouthful of porridge. Mu Feifei? Wow. Stinky hooligan. Damn pervert. Shameless. What are you doing so early in the morning? I'm telling you, you have to go to school today. Zhang Ting came out of the kitchen and said to Mu Feifei. No, it's boring. I have an appointment with someone to go to the haunted house today. Mu Feifei said. When can you learn from your sister? Zhang Ting shook her head. No, I'm so tired. Lin Xian said with a smile. Auntie, in fact, everyone has their own choices. Feifei was born in a rich family. There are some procedures that she doesn't have to go through. Those are what ordinary people have to do. Of course, it's right to do better, but I think the most important thing is to be happy. As long as you don't break the law and don't do anything wrong, I don't think anything else is wrong. Yes, brother-in-law is right. Mu Feifei said, yes, this brother-in-law is not bad. Xiao Xian, what you said does make sense, but who doesn't want their child to be better? Happiness is indeed important, so we don't force Feifei too much. Yes, mother is right. Mu Feifei nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian, this sister-in-law is really, however, Lin Xian felt that this sister-in-law should have brought all the happiness to this family. In fact, it was necessary for a team and a family to have such a character. She was active, lively, and funny. Such a person was quite good. She felt a little like Lu Yufan. But now Lin Xian suddenly realized something. He had to go back in 3 months. If he didn't go back, he would be annihilated. In other words, Lin Xian would disappear from the earth again in 3 months. What about the people here? Tell them the truth? Lin Xian didn't know if he could say it, and he didn't know what the consequences would be, and he didn't know if they would believe him. If he left, Lin Xian felt that he should be able to come back, but he wasn't sure when he could come back. 1 year? 2 years? 5 years? 10 years? He wasn't sure. He knew that before he reached the heavenly Tao realm, it would be difficult for him to come back before he reached the heavenly Tao realm at least 5 stars. And the advancement in the heavenly Tao realm was extremely difficult. He was confident that he could come back because of the system, but he wasn't sure of the time. Could they wait for an unknown amount of time? Perhaps they could, but Lin Xian felt that it was too unfair to them. This was troublesome. He shouldn't have been on Earth, or at least he shouldn't have shown mercy on Earth. But fuck. Everyone would trigger different missions. Last night's mission required him to obtain enough system points to go back, or he would die. And the mission he triggered left him with no choice but to communicate with the girls. Sigh. What should he do now? In fact, if Lin Xian could figure out the connection between the God's Awakening Door, Earth and Planet Azure, there was actually a solution. But could he figure out the relationship between them? Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. But there was still the problem. How long would he need to spend? When would he have the capital? Lin Xian didn't know. Sigh. Hey brother-in-law, why are you in a daze? Mu Feifei waved her hand in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking about the past. The past? What is it? Mu Feifei asked. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. It must be his ex-girlfriend. Mu Feifei said. What's in your head all day long? If you're envious that your sister has found a boyfriend, then hurry up and find one for me. Don't end up like your sister and end up going on blind dates. But I have a condition. This boyfriend has to be someone like Xiao Xian. I can't say that he's more capable than him, but his character has to be guaranteed. Who said that brother-in-law has a good character? He even touched. What? Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Right. Mu Feifei suddenly remembered that her brother-in-law and sister were no longer pretending. He even touched her thigh when they were eating. Wow. Chapter 1498. Lin Xian and Mu Qingye went to the Mu group. Zhang Ting, Mu Hao and the others would also go, but they would only go later. When the time comes, the Qin family and the others would also go. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the Mu group. There might be thousands of reporters and even foreign reporters. In addition to these thousands of reporters, there might be hundreds of thousands of people. They all came to join in the fun. Of course, some of them were really here for themselves or their family members had cancer. They traveled thousands of miles just to be the first to come here. Of course, because of this matter, there might be more than 300 police officers here to maintain order. There might even be some people sent by the country here. In short, today was very special and very important. Moreover, they had to protect the people of the Mu group because international battles were invisible. To be honest, if other countries wanted to send people to assassinate them, wouldn't that be normal? Although generally speaking they would not blatantly make a move here, protecting their safety was still the most important thing. Everyone don't crowd. Enter the Mu group in an orderly manner. The Mu group's conference hall is ready. Everyone can have a seat. There is no need to crowd. Zhang Yang personally maintained order there, letting the thousands of reporters enter the huge Mu group conference hall in an orderly manner. Of course, he also had the responsibility of checking whether those people had dangerous items on them. Guns, grenades, C4 and so on. He must pay attention to them. If someone asked terrorists to do it, wouldn't it blow up? In the conference hall, there were too many big shots, reporters and even Zhou Jiuhe and a few people sitting in the crowd in a low-key manner. Elder Zhou. A man walked to his side and whispered in his ear, country's people were found outside and have been dealt with. Zhou Jiuhe smiled and nodded. His eyes kept looking forward. Okay, sit down. This subordinate will go and take a look again. It's better to be careful. And that's fine too. Lin Tian and some others also came to the scene of the press conference. Young Master, the Lu family and the Feng family also came. Lin Tian glanced at them. Let them come. They are all here to join in the fun. To be precise, they were here to see if they could work with the Mu group. Young Master, they definitely know that we made a move. What do you think we should do if, when the Mu group grows stronger, what should we do if they retaliate? Counterattack? What's the Mu group? It's just a business family with a history of 100 years. If it weren't for Mu Qingye, the Mu family would only be a small billionaire that just broke the 100 million mark. How could he fight back against the Lin family? Even if he has the capital, she doesn't have the guts. Lin Tian coldly snorted and said. In the hall, other than the reporters and big shots, there were also a lot of big stars. One of them was the main spokesperson, a popular starlet invited by the country, Chu Xinxin. She was backstage. She came mainly to help host the press conference because her popularity was too high. She was equivalent to an Xian's popularity. Their career lines were quite similar. After all, she represented popularity. With her presence, she could also attract the attention of those young people. Moreover, she had a lot of influence in the world and would also attract the attention of many people abroad. There was another girl with Chu Xinxin. Xinxin, you're so beautiful. Chu Xinxin dressed herself up. After all, the scale of today's press conference was greater than any other in history. A global press conference. She was also the host, so she felt very excited. It's okay. You're also very beautiful. Don't worry, you'll definitely be popular. Chu Xinxin looked at the beautiful girl beside her with a smile. I will do my best. The one who spoke was Wang Xintong. That's right, she also triggered a mission. The mission she triggered gave her a headache. She had already completed a few missions before and they were relatively simple. However, the most important mission was now. The number of fans exceeded 10 million. Wang Xintong cried. The number of fans exceeded 10 million? She could only try to become a star. If the number of fans reached 10 million, they would basically be close to or an A-list star, right? Not necessarily. Some stars were short-lived. A drama would be popular for a period of time, and the number of fans would skyrocket by tens of millions, but there would be no follow-up. However, she only wanted 10 million real fans. No matter how long it lasted, no matter if the fans would drop or not, as long as the number of fans exceeded 10 million, the mission would be completed. She could go on to the next one. Then, she found a way to join an entertainment company, which was the company that Chu Xinxin was in. She didn't have much of a resume, but she was beautiful, so the company accepted her. Wang Xintong came into contact with this world very quickly because it was basically the same as their world. However, she had joined the company for 3 days. She had no choice. Until now, she hadn't shown her face or acted in a drama. Yes, she had never acted in a drama before. She didn't have any acting skills. Even if there was a drama, she wouldn't be accepted. Moreover, she couldn't be qualified to act because she didn't have any acting skills. Wang Xintong felt that she might have taken the wrong path. 10 million fans. She didn't have to be a star. Live broadcast, short videos, etc. Anyway, no matter which one it was, she had a headache. She felt that she might fail the mission. Now, her identity was more like Chu Xinxin's assistant. Fortunately, Chu Xinxin was a very good person and took good care of her. However, what made Wang Xintong a little. No, what shocked her was that this world actually had songs arranged by Lin Xian. The names were the same, but the accompaniment was slightly different. The lyrics were the same. She was really shocked. Therefore, she didn't know whether this world was a virtual existence in the God's awakening door or a real existence. She leaned towards the former. The people here were all fake. They were all data. Otherwise, why would there be songs that were the same as in reality? It might have been recorded when the big data was recorded. Xintong, I'll bring you to host later, Chu Xinxin said. No. I don't know how to. Chu Xinxin said, isn't your wish to have more than 10 million fans? You're so beautiful. You don't have to do anything else. This press conference is broadcasted live worldwide. You're so beautiful. If you host it with me, you should attract a lot of fans. Wang Xintong bit her lip. There are lyrics here. Try to memorize them. You don't have to say the exact same words. When the time comes, your answers will be similar. Thank you. Chu Xinxin smiled and didn't say anything. Hey, I'm going to see the big stars. Suddenly, a voice came. Come on, brother-in-law. You're just going to see the beauties? You're old and lecherous. Mu Feifei followed Lin Xian eagerly. Chapter 1499. Wang Xintong felt that the voice was strangely familiar. In the backstage, Lin Xian and Mu Feifei walked over. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Lin Xian and Mu Feifei walked over. Wow. As expected of a superstar who suddenly became famous in such a short time. She was so beautiful. So tender. Wang Xintong stood by the side and saw Lin Xian. Then her small mouth opened wide. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at her. Lin Xian. Damn. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw Wang Xintong. He never expected to meet Wang Xintong here. Although it was easy for them to meet if they became famous on the internet, it was not that easy to become famous on the internet. Moreover, it took time. Therefore, they could only rely on fate to meet each other. Wow, he really did not expect that little cutie Xintong would be here. Lin Xian. Although they had not seen each other for a short time, they really missed each other. Most importantly, they met in such a big place. They were really happy. Lin Xian hugged Wang Xintong and spun her around, making Wang Xintong blush. Mu Feifei? Take a picture. She hurriedly took out her phone and snapped a series of photos. Scumbag. This was not a scumbag, then what was? He had already done it with her sister. This person had another woman outside. Moreover, it seemed that they had known each other for a long time. In other words, her sister was a mistress? Wow. Amazing. Chu Xinxin was stunned. She had not known Wang Xintong for long. When she said that she had a boyfriend, she was curious and wanted a photo. She could not take it out awkwardly and did not even have his contact information. She found it strange, but now it seemed that she was right. My goodness, did you come here to become a superstar? Lin Xian pinched Wang Xintong's little face. Wang Xintong nodded and then whispered, mission. Fuck. This mission was truly admirable. What was he doing? Make you angry? 10 million fans. Lin Xian scratched his head. It's not that difficult. Ugh. Hey brother-in-law, what do you mean? Mu Feifei comes over and kicks Lin Xian. Chu Xinxin? What? There was even someone who called him brother-in-law? What a jerk. Shoo, go play in the sand. Lin Xian waved his hand. You. Wait here, I'll tell my sister. Mu Feifei snorted and walked away angrily. Was he not afraid? Aren't you worried? I'm convinced. Come, tell me what happened. Lin Xian pulled Wang Xintong to a corner. Chu Xinxin stood there in a daze. Lin Xian chatted a lot with Wang Xintong. What about you? Wang Xintong asked. Me? It's a lot more complicated. I spent my first day in the detention center. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Then what mission did you trigger? Several. Currently I'm trying to earn 100 billion. After I earn that, I can return to the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian. Me too. As long as I have 10 million fans, I can return to the mysterious heaven realm. Wang Xintong nodded. Did you meet anyone else? No. Wang Xintong shook her head. Well, show your face today. If they see you, they should contact you. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then I'll go memorize the script. Lin Xian, did you do this? Lin Xian nodded. I knew it. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue and walked to the side. Sister. Mu Feifei ran to another room. Mu Qingya was sitting in front of the mirror, and a makeup artist was helping her do a little last touch. What? Well, Mu Feifei hesitated. Should she tell her? If she told her, wouldn't it make her look bad? But she was his biological sister. Also, that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. It was so annoying. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You're so beautiful today. Mu Feifei said with a smile. Are you short of money? Yes. Wait a few days. Spend less in the next few days. Mu Qingya said lightly. Okay. Mu Feifei then ran away. Hey brother-in-law, I'll give you one last chance. Give me the money or I'll tell my sister. Mu Feifei stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You. Mu Feifei stared at Lin Xian angrily. I'll tell my sister after the press conference. Mu Feifei said unhappily. Press conference? Is your sister President Mu? Chu Xinxin asked in surprise. Yes. Then Chu Xinxin looked at Lin Xian. So, he's President Mu's boyfriend? Yes. President Mu's boyfriend is two-timing? Yes. Lin Xian. Chu Xinxin looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What a beast. President Mu was so beautiful and elegant. He had already gotten such a girl, but he was still two-timing. It was definitely not because of Enchanting. Enchanting was very innocent. She could tell that she must have been deceived by this bad man. You must tell President Mu. Chu Xinxin said indignantly. Of course, unless you give me the money. Mu Feifei stretched out her hand to Lin Xian again. Chu Xinxin? Was she really his sister? I won't give you the money. Go eat dirt. You. Didn't you say that sister-in-law is the most fragrant? Didn't you say that you would be good to sister-in-law? Mu Feifei put her hands on her waist and stared at Lin Xian. Wang Xintong sat not far away and blinked her eyes. No way. Lin Xian hooked up with another girl here? But wasn't this a virtual world? If he hooked up with another girl, what would he do in the future? Or did he just want to have some fun? It shouldn't be, right? Although Lin Xian was a pervert, he was still a very responsible person. There was a sound outside. Enchanting, it's time for us to go on stage. Coming. Wang Xintong lifted her skirt and ran over. Lin Xian, I'll go on stage to host. I heard that it can increase the exposure. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Yes. The press conference officially began. Chu Xinxin and Wang Xintong, the two beautiful girls, were the hosts of the opening ceremony and received a lot of praise. Bad guy. Mu Feifei still had a great deal of resentment towards Lin Xian. Slap. Lin Xian slapped her butt with the back of his hand. Mu Feifei, I'll tell my sister. She pursed her lips and ran away. Well, when she took off her pants, she would show her sister the handprint on her butt. Facts speak louder than words. Just you wait. Sister, let me tell you just now. If you have anything to say, say it later. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and walked away quickly. Ah. Lin Shen came over and smiled. Slap. Ah. Lin Shen, you pervert. Pervert. Chapter 1500. Outside, a group of big shots was waiting for Mu Qingya. Wang Xintong and Chu Xingxin were still hosting, but they were already at the end. The hosting of the two young and beautiful girls still attracted a lot of attention. It was just that the most attention now was naturally that kind of medicine. Xingxin, you're the spokesperson for this drug. Do you have anything to say about it? A reporter couldn't help but ask. Chu Xingxin was helpless. Although she was the spokesperson, it was the country that asked her to do it. After all, it was the country. She and the company were quite assured and didn't need to know more about it. Chu Xingxin smiled and said, about this you can ask President Mu about it in person. I won't answer you. President Mu should be ready. Let's invite President Mu to the stage. Wow! The next moment, there was a thunderous applause and everyone's eyes were focused on a certain spot. Mu Qingya, who was wearing a white, relatively elegant dress, walked up to them. Everyone looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. You really can't imagine that the president of a company is such a beautiful woman. It's really exaggerated and she's very young. President Mu, may I ask? President Mu? For a moment, countless flashes were crazily flashing, and everyone was excitedly asking questions. Mu Qingya didn't have any scruples in front of the camera, although she knew that this press conference was open to the whole world. Lin Tian looked at this extremely beautiful woman and secretly clenched his fists. What? Such a beautiful woman, why can't I, Lin Tian, get her? What? Everyone please be quiet. Mu Qingya said lightly to the camera and microphone with a smile. Everyone quieted down. The purpose of today's press conference is to solve the questions in everyone's mind. I'll answer them one by one. So let's begin. First, this person from Sports Wan Shang, who is also an old acquaintance of mine, can ask first. The girl then hurriedly asked, President Mu, I have a lot of questions. Please answer them one by one. Mu Qingya smiled and said, I'll only answer one. After all, there are so many reporters here, right? The woman nodded. You're right, Chairman Mu. Then I'd like to ask Chairman Mu about this anti-cancer drug. The whole world is concerned about it. I'd like to ask a relatively specific question. That is, what kind of effect can this drug achieve? What are its limits? Lin Xian was watching Mu Qingya from the backstage. She gave off the vibe of Linya, which was why Lin Xian liked her so much. Lin Xian, Wang Xintong ran towards Lin Xian. Sit. Lin Xian smiled and patted his leg. I don't want to. She blushed. Sit down or I'll get angry. Wang Xintong blushed and sat on Lin Xian's lap. Mu Feifei? Crack. She swore that if this brother-in-law didn't give her any benefits, she would give all the photos to her sister. Humph. Brother-in-law, if you don't give me any benefits, just wait and see. I'll take all the photos. But if you do, I'll consider not telling my sister even if it's something so outrageous. Go play in the sand. You. Humph. You're so infuriating. Why wasn't he afraid? Did he not care if he slept with her sister? Mu Qingya said with a smile. First of all, this is not an anti-cancer drug but a cancer drug. What you asked should be of concern to everyone. We have done clinical trials and the FDA has approved it. What I said is absolutely true. There is only one course of treatment for this drug. No matter if you are in the early stage, the middle stage, or the late stage, a treatment course of 7 days will definitely cure you completely. To put it simply, under the Harmony capsule, cancer is just a common cold. Gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Since she dared to hold this press conference, she must dare to make a promise. President Mu, may I ask if it can be treated no matter how serious the condition is? Another reporter hurriedly asked. Mu Qingya said, in theory yes. But because everyone knows that if it's delayed to a certain extent, the spread of cancer cells will destroy the body's functions. This capsule only clears the cancer cells and other things are useless. But basically there should be no problem. Chairman Mu, may I ask if this Harmony capsule was really developed by your Mu Group? As far as I know, the Mu Group's main business is beauty and luxury goods. But the Mu Group suddenly developed a drug that's not on par with the industry at all. It's even a global problem. This makes us very curious. Yes, this is indeed very curious. Mu Qingya then said, if you pay attention to the Mu Group, you should know that the Mu Group was suppressed by many companies some time ago and was even on the verge of bankruptcy. All the employees left, All the companies terminated their cooperation, and the banks refused to lend to them. During this period, the Mu Group saw through the fickleness of human nature. In the end, the Mu Group directly transformed and developed this drug. This is the only way to turn the tables. Hearing Mu Qingya's words, many of the former presidents were ashamed. They all regretted it now. They couldn't afford to offend the Lin family, but they also couldn't afford to offend the Mu family. If Mu Qingya was more ruthless, then they would be finished. And the one who developed this drug is not a team. It's one person. He is. Mu Qingya hesitated slightly and then looked at the camera with her beautiful eyes. He is my boyfriend. Wow, her words were like 1,000 waves. Boyfriend? Mu Qingya's boyfriend? She has a boyfriend? No, that's not the point. The point is her boyfriend really so amazing? He developed the world's most difficult problem alone? Mu Qingya said this because she wanted to tell the whole world that she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was very outstanding. She hoped that those who still wanted to pursue her would give up so that she could save herself a lot of trouble. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter to her. Anyway, it was fine as long as outsiders knew. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Wang Xintong sat on his lap and blinked her big eyes. Chu Xinxin, who was standing next to them, was dumbfounded. This person was President Mu's boyfriend, Wang Xintong's boyfriend. And this scumbag was holding Wang Xintong backstage and looking at President Mu? And in front of President Mu's sister? Could it be that President Mu knew that he was two-timing and accepted it? It can't be, right? Wang Xintong was used to it anyway, so she could accept it. However, she was worried that the people here were all fictional. Although they seemed very real, they couldn't go to another planet after entering the God's Awakening door, right? Chapter 1501. Lin Tian clenched his fists. Other than Lin Tian, there were many other suitors of Mu Qingya here. Hearing this, they clenched their fists tightly. It was announced to the whole world. It should be true, right? Who was that person? Lin Tian frowned. This medicine was developed by Lin Xian? How could he? Lin Tian couldn't imagine. He was from an ancient martial arts family. How could this Lin Xian solve a problem that even the ancient martial arts family couldn't solve? Damn it. That's a good match. Will CEO Mu's lover show up? The reporter said with a smile. Mu Qingya shook her head. He doesn't like to show his face in public. If he was responsible, he would have shown up with me from the beginning. CEO Mu's lover is really low-key. Under normal circumstances, he can apply for a Nobel Prize after developing this medicine. But now it seems that CEO Mu's lover? Mu Qingya shook her head. I don't know. Next question. CEO Mu, there's another question. Will this medicine be very rare? After all, most families can't afford the high cost. For example, some diseases may cost tens of thousands of yuan for a needle. For example, some medicines may cost tens of thousands of yuan for a course of treatment. Will this kind of expensive medicine appear in the Harmony capsule? Mu Qingya nodded. Yes. Everyone's heart sank. What I mean is that the medicine won't be rare for the time being. What will be expensive is that it will only cost tens of thousands of yuan. After all, the cost of this medicine is obvious. But unlike other medicines, for many diseases, people need to use medicine to prolong their lives. It costs tens of thousands of yuan every month. Day after day, year after year, there's no end to it. But the Harmony capsule is different. It only costs tens of thousands of yuan. It can cure cancer in a week. Do you still think this is a sky-high price? Mu Qingya glanced at the crowd and said, yes, it's fundamentally different. Spending tens of thousands of yuan to cure cancer is very cheap. That's right. Normal hospitalization costs are more than tens of thousands. Other diseases prolong life, but the Harmony capsule can cure cancer. Yes, there's a fundamental difference. Everyone nodded. To be honest, it was very cheap to cure cancer for tens of thousands of yuan. Then Chairman Mu, how much is it? As for the current price, because we are sure that a course of treatment can definitely remove all the spreading cancer cells in 7 days, the current price of a course of treatment is 38,888 yuan, and there is only one type. Mu Qingya said. Less than 40,000 yuan to cure cancer. To be honest, even an early or mid-stage surgery or other expenses would cost more than this. That's right, he's already very kind. Chairman Mu, when will it go on sale? Mu Qingya said, currently the physical stores have already terminated their cooperation with the Mu Group, but the online commerce platform has been opened. So, there is only one channel for the sale now, and that is the online commerce platform. Everyone, please look for the only Mu Group store and don't buy fake medicine. The official sale will start at midnight tonight. You need to register your ID to buy it, and each person can only buy one course of treatment at most. At the same time, the Mu Group welcomes all the agents in the future to come and negotiate with us. Mu Qingya's words were very clear. The friends she had never made before didn't include the companies that had terminated their cooperation with her. And if one could become their agent, the benefits would be unimaginable. Many people who were paying attention to the press conference were excited. Morong, will the Mu Group officially transform? Mu Qingya shook her head. No, the Mu Group will continue to engage in the previous industry in the future. In the future, the Mu Group will sell a kind of mask that should be better than all the skincare products today. It can remove wrinkles, crow's feet, and acne marks in a short time, improve the skin, and even make a 40-year-old look 10 years younger with the naked eye. It is already in development and has been successful. We are just waiting for the release. Everyone look forward to it. Wow! Hearing Mu Qingya's words, everyone was shocked again. The press conference was over. The Mu Group had completely become a company that people were talking about. If they could really do it, the development of the Mu Group would be unparalleled. Mu Qingya was busy and couldn't spare any time. Mu Feifei wanted to complain, but she couldn't see Mu Qingya. Lin Xian was too infuriating. Lin Xian and Wang Xintong were discussing Wang Xintong's task. For the time being, Lin Xian's task shouldn't be a problem. He could earn 100 billion yuan in a short time. Did you find out about that, Lin Xian? Lin Tian asked faintly while drinking red wine in a business suite. Yes, this is his information. Lin Tian took it and frowned. What? There is no information about his activities in 3 years? Qin Yijuan had asked someone to help delete the news of his death. With the intervention of the country, they couldn't find any records of Lin Xian's death 3 years ago. It was just that there was no information about him in the past 3 years. Well, it seems that he might have gone to a mysterious organization or an ancient martial arts family to cultivate in the past 3 years. Impossible. I have interacted with him. He doesn't have a trace of true qi on him. He is just an ordinary person. Lin Tian said confidently. That can't be explained. Lin Tian muttered, in short, this person can't exist in this world. It doesn't matter if he can explain it or not. Just kill him. As long as he was killed, the Mu Group would have no one to rely on. There would be many things that couldn't be developed in the future. He could see that it was because of this Lin Xian that the Mu Group was revived. Everything was developed by this Lin Xian. It's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to be an ordinary person? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes, he rarely appears in places where there is no one, Lin Tian said, then use other means. Mu Feifei, the second daughter of the Mu family, always fooling around. It shouldn't be difficult to kidnap her, right? Not difficult. Well, use her to threaten this Lin Xian. There shouldn't be a problem, right? The man nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. I can ask those people to do it. Well, tell them to be quick and careful. Don't leave any traces. After it's done, take 10 million and give them 50 million. Yes, young master. Then the man walked away. Lin Tian shook his wine glass. Lin Xian, you shouldn't be in danger if you keep a low profile. But since you want to be high profile, how can this young master let you go? Killing a person is a piece of cake for this young master. Chapter 1502. Mu Qingya was very busy, but she was very fulfilled and satisfied. She was a busy person. If she was not busy, she would feel uncomfortable. She was used to it. That night, Lin Xian and his family, as well as the Qin family, gathered at the Mu residence for dinner. Mu Qingya did not come back. She was still busy preparing for 12 o'clock in the morning. It was estimated that it would explode at 12 o'clock in the morning. Many people might be waiting on the platform to buy it. Even those who didn't get the disease probably kept it for the sake of buying it in case of an emergency. After all, they weren't sure if they could still buy it in the future. After all, this disease was actually very common and easy to get. Many people bought it to see if they could break down the formula. Although the patent was bought by the Mu Group, if they could develop it, they could sell it secretly later. If the price was lower, there would be people who would buy it. Those big families would definitely buy it. Xian, the Mu Group is really indebted to you this time. Otherwise, Mu Hao shook his head. He knew what the consequences would be if it were not for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Mu, we are family. Don't say that. Qin Yijuan heard Lin Xian's words and felt inexplicably unhappy. Family, ha? Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Qin Zhengwo, old Master Qin, was drinking alone. Dad, why are you drinking alone? What's a pity? Qin Yijuan's mother asked. It's a pity that my precious granddaughter is not as fast as Mu Qingya. Lin Xian is such a good boy. I really like him. It's a pity that someone else beat me to it. Everyone, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qin Yijuan said helplessly. I think. Mu Feifei took a bite of the drumstick, then shook the drumstick in her hand and said, I think there's still a chance. Everyone looked at Mu Feifei in confusion. Brother-in-law is very lecherous. Maybe he's two-timing. Lin Xian, everyone, Tiske, what nonsense are you talking about all day long? Zhang Ting glared at Mu Feifei. Mu Feifei lowered her head and poked the meat with her chopsticks. Cough cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I'm done. I'm done too. Mu Feifei said quickly. Lin Xian glanced at her. What was his sister-in-law up to? Then you youngsters can have some fun together. We old fellows won't join you. Come, old Master Qin, let's drink. Let me offer you a toast. Lin Xian went to the back garden and lit a cigarette. Mu Feifei came from behind and kicked Lin Xian. Hey, I haven't even told my elder sister about you. You better take this last chance to bribe me, then I won't tell my elder sister. I won't tell her that you're two-timing either, okay? Lin Xian turned to look at the pretty girl. Sister-in-law, I really don't have money. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh, you'll have money tomorrow. Lin Xian asked, won't your elder sister give you money tomorrow? She will. That's good. But she won't give me much. At most, she'll give me around 100,000 yuan. Lin Xian, elder sister, what are you doing? 100,000 yuan isn't enough? Not enough, not enough. Their cars are worth millions and they're all sold now. Mu Feifei pouted. Lin Xian said, you're extorting me. Hehehe, who told you to two-time? Okay, I'll give you some money when I get it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You said it? Yes, I said it. Mu Feifei then ran away happily. I heard it. Qin Yijuan came over at this time. What did you hear? You're two-timing. Lin Xian, wife. Yes, I'm two-timing you and little Qingya. Lin Xian looked at Qin Yijuan with a smile. Nonsense. Qin Yijuan walked to Lin Xian's side and looked at the scenery in front of her. Qingya is very conservative. I know that many men are bastards, but she can't accept this kind of thing. No, she can't accept it even if she's a normal woman. Wow. You're not scolding me? You're not slapping me? Lin Xian was shocked. So you admit it? Lin Xian nodded. Scumbag ba. Qin Yijuan walked away. Lin Xian, this Earth was different from the sky blue planet. In the end, the sky blue planet was still a place where the strong were respected. On the other hand, Earth was truly protected by the law. Strength was respected, so monogamy was not a strong concept. Lin Xian sighed. What should he do? A day passed just like that. Mu Qingya came back the next morning and went to sleep in her room. The supply could not meet the demand. A total of 1 million sets were prepared in advance and sold out in an hour. Hundreds of thousands of boxes were produced overnight, but the supply could not meet the demand. In other words, from last night until now, the Mu Group had earned more than 40 billion. Now the employees were divided into 2 shifts and working overtime to produce the medicine. The post-production department was constantly purchasing materials, and the Mu Group was constantly recruiting new employees. Mu Qingya had promised Lin Xian that the Mu Group would only take 5% of the profits from the medicine. The remaining 95% would be Lin Xian's. After all, the Mu Group could rely on this to survive and continue to grow. Lin Xian did not refuse. He needed to earn 100 billion. If it was normal, he should be able to complete this task in 2 or 3 days. Now there is another task, which is to pick up 2 girls. Little Qingya is one, and then there is my sister-in-law or Qin Yijuan. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. In this world, picking up 2 beautiful sisters was a bit too much, right? Well, it's better to pick Qin Yijuan. Time to sleep. Lin Xian then went to Mu Qingya's room. Mu Qingya was sleeping soundly wrapped in the quilt. Lin Xian did not disturb her. He crawled into the quilt and hugged her, then fell asleep. After all, Lin Xian had no cultivation now. He also needed to eat and rest. Sigh, I haven't had sex with a girl since I came to Earth. I'm so hungry. I shouldn't have let Wang Xintong go. However, Lin Xian now had to consider Wang Xintong's task. Her 10 million fans were a bit difficult to deal with, but, with her beauty, as long as the company was willing to spend a lot of money to promote her, Lin Xian planned to give it a try. When the time came, It shouldn't be a problem for Mu Qingya to talk to Wang Xintong's company, right? That afternoon, Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian's side profile. Chapter 1503. Mu Qingya bit her lip, and then, she showed an embarrassed and angry expression. Bastard. His hand, Mu Qingya hurriedly pulled Lin Xian's hand out of her clothes. Bastard. Bastard. She really gave up. Could it be that she had already acknowledged him? To be her real boyfriend? Otherwise, why didn't she get angry when he pinched her nai again and again? Mu Qingya grabbed her messy hair and hurriedly got up. Morning, daughter-in-law. Lin Xian suddenly said. Mu Qingya, it's afternoon. She nodded and went into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian yawned and walked in, hugging Mu Qingya from behind. Mu Qingya, what are you doing? Lin Xian leaned his face on her shoulder. I like you. Mu Qingya, phew, she looked at herself in the mirror and said, yesterday's revenue came out. So far, the revenue has reached 60 billion yuan. Not bad. If it weren't for the short supply, it would have exceeded 100 billion yuan by now. Mu Qingya had never thought that making money could be so easy. Lin Xian, you don't have enough factories, do you? She nodded. There must be a lot of companies begging to cooperate with us to produce beauty products. Okay, but I'm worried that we won't be able to keep it steady. What's there to worry about? You keep an eye on them and I'll let Zhang Yang keep an eye on things here. Mu Qingya said, let Zhang Yang keep an eye on the beauty products. The cancer drugs are very important. If anything goes wrong, it will be devastating. Okay. Mu Qingya wiped her face. Let go of me. Lin Xian shook his head. Oh. Mu Qingya, honey, why don't you be my girlfriend for real? Lin Xian leaned against her back and said. Mu Qingya. Look, we've kissed and Nai has touched me. You don't mind. Mu Qingya? Don't mind? Just because you said you don't mind? However, she really couldn't imagine that Lin Xian would touch such a private place of hers. She actually, Mu Qingya turned around and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's not that I don't agree. You are indeed very outstanding. You should find a better girl. To me, if it weren't for you, I might just be a woman from an ordinary family. You can find someone better. Lin Xian looked at her. How is that possible? Don't you know how beautiful you are? You only look at a woman's appearance? Mu Qingya asked. No, but appearance is very important, isn't it? Lin Xian smirked. Mu Qingya turned around and said, I don't have time. I can't accompany you too much and I can't do anything intimate with you. I don't know how to be a good girlfriend. I'm not qualified. Then leave it to me. Lin Xian leaned over. Mu Qingya trembled and her red lips were kissed by Lin Xian. Mu Qingya, it hurts? She was about to burst into tears. Then she pushed Lin Xian to the back and ran out with her hands covering her breasts. Lin Xian smirked. He got her. Although she didn't agree in the end, but, nice? Sister, your face is so red. Mu Feifei opened her mouth when she saw Mu Qingya. Really? Maybe I was too tired yesterday. Mu Feifei blinked and looked at Mu Qingya. What does being tired yesterday have to do with your blushing this afternoon? Tell me, did you and brother-in-law do something shameful in broad daylight? Mu Qingya, go away. Bad woman. Mu Qingya, give me the money. Mu Feifei reached out her hand. Mu Qingya handed her a card. I don't have much money now. I'll make it up to you later. After all, Mu Feifei had sold her sports car, luxury goods, and bags for the Mu Group. Okay, I'll ask brother-in-law. Don't ask him. He needs money to go out tomorrow. Why? It's Shueli's birthday. I'm going to give her a sports car. We've been good friends for so many years. If I can't even give her a sports car, it'll be so embarrassing. I'll give it to you. Mu Qingya shook her head. No, I want to ask brother-in-law. Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Then Mu Feifei ran upstairs. Brother-in-law, give me the money. Lin Xian, ask your sister for the money. She won't give it to me. What I mean is, my money is now in the Mu Group's account. You can ask her for the money. Just tell her I agree. Mu Feifei's eyes lit up. I love you so much. Then she ran downstairs happily. For Mu Feifei, at the age where she liked to play, she wanted to save face. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Another day passed by just like that. Mu Qingya was still busy. Lin Xian asked Qin Yijuan out for dinner. After all, Lin Xian wanted to hit on her, but Qin Yijuan rejected him. That scumbag was too timing and he even asked her out for dinner alone. He was up to no good. Bah. That scumbag. Obviously he wanted to 3-time. Qin Yijuan wouldn't let him have his way. He was a pervert with a human face but a beast's heart. She reckoned that this pervert was still thinking about how to get them onto the same bed when the time came. Bah. Lin Xian walked out of the office helplessly. Qin Yijuan was a stubborn donkey. He couldn't ask her out no matter how hard he tried. What could Lin Xian do? Hey, what are you doing now? Regarding Wang Xintong's task, Lin Xian had already troubled Wang Xintong. Mu Qingya would directly use 10 billion to invest in Wang Xintong's company. He didn't care about anything else. Let her do all the songs, TV series and variety shows that could be popular. Wang Xintong's company would be very satisfied. 10 billion was almost enough to buy half of his company. Lin Xian knew that Wang Xintong wasn't afraid of being tired, so he would let her become a big star. As long as she had a sense of variety, she would be able to attract fans quickly. For example, she was very picky. With these 2 shows, she would definitely attract a lot of fans. The most important thing was that she was beautiful. Where are we going? Lin Xian was a little confused since he didn't ask Qin Yijuan out. He couldn't cultivate, but he could make money now. He estimated that in 2 hours his net worth would exceed 100 billion, and then he would have a cultivation of the mysterious sky realm. Hey, did you get it? Suddenly 2 people passed by Lin Xian. It should be about time, right? Anyway, we've done what we should do. What's left is for those young masters to enjoy themselves. Sigh, it's a pity. Although Mu Feifei doesn't have the temperament of her sister, she's still a super beauty. Sigh, I have to say, those young masters are really bold. The Mu group is now at its peak and they still dare to. It's mainly because Mu Feifei's best friend set a trap. Think about it, when the video is taken, what can Mu Feifei do? She can only let them do whatever they want. Lin Xian suddenly frowned. Chapter 1504. To be honest, Lin Xian was disgusted by this kind of thing. Say, if you like a girl, then chase her. If you can't get her, then it means that you're not capable. What's the point of using such disgusting means? But it had to be said that there were quite a few people who used such means. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lin Xian heard the conversation between the 2 people. Mu Feifei's best friend was actually setting a trap to help a certain man. This was what made Lin Xian the angriest. Although Mu Feifei was heartless, she treated people sincerely. When she had no money, she begged him for money, and it was a huge sum of money just to buy a sports car for her best friend. She was quite sincere, which was quite good. However, the human heart was the most terrifying thing in this world. Lin Xian turned around and kicked the 2 people directly to the ground. Then he kicked one of them unconscious and stepped on the other person's chest with his other foot. It looked like he would be crippled if he used too much force. Although Lin Xian had lost his realm, his own combat ability was still there. The matter here also attracted the attention of some people around. Where is Mu Feifei? Lin Xian asked coldly. Although she was not his woman, she was still his sister-in-law. Nothing must happen to her. You are... Lin Xian exerted force on his foot. Ah! That person screamed. Where is Mu Feifei? Lin Xian asked coldly again. At the Royal Mansion clubhouse. Bang! Lin Xian had sent him flying with a kick, and this kick would definitely knock him out as well. Hey, why is that person like this? He hit someone halfway and even knocked him out. Shoo, someone who dares to hit someone halfway is definitely not a good person. It's better not to provoke him. Then call the police. Those passers-by did not understand. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the Royal Mansion clubhouse. This was definitely a place for rich people to have fun. Clubs were also divided into different levels, just like hotels. The difference between a 5-star hotel and an ordinary hotel was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian walked straight into the huge, luxurious clubhouse in front of him, which made him feel as if all he saw was money. Stop. Lin Xian was instantly stopped. Lin Xian frowned. What? I can't enter? Yes, but the Royal Mansion clubhouse is booked today. Where are they? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. No matter where he is, you can't enter. I'm going to a birthday party. Can't I enter? Lin Xian replied. He had heard from Mu Feifei that she was here for the birthday party. So you're a guest of the birthday party. Please come in, come in. That person's face instantly changed. Lin Xian then quickly walked in. Brother, that person took a taxi here. Does he look like a rich person? That's hard to say. After all, he knows that there's a birthday party inside. Outside a huge villa, there might be more than 100 men and women playing there. There was also a swimming pool, all kinds of food and drinks. Lin Xian walked over and glanced around. He did not see Mu Feifei. Then Lin Xian walked straight into the villa. The villa was also very lively. A group of men and women were dancing and partying there. "Where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian asked a random person. "Mu Feifei? I don't know." The girl shook her head. "Fuck. Where's Mu Feifei's best friend?" "You mean Xueli? She's over there." Lin Xian glanced around and saw a pretty girl drinking red wine with a man. Lin Xian walked over and lifted Xueli up. "Where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian stared at her and shouted coldly. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. "You're fucking courting death." The man next to her threw a punch at Lin Xian. Bang. Lin Xian kicked him more than 10 meters away. Some people even heard the sound of ribs breaking. Gulped that they swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to move. "Let me ask you, where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian shouted again. Xueli was scared out of her wits. She subconsciously looked in a direction. Lin Xian noticed her gaze. Slap. Lin Xian gave her a backhand slap and sent her flying. Then he went to the second floor of the villa. Bang. At this time 2 people opened a door and ran out. Lin Xian happened to see them. Bang. Lin Xian sent them flying with a kick and then rushed into the room. In the room the bed was extremely messy. Obviously there was a girl's jacket. This jacket belonged to Mu Feifei. Lin Xian had seen it before. Crack. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot. "Where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian stepped on one of the people's neck and shouted angrily. She was taken away. The 2 people were obviously scared out of their wits by what had just happened. Taken away? Oh, I don't know. That person was like a ghost. He appeared in the room inexplicably and took Mu Feifei away. Slap. Lin Xian slapped the 2 people until they fainted. Then he called Qin Yijuan and asked her to come and take Mu Feifei away. Perhaps some police officers would be afraid of this kind of thing because the young masters here were all very powerful. However, Qin Yijuan liked this kind of thing the most. Young masters? Rich young ladies? If they did not arrest them, who would they arrest? Because Qin Yijuan abhorred evil and she had a powerful background, she was not afraid. If someone dared to protect such a person, then she dared to arrest the person who protected them as well. Lin Xian frowned and sat on the bed. Mu Feifei was taken away? The window was wide open. It seemed to be true. But who would wait? Too many people would want to catch Mu Feifei. Because of the current situation of the Mu group, too many people would be jealous. Mu Qingya was relatively difficult to catch. Mu Feifei was fooling around everywhere every day. Kidnapping Mu Feifei was a very easy thing to do. Since it was a kidnapping, it meant that they were doing it for benefits. Before they got their benefits, Mu Feifei would be fine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was not necessarily an ordinary kidnapping. Lin Xian suspected that the target was Lin Tian of the Lin family. That person said that a person suddenly appeared in the room like a ghost. That person might be a martial artist. Maybe the target was Lin Xian? At this time Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian directly answered the call. "You want to save Mu Feifei?" A specially processed voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Xian said faintly, "Tell me, where is she?" For Lin Xian this was good news. Then Lin Xian quickly ran out. Chapter 1505. Lin Xian didn't tell anyone about Mu Feifei's accident. Perhaps only Qin Yijuan knew about it, but Qin Yijuan didn't know what happened afterward. She thought that someone wanted to rape Mu Feifei but was stopped by Lin Xian. Now Lin Xian was with Mu Feifei. Actually, that wasn't the case. Lin Xian didn't want those people to worry. He felt that he had the ability to save Mu Feifei. Of course, the premise was, he had to reach the mysterious heaven realm. He estimated that in the next 2 hours, his net worth would reach 100 billion. In that case he would be in the profound heaven realm. But Lin Xian didn't know when exactly, so he could only rush over now. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Mu Feifei, but he was worried that Mu Feifei was so beautiful that she might buzz. Lin Xian casually drove a rich person's sports car away from the clubhouse and sped away. In the suburbs? Boss, do we really need so many people? It was late at night here and there was no light. There was an abandoned factory. There was an abandoned building in this abandoned factory. It wasn't too tall, about 30 meters high, but it wasn't short either. The main thing was that it was big. It was a building that had just been renovated, but it had been abandoned because of an explosion. This place was remote enough because of a chemical leak. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come here. Although it had been many years, they would inexplicably resist and fear this place. There was only the starlight and it was especially dark. At this moment, the geniuses on the top floor of the building were chatting. This isn't my idea. This is the employer's idea. Didn't they say that the opponent we want to kill is an ordinary person? But this news made us send out more than 30 brothers. I keep feeling that something is wrong. It's normal. They're just being on the safe side. It's fine as long as the employer gives them enough money. The rest doesn't matter. We just need to do our job. The scarred man said lightly. Others couldn't see it, but they knew that although it seemed like there were only 5 of them on the rooftop, there were still many people in the shadows of the abandoned building. Including the people around them, there were a total of 35 people. Their mission was very simple. They had to kill the person who would come later. Of course, the premise was that if they could keep him alive, it would be best to keep him alive. However, if there was any danger or if he might run away, then they had to take his life. This was the will of their employer. They didn't know who their employer was, but 50 million to kill a person was worth it. Boss, do you think the employer is also watching in the dark nearby? The scarred man nodded. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would he ask us to try our best not to kill him? It's obvious that he's afraid of arousing suspicion, but he also wants to torture the person who's coming later. They nodded. But don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person. Mu Feifei was caught by him. And he was indeed not just an ordinary person. He was a desperado. The people here were all desperados. However, the reason why he could sit in this position today was very simple. He was a warrior. Although his realm was not very high, he had already come into contact with another world. He was no longer an ordinary person. Although he didn't know much, it was enough. 50 million. Divided among the 30 brothers. Everyone can get a lot. Get ready to work. They're coming. The scarred man looked at the light in the darkness in the distance and then his gaze fell on Mu Feifei who was tied up in front of him. Ugh. Mu Feifei kept struggling. However, she was just an ordinary person. She couldn't struggle at all. Are you desperate? It's okay. There will be more desperate things later. The scarred man sneered and then pulled Mu Feifei up and let her lean on the edge of the rooftop so that she could see the situation below. Mu Feifei was desperate. How could this happen? Moreover, she felt very uncomfortable now. In front, the sound of a sports car braking suddenly cut through the silence of the night. Bang. Lin Xian opened the car door and got out. Then he lit a cigarette and walked forward. Ugh. Mu Feifei probably saw the person in the light of the car. Her beautiful eyes widened and then she kept shaking her head. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Why did he come? Idiot. Couldn't he call the police? She heard the conversation between these people just now. Yes, she was kidnapped, but the ultimate goal of these people was Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian, this bad guy, was actually very smart. She also knew that Lin Xian himself must have known that these people were after Lin Xian. He didn't have to come. They were not that close. Why did he come? Miss Mu, is the person below your boyfriend? The scarred man sneered and asked. Mu Feifei's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. She didn't speak. She couldn't speak. Lin Xian walked to the building. Hey, I'm here. Let her go. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the figure above and called out. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot in the dark once again broke the silence of the night. Chi! A bullet went directly into Lin Xian's thigh. Putong! Lin Xian instantly half knelt there. Fuck. Ugh. Mu Feifei saw this scene and her tears burst out instantly. She kept shaking her head. Seeing this scene, the scarred man and the others couldn't help but sneer. That's it? Bang! Another shot and Lin Xian's right arm was pierced. How should he put it? Lin Xian was now very angry, but he was also very glad. From these 2 shots, it could be seen that these people didn't want to kill him directly. Since they didn't want to kill him directly, that was fine. Then there was a chance. Moreover, these people seemed to be hired. They probably didn't know the real mastermind behind the scenes. However, Lin Xian believed that the real mastermind behind the scenes would definitely appear. Hey, bring him up. The scarred man sneered. It seemed that the mission could be completed perfectly. He was shot in the thigh and right arm. Let's not talk about other things. As long as he didn't have a grenade on him, there was no need to worry about anything. Moreover, he definitely didn't have a grenade on him. He came for Mu Feifei. How could he blow up Mu Feifei? Then several figures escorted Lin Xian to the top of the building. Lin Xian saw that Mu Feifei was tied up there and seemed to be fine. He also let out a long sigh of relief. Fuck. His body hadn't hurt so much in a long time. Fuck, the feeling of being shot was really uncomfortable. Mu Feifei cried as she looked at Lin Xian. Tear? The scarred man tore off the bandage on Mu Feifei's mouth and pushed her to Lin Xian's side. Oh, brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Don't you know that their target is you? Mu Feifei burst into tears and threw herself on Lin Xian. Chapter 1506. Mu Feifei's thinking was very simple. Even if these people kidnapped her for Lin Xian, they had only known each other for a few days. Lin Xian must know this himself. He could have chosen not to come. Why would he be so stupid to come? Lin Xian did not reply to Mu Feifei. Instead, he glanced at the people in front of him and said, "Since I'm already here, can you let her go?" "Ah, let her go?" The scarred man laughed. "You're so naive. I said you'll let her go once you're here, and you'll really let her go? If you let her go, won't we be exposed? Haha, why do people like you need to make such a big fuss?" He really couldn't figure it out. This kid seemed to have strong endurance. He was shot in the arm and thigh, but he could still remain so calm. This was what surprised him. Lin Xian was stalling for time. He could only stall for time. Tie them all up. Yes. Then Lin Xian and Mu Feifei were tied up. "Boss, didn't you say before that this woman also needs to be eliminated? Then before we get rid of him, can we?" Several men licked their saliva. "You're so damn troublesome. Hee hee, she's so pretty after all. Let's wait for the next employer to come and see. If they don't want this woman, then it's fine. If they want her, then we can't touch her now." Lin Xian and Mu Feifei were tied there. Both of them were gagged. Mu Feifei's tears were flowing, especially when she saw that Lin Xian's arm and thigh were still bleeding from the bullet holes. She really felt terrible. Lin Xian, on the other hand, said, "Sister, work harder and earn more money. Hurry up and complete this mission." On the other side, not far away, a middle-aged man had been waiting here for a long time. "Hello." He received a call from the scarred man. "We have them under control. When are you coming to get them?" "I don't have that much time to waste here with you." The man said faintly, 5 minutes are up." For the sake of safety, he didn't show himself, but he saw everything that happened just now. Lin Xian was definitely a martial artist. Even if he wasn't, he must have come into contact with martial arts before. Even if he wasn't, he must have come into contact with them. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Soon the man came to the top of the building. Those people were waiting impatiently, while Mu Feifei was still sobbing in Lin Xian's arms. They couldn't talk. She really wanted to talk. But what should she do next? When the man came to the rooftop, the scarred man and the others all looked over. "Are you the employer?" The man glanced at Lin Xian and Mu Feifei in the corner. Lin Xian also looked up at him. "I don't know him. This is the remaining 20 million. You can leave now." The man threw 2 boxes to them. They were pleasantly surprised when they caught it and were about to walk away when they suddenly realized something. "Do you want this woman? If you don't want it, we'll take it away." The scarred man pointed at Mu Feifei and said, "No, take her away. You can do whatever you want with her." The man said faintly. Mu Feifei showed a horrified expression. They rubbed their hands and looked at Mu Feifei greedily. The man tore off the tape on Lin Xian's mouth. Let's go." Then the scarred man and the others took the crying Mu Feifei away. The man looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Kid, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?" The man looked at Lin Xian with a sneer. "The Lin family?" Lin Xian said. "The Lin family? Whether it's the Lin family or not, you'll know when you go back with me later. You didn't kill me because you wanted to torture me slowly?" Lin Xian sneered. Now he couldn't do anything. Mu Feifei was taken away and he couldn't do anything, so he had no choice at all. However, Lin Xian felt that it should be soon. "Haha, you're smart. Then it's the Lin family," Lin Xian said with a smile. When he came back, the force he provoked was nothing more than the Lin family, that was all. "It seems that you're in a good state. I can't let you be in such a good state." The man then took out his pistol. Bang! A shot pierced Lin Xian's other arm. Lin Xian let out a painful groan. Lin Xian. Mu Feifei was taken to the bottom of the building. When she heard the gunshot that cut through the silence of the night, her tears burst out again. Could he have been killed by someone else with a gun? "You better worry about yourself. When we reach the place later, you should think about how to serve our 30 brothers well." The scarred man licked his lips and sneered. Mu Feifei's face was filled with despair. "Haha." Upstairs, the man looked at Lin Xian and couldn't help but laugh. He was completely relieved. This was a piece of trash that everyone wanted to kill. What was there to worry about? Then he reached out to Lin Xian and prepared to take Lin Xian away. Do you believe that you'll die? Lin Xian's voice suddenly came. Is that so? Then you'll be the first to die. The man sneered. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. The mission reward has been issued. Lin Xian's mouth revealed a smile. Damn it. It was finally completed. Although the power of the mysterious sky realm was very weak, Lin Xian still felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. The law of creation was directly released and Lin Xian's wound disappeared. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Xian broke free from the rope. The man? You? Space lock. Lin Xian released a space lock and locked him in there. Then he bent down and picked up the gun on the ground and pointed the black muzzle at him. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it. If you said that you were so powerful, why are you pretending to be here? Why are you getting shot here? Fuck. Bang bang bang. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person. He shot him in the legs, arms and arms. After he was done, Lin Xian took the phone from the man's pocket and threw him to the ground. Kill him directly? That would be so boring. Wouldn't it be better to let him die slowly in pain? The sound of several gunshots made Mu Feifei's delicate body tremble. Seriously, since he's already dead, why waste this matter? Can't we just kill him? I thought we were going to torture him properly? Didn't we still kill him? The scarred man shook his head. Obviously, when they heard so many gunshots, their subconscious reaction was that Lin Xian was killed. Mu Feifei's tears flowed down. She didn't just let down Lin Xian but also her sister. Let's go. The scarred man said. Go? Where to? Suddenly, a voice came from in front of them. Chapter 1507. When Mu Feifei heard this naughty voice, her delicate body suddenly trembled. She looked up at the darkness in front of her. A figure stood there. She couldn't see him clearly but she could see the red light of the cigarette butt. Who is it? The scarred man and more than 30 people showed vigilant expressions. Lin Xian's figure slowly walked in front of them. Everyone? It's you? They stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes, then looked back at the direction of the building's rooftop. Wasn't this person on the rooftop just now? Wasn't he injured? Why was he fine? Could it be twins? That couldn't be. This person was wearing the same clothes just now. And now there was blood on his clothes and there were bullet holes. Was him brother-in-law? Mu Feifei was also completely stunned. Lin Xian took a deep puff, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his shoe. Then he looked up at them. Hunting time begin? Stop pretending. Bang bang bang. The knife-scarred man fired a few shots at Lin Xian. Ah. Mu Feifei closed her eyes in fright. However, she didn't seem to hear the sound of the bullets entering his body. You. The scarred man looked at Lin Xian in shock. Mu Feifei opened her beautiful eyes, and then her small mouth opened wide. What happened? Of course, Lin Xian caught it with his bare hands. Then Lin Xian squeezed and the bullet turned into powder. Mu Feifei was dumbfounded. Was he still human? How should she put it? Lin Xian didn't want to show Mu Feifei that he was different from ordinary people, so he didn't use martial arts. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure seemed to have turned into a breeze in the dark night, disappearing on the spot. Ah. Mu Feifei stood there in a daze, listening to the screams in her ears. Then she didn't even see Lin Xian's figure. She saw people fall to the ground one by one and never get up again. Mu Feifei? Brother-in-law, he is so strong. He was such a powerful expert. It was the feeling of being the male lead in a TV series. This? She had previously said that her brother-in-law was weak, but now, a martial artist. The knife-scarred man looked at Lin Xian and his pupils suddenly shrank. Furthermore, this person's realm seemed to be even higher than his own. Whoosh! He rushed to Mu Feifei's side and pointed the gun at Mu Feifei's head. Stop! Shua! Lin Xian landed in front of him, while the others had all been dealt with by Lin Xian. The knife-scarred man looked at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. Back off. If you don't back off, I'll kill her. The scarred man shouted angrily. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and then he walked over. Back off. I told you to back off. The knife-scarred man roared, but he controlled Mu Feifei to keep retreating, while Lin Xian kept walking forward. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Mu Feifei closed her eyes. Ah. His mental state had been tormented by Lin Xian. How dare he come here? Then he pulled the trigger. Am I going to die? But, Seeing such a powerful brother-in-law before death, she seemed to be quite satisfied. And she had not been defiled by that group of people, so it should be quite good. But what a pity. She had finally seen such a powerful person, but she had died. Mu Feifei closed her eyes, but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from in front of her. Mu Feifei? She opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Bang! Lin Xian kicked the knife-scarred man's body to the side. Mu Feifei? Lin Xian, impudent, call me brother-in-law. Wah! She cried and rushed to Lin Xian. She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried loudly. Lin Xian smiled and patted her back. After a long time, the two of them sat on the ground. Mu Feifei snuggled in Lin Xian's arms. Get up, get up. Lin Xian pushed her. No, I can't. Mu Feifei leaned in Lin Xian's arms, her small hands clutching Lin Xian's clothes tightly. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Let's go back. No. Mu Feifei raised her small head and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful big eyes. Ah, brother-in-law, why are you so powerful? Mu Feifei asked with admiration. I've always been very powerful, okay? If you're so powerful, why didn't you fight back when you were shot? I did it on purpose. Ha! You don't need to know the reason. Okay, let's go home. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian. Are you going to see my sister? Mu Feifei asked. No, I'm going home. What are you doing here? Mu Feifei then got up. She sat down on Lin Xian and directly pressed Lin Xian to the ground. Lin Xian? I've decided to pursue you. Lin Xian? Are you crazy? My dream boyfriend is someone like brother-in-law, a super powerful hero. Mu Feifei's big eyes were twinkling. Well, it's so rare. Now that I've met you, I definitely won't give up. I'm your sister's boyfriend. I don't care. I'm willing to be a mistress. If you find out in the future, you can say that I seduced you. I'll admit it to my sister. In this way my sister won't blame you. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian. Then she reached out to untie Lin Xian's belt. Lin Xian was startled. Damn. What are you doing? Then let's go to the car? She blinked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, sister-in-law, are you crazy? Didn't you say that sister-in-law smells the best? Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes and then took the initiative to kiss him. Lin Xian, was this girl so open-minded? She was indeed open-minded, but not to that extent. It was just that she really wanted Lin Xian. Sister? She didn't think it was important. Sister would definitely forgive her, right? Lin Xian had never touched a girl since he came here. How could Lin Xian resist being seduced by Mu Feifei like this? Then, in the dark forest, Lin Xian and Mu Feifei, phew! After a long time Mu Feifei lay on Lin Xian's body and panted, her face flushed. I didn't expect that my first time would be a fight. Mu Feifei's big eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian's body. Muscles, abs, scars, wow. So charming. She couldn't stand it. She really couldn't stand it. Again. Mu Feifei couldn't stand it anymore and sat on him. Lin Xian? Sister, aren't you tired? It hurts a little, but I want to. Lin Xian. Chapter 1508. Lin Xian drove Mu Feifei home. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay here tonight? Mu Feifei sat in the passenger seat and acted coquettishly. What do you mean? Lin Xian scratched his head and glanced at her. Get a room. Lin Xian, sister, you've already had sex twice. Do you want to do it again? Lin Xian looked at the girl in surprise. Can't you do it? It's not that I can't do it. How thirsty are you? Oh, you don't understand. Don't understand what? Mu Feifei glared at Lin Xian. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lin Xian, go back and have a good rest. Lin Xian drove while Han Rui stared at Lin Xian with her big eyes. The more she looked at him, the more addicted she was. You must want to have sex with me. Mu Feifei said aggrievedly. I won't. You're very tired today. Lin Xian said. Really? Really? By the way, brother-in-law, are you a warrior? Well, yes. Mu Feifei then asked, how powerful are you? You caught a bullet with your bare hands and crushed it. Brother-in-law, can you use the martial arts skills on TV? Like flames, thunder, or something? Mu Feifei asked expectantly. Clatter, Lin Xian snapped his fingers and then, boom, a bolt of lightning struck down in front of them. Wow. Mu Feifei's big eyes sparkled. He was so handsome. Brother-in-law, I want to learn. I want to learn. Can you teach me? Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian excitedly. I can teach you. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. You're too good at causing trouble. I'm very obedient, very obedient. Mu Feifei pouted. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Get over here. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, old pervert. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Sister-in-law, are you willing? If you teach me, I'll numb you. Lin Xian, you can try. Mu Feifei was the kind of girl who was open-minded but dared to try. She was the kind of girl who didn't know how to hide her feelings. She would have to do it sooner or later anyway. It didn't matter if it was earlier or later. He's not comfortable. Bah. Mu Feifei blushed. Are you going to teach me or not? I'll teach you, but I can only teach you the basics for now. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Lin Xian glanced at her. Old pervert. Mu Feifei? Brother-in-law, what did you say? I said you're an old pervert. So what if I'm an old pervert? Who said that girls can't be like boys? Mu Feifei rolled her eyes. Okay, go back and have a good rest. Okay. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. The two of them then returned to the Mu family. In the Mu family's house, they were sitting in the living room. Qin Yijuan was also here. Originally, when Qin Yijuan received Lin Xian's call, she thought that he was just a fan at most, so she brought those people in. However, she received news from several people that Mu Feifei had been kidnapped. Qin Yijuan felt that something was wrong. Were there two groups of people? Then she couldn't get in touch with Lin Xian or Mu Feifei. She hurriedly sent someone to look for them, but she accidentally called the Mu family to ask about it. Then they refused to let her go, and then the news was exposed. Now they were super panicked. Uncle Andy, don't worry. Since Lin Xian dared to go, he should be confident. Otherwise he would have told us. Qin Yijuan said. Sighed. But why can't I contact him now? They sighed. Mu Qingya sat there looking very haggard. It's okay. Qin Yijuan patted Mu Qingya's shoulder. Brother-in-law, I'm telling you, you must take me to the amusement park tomorrow, or I won't be happy. Mu Feifei and Lin Xian came in. Thud. They stood up. Feifei, Lin Xian. Ooh, I was bullied. Mu Feifei pouted and threw herself into Mu Hao's arms. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's okay. Lin Xian's clothes had been repaired by the law of creation, so she couldn't see anything. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone is worried. It's okay. Let's rest. Lin Xian said. Qin Yijuan glanced at Lin Xian and said, I caught those people. Okay, do what you need to do. Don't worry. Although they are young masters and daughters, their family power is useless in front of me. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll go first. Have a good rest. Qin Yijuan got up and walked away. I'm going to take a shower and sleep too. Okay, Xian, rest early. Thank you. I'm going to sleep too. Mu Feifei yawned and walked away. Feifei, is your leg hurt? Why are you limping? Zhang Ting asked quickly. Mu Feifei, Lin Xian, both of their bodies suddenly collapsed. It's just a sprain. It's not serious. I should be fine when I wake up tomorrow. Mu Feifei said awkwardly. Let me give you a massage. Mu Qingya said. No need, sister. You've been busy all day and are so tired. I'm really fine. You and brother-in-law should have a good rest. Mu Feifei said with a smile. Okay. Let's take a shower together. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian? This girl was really naughty. She wanted their relationship to be discovered, didn't she? She wanted to take a shower together. Mu Qingya didn't think much and went back to the room with Lin Xian. Was Feifei kidnapped? Mu Qingya asked when she was alone with Lin Xian. Yes. You saved her? Of course. So you are still a warrior, right? Yes, why? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Anything is fine. Mu Qingya nodded. She just thought that if she learned, she would be able to protect herself and slow down her aging. She would be full of energy and wouldn't be so tired after working all the time. Then I don't understand. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, You are so powerful. Why did you look so strange when we met? Did something happen? Lin Xian smiled and said, Actually, I did it on purpose. I got close to you on purpose. Now that I'm close to your bed, my wish has been fulfilled. The rest is, to get close to your body, Mu Qingya, rogue. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to rest. Then she lay down on the bed. Have a good rest. Lin Xian walked away. Chapter 1509. Mu Qingya turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What did he want? Wasn't he going to sleep? Mu Qingya was curious. According to Lin Xian's level of lecherousness, why didn't he come? In fact, it was very simple. Lin Xian released at Mu Feifei's place 3 times. He was really in sage mode now. Lin Xian came to a fitness room in the villa and then sat there to cultivate. When Lin Xian's cultivation level returned, he would be able to cultivate. Now, of course, he urgently needed to cultivate. Now that this task was completed, there was still one more task which was basically completed. If he took down Mu Feifei, then Mu Qingya or Qin Yijuan, wouldn't it be completed? Let's start a new task. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It had been a week since he came to this world. To be honest, he was quite familiar with it, but there were still many things that Lin Xian wanted to do. There were a total of 10 tasks. If he completed all of them within 3 months, he would be able to leave here alive. At the same time, he could exchange a lot of rewards, including many rules, attributes, domains, and so on. This was their promotion. Ding. Congratulations on opening a new task. Task reward. System points plus 10 million. Task time limit, 2 months. Lin Xian, Taotai? Are you fucking serious? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Was this a task that people should encounter? He didn't need to know anything else. He didn't need to know how strong Taotai was. Just by these 2 words, a normal person's idea was that this was fucking strong. Okay. An ancient vicious beast. What kind of realm was that? Even if the spiritual power of heaven and earth was very weak now, it existed in ancient times. At that time, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was very prosperous, right? Lin Xian then checked the information. I don't know if it's true or not. Taotai has been sealed, but who knows if this kind of information that ordinary people can find is true or false. If it's sealed, at least there's good news, that is, its realm won't increase in these years and will instead decrease. It may be true because if it could still be alive, there wouldn't be the current peaceful and prosperous world. Lin Xian then checked the system task. Taoya's location is the Ghost Mountain, north of Jiangnan City. Please go to the Ghost Mountain, find Taotai and kill it. Lin Xian, hey system, what realm is this Taotai? Ding. I don't know, go by yourself. Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't dare to go. He was only 1 star of the Mystic Heaven realm. The Mystic Heaven realm wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong either. With Lin Xian's various abilities, he shouldn't be weak. However, the top ancient martial arts family on Earth couldn't be defeated by a Mystic Heaven realm expert no matter how weak they were. Therefore, if Lin Xian was more ruthless, he would go now. The law of destruction, law of creation, full attribute, top-level martial arts, he shouldn't be weak. But, what if something happened? There was still so much time. Couldn't he spend a little more time to increase his realm and make himself more confident? This was Earth. No matter what, there would be domain realm experts. It was basically impossible for heavenly venerables, but it was still possible for the top families to have domain realm experts. They probably even had domain and laws. It was very dangerous. If Lin Xian was in the domain realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid even if the opponent was a heavenly venerate because Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dense. But now, with the Mystic Heaven realm, no matter how dense his spiritual energy was, it would probably be gone after releasing a god-level martial art. This was the main reason for the difference. I'll go and increase my realm first. With my talent, even if the mission reward doesn't increase my realm, my improvement won't be slow. As long as I reach the law realm, I can go. Let's start another mission. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations on starting the mission. Mission reward, system points plus 8 million. Mission time limit, 1 month. Lin Xian, what the fuck? Lin Xian began to curse. Destruction of the Lin family? In other words, he had to destroy the Lin family. This so-called destruction didn't necessarily mean that he had to kill everyone in the Lin family, but he had to kill some people. At the same time, he had to destroy the Lin family's economy. This was the most basic thing. Lin Xian was willing. But, although the Lin family wasn't a super family like the Shenyuan family, they were still one of the 8 big ancient martial arts families. Their family was definitely not weak. I'd better increase my realm as soon as possible and try to complete these 2 missions within a week. Lin Xian muttered to himself, then took out the phone he had taken from the man. There was only one number on the phone. This number hadn't called for 2 hours, so Lin Xian took the initiative to call him. Lin Tian was anxiously waiting at the hotel. Fuck. Logically speaking, he should have contacted him an hour or 2 ago. It was impossible for something to go wrong with his men. The ones who went wrong might be the people he hired. They might have wasted some time in some part of the process. He could still wait. Then the phone rang. Of course, this phone wasn't his own. The number was given to him by someone. Hello. Lin Tiandao said. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Good evening, young Master Lin. Lin Tian frowned. Lin Xian. He was fine. Then his men? Lin Tian's voice changed. What Lin Tian? Lin Xian laughed. It's nothing. I'm just calling to tell you that your men are gone. Also, we'll meet again soon. Then Lin Xian hung up the phone. Fuck. Lin Tian couldn't understand. The men he sent were arcane body state experts. How could they be gone? This arcane body state expert, was he killed by Lin Xian with a gun? After all, an arcane body state expert could be pierced by a gun if he wasn't careful. Mu Qingya walked out in her pajamas. After tossing and turning for a while, she wanted to see what Lin Xian was doing. Then she saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged in the gym with his eyes closed. Is he cultivating? Mu Qingya found it amazing. There seemed to be light flickering and lingering around his body. She watched for a while and then walked away. 5 days passed just like that. During this time, Lin Xian also completed the mission. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya liked him. This mission only required them to like him, and that was enough. Needless to say, he had to have sex with them. Mu Qingya did gradually fall in love with Lin Xian. It was mainly because of their experiences. She also liked Lin Xian very easily. Moreover, Lin Xian, this bastard, held her nai to sleep every night. What could she do? Level 4 arcane body state. It's time to go to Ghost Mountain. In these 5 days, Lin Xian had advanced by 4 stages. Because of the effect of pills, Lin Xian was very excited. Chapter 15:10. These days Mu Qingya was really busy. She had never been so busy in her life, but she was very fulfilled. She liked to be busy. If you let her be idle, she would feel uncomfortable. The cancer drug was widely praised, and the Mu group had completely risen. A day ago, the second product, the face retaining pill, was released. The name of the product was changed to face retaining pill. Because of the foreshadowing, after the advertisement of the beauty retaining pill came out, the masses were extremely shocked. The wrinkles and crow's feet could disappear in a few days, and the skin would regain vitality, tenderness, and elasticity. Taking it for 2 months could make the skin 5 years younger, and taking it for 3 months could make the skin 8 years younger. Everyone didn't believe it and thought it was ridiculous. But because of the precedent of the cancer drug, everyone chose to give it a try. This trial was the effect was simply too obvious. After sleeping for a night, the wrinkles could be seen with the naked eye. In an instant it became popular. And this was a woman's need. How much did a woman spend on cosmetics and skincare products in this lifetime? This face-retaining pill allowed them to directly save 5 or 8 years of skincare products, and there were many skincare products that you couldn't see much of an effect. You could even see the effect. Shocking. The Mu group was directly targeting the richest man in the world. This woman's need, the profit of the face-retaining pill in the future may be thousands or tens of thousands of times more than the cancer drug. Those companies and families began to ask for cooperation with the Mu group because many skincare companies were suffering because of the impact of the face-retaining pill. Mu Qingya was soft-hearted. Although business was a life-and-death competition, she still gave those companies a chance to survive. She let them be agents, and those companies directly changed their business direction. At least in this way they could survive. Next, Lin Xian gave Mu Qingya some other things, that was, the formula to treat AIDS and a series of terminal diseases. However, Lin Xian didn't let her monitor it personally because Mu Qingya had heart disease. Lin Xian needed some specific medicinal materials for her heart disease, and he didn't have them now. It was difficult to obtain them, so he might have to collect them himself. Lin Xian just gave Mu Qingya and Mu Hao a simple treatment, at least to ensure that they would be fine in a short time. Zhang Ting, Mu Qingya's mother, as a veteran businesswoman, she also went into action again. Early in the morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mu Qingya was sleeping soundly in his arms. She was too tired. Fortunately, Lin Xian would give her massage and acupuncture every night. The effect was excellent. Lin Xian pulled his hand out of her clothes. Well, that thing was now a must-have for him every night. Mu Qingya hadn't confirmed her relationship with Lin Xian yet, but she seemed to have regarded herself as Lin Xian's girlfriend. After all, Lin Xian had completed his mission, which meant that Mu Qingya had fallen in love with him. All that was left was a confession from Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, that bastard, he didn't confess. Lin Xian yawned. It was time to go to Ghost Mountain today. Lin Xian had investigated Ghost Mountain. It just so happened that the main medicinal herb he wanted to treat Mu Qingya and Mu Hao's heart disease was there. It grew in a place with relatively high heaven and earth spiritual energy and was dark. Ghost Mountain was in line with this point. Darkness was necessary because Tao Tai lived in Ghost Mountain, so the heaven and earth spiritual energy there must be higher than other places. The probability of the medicinal herb Lin Xian wanted to find there was very high. Will there be other demon beasts in Ghost Mountain besides Tao Tai? Lin Xian pondered slightly, then lit a cigarette and leaned there to smoke. There must be demon beasts on Earth. What? There were a lot of strange things in the news, such as the appearance of a very terrible creature, or seeing a dragon in the clouds, or seeing a huge monster in the night, or seeing someone in the clouds in the sky. There were even pictures. These were all regarded as fake news and Photoshop pictures. Even if they weren't Photoshop pictures, no one would believe them. In fact, those might be true. The strange creatures they saw might be demon beasts, and the lightning tribulation might be real. As for a dragon, the possibility of this was relatively small. In this era, Lin Xian believed that there must be demon beasts, but there might be very few of them. These demon beasts might live in some uninhabited areas, such as rainforests, deserts, and snowy mountains. Those that were occasionally found were all treated as jokes. This Ghost Mountain was the northernmost part of Jiangnan City. It was an uninhabited area, and the magnetic field here was abnormal. Airplanes couldn't fly above it, and there was no one in a radius of about 50 kilometers. It was just that there was a highway nearby. There were mountains, trees, and canyons everywhere. It was said that there were a lot of wild animals, tigers, and so on. Therefore, this Ghost Mountain was surrounded by dozens of kilometers, but no one entered. There might be some adventurers who went in, but it seemed that many people died. Therefore, it was called Ghost Mountain by the people because many people who went in died. I don't know if I'm qualified to go there as a fourth stage mysterious heaven realm cultivator. I also don't know what realm that Tao Tai is at. Even if it was sealed for so many years, it shouldn't be at the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. But he could find it because he had the cave spirit eye. Mu Qingya had opened her eyes for 2 minutes, and she had been looking at Lin Xian in a daze while smoking a cigarette. Your cigarette ash is going to fall on the bed, Mu Qingya said coldly. Ah. Lin Xian reacted, and his hand trembled, and the cigarette that was several centimeters long fell on the quilt. Mu Qingya was speechless. She was a clean freak and couldn't stand this. Lin Xian blew on the cigarette and then put it out. Hee hee. Then Lin Xian smiled innocently at her. Mu Qingya sat up and looked out of the window. It was still dark and it was probably about 5 o'clock in the morning. What do you want to eat in the morning? She asked as she tidied her hair. Noodles, seafood noodles. Okay. I'll sleep for a while. Bring it to me when you're done. Thank you, Qingya. Lin Xian then lay down again. Mu Qingya. Then she went into the bathroom to wash up. She seemed to have adapted to serving Lin Xian in his daily life. Even Lin Xian's clothes were washed by her. Although she just threw them into the washing machine, she also helped to dry the clothes. Sigh, sweetheart. Lin Xian was actually meditating. He planned to set off tonight. Nighttime was the most dangerous time, but at the same time, it was the time when he could encounter the most things. If he could advance to the 5th stage of the mysterious heaven realm today, he would be more confident. Chapter 15:11. Mu Qingya went to make breakfast, and Mu Feifei sneaked out sneakily. Knock, 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 brother-in-law, brother-in-law. She called in a low voice at the door. Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened his eyes. She opened the door a little and sneaked in. Eee. She jumped onto the bed and lay on top of Lin Xian. I want a kiss. Lin Xian, I say you sure have guts. It's okay. My sister is cooking. She won't come up to take a look like other girls. If you hurry up, we can have sex. Mu Feifei rubbed her face against Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian, I don't want anything to happen. Go away, go away. Mu Feifei's cute little nose wrinkled. Then she lifted the quilt and looked around. Sister, what are you looking for? I want to see if there are any water stains. Oh, don't you have sex? Mu Feifei ran to the bathroom. There was no towel in the washing machine or the laundry basket. It meant that they didn't use a towel even if they had sex. The sheets were under the bed. No sex. Her sister was so beautiful. Her brother-in-law didn't do anything to her? Impossible. Did he just eat her? Well, it was possible. After all, her sister was so tired from work. It was reasonable that she didn't want to do anything. Lin Xian touched his forehead. This sister-in-law of his was simply a lawless little demoness. Brother-in-law, are you dying? Mu Feifei walked over and asked as she leaned on Lin Xian's body. Believe it or not, I can make you cry. Hey, please. Lin Xian. It was not that Lin Xian didn't want to, but he didn't dare to. I'll let you go. Yes. I want it. Mu Feifei acted coquettishly. Lin Xian, can you stand it? Lin Xian thinks for a while. Mu Qingya just went down and he still has to prepare the seafood noodles, defrost it and cook it. It will take at least 20 minutes. She won't come up to see what he is doing. If he can finish it in 20 minutes, he can feel it in advance with his spiritual mind. Go lock the door. Lin Xian replied. Wow. Mu Feifei's big eyes twinkled with little stars. In her sister's bedroom she was with her brother-in-law. How exciting. 20 minutes later Mu Qingya came up with a bowl of hot noodles. She thought that Lin Xian might be sleeping, so she didn't knock on the door. She put the noodles on the floor and opened the door herself. Lin Xian was lying in bed playing with his phone. It was too dangerous. She had just sent Mu Feifei out with the space attribute. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the law of destruction to destroy the lock on the door. Only then did Mu Qingya open the door normally. Mu Qingya looks at Lin Xian with a slight frown. Why did this person take off his clothes? Why did you take off your shirt? Mu Qingya asks. It's hot. Lin Xian. Hot. She looks at the air conditioner. She feels cold too. Hey, go to your work. I'll eat. Lin Xian hurries. Something is wrong. Mu Qingya frowns and then sees Lin Xian's pajama pants on the floor. Mu Qingya? You. Mu Qingya guesses something. Lin Xian also sees the pants on the floor. Damn it. You forgot. It's too urgent. Mu Qingya grits her teeth. You did it on my bed? Lin Xian. Lin Xian touches the tip of his nose. Yes, he simply nodded. Mu Qingya, hurry up and finish it. Then she hurries out of the room. She didn't expect her sister to do something with Lin Xian. But she doesn't know what to do. Lin Xian doesn't seem to have much contact with girls these days. He only interacts with her, Mu Feifei and Qin Yijuan. But Mu Qingya knows Lin Xian doesn't even go out of the house these days. He hugs her to sleep every night, so it's normal for him to have sexual needs. What she couldn't understand was that she already had such a relationship with Lin Xian. She even did that to him every night. If he had been a little more forceful, she might have agreed. How did Lin Xian end up like her? To be honest, she has mixed feelings. Bastard. Can't you confess to me again? Mu Qingya is helpless. Lin Xian breathes a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. After happily finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Xian puts on his clothes and starts cultivating. Mu Qingya doesn't come up again. After breakfast she goes straight to the company. Soon it's night. Uncle Mu, I'm going out for a while. I might not come back tonight. Lin Xian greets Mu Hao. Okay. Mu Hao nods. Brother-in-law, where are you going? I'm going too. Mu Feifei is Lin Xian's little follower now. I'm not taking you. Lin Xian goes out, finds a car in the garage and drives to Ghost Mountain. The car stops in a parking lot in a county on the edge of Jiangnan City. Lin Xian finds a spot, releases the power of space and disappears on the spot. There's probably no place to park in Ghost Mountain. This car isn't cheap, so it would be quite distressing to break it, even though he seems to be very rich. Mysterious Sky Realm Level 5, the speed of his progress is quite fast. Lin Xian wants to see if he can get any opportunities here. Lin Xian thinks that there should be good things in the place where Tao Tai is sealed, right? At the very least, even if Lin Xian can't beat him, he should be able to run away because he has the space. Tao Tai doesn't have the power of space to restrict him, right? This is the Ghost Mountain Range. Lin Xian glances inside. It should be a very natural growth of trees and terrain. When he comes to this position, he can clearly feel that the surrounding spiritual energy is more vigorous than in ordinary places. There are iron fences around. It's estimated that someone in the country surrounded this place to prevent the wild animals from running out. It's estimated that it won't be long before this place may develop into a wildlife conservation base. It's good to clean up this place. Since this task has been triggered, it means that Tao Tai may be born soon. If it's an existence that can't be resisted by human power, if I can solve this place before I leave, it can be regarded as doing a good thing. Lin Xian ponders slightly and then crosses the iron fence. Eye of Cave Spirit. Lin Xian opens the Eye of Cave Spirit, then sees the direction of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gallops towards that position. Fuck me? There's definitely a demon beast here. Lin Xian sees a footprint. Could this be the footprint of an animal like a tiger? It's too big. Could it be a demon beast? Chapter 15:12. This place was deserted, and most of the people who came here were dead and had lost contact. Of course, some of the guards had come to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Since they came to investigate, they must have come in the day, and it must have been a long time ago because this place had been forbidden for many, many years. The footprints were also quite new. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. This demonic beast is probably at least 7 or 8 meters long. Strange, why don't these demonic beasts leave this place? Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked forward. You will find it very strange. Since there are demonic beasts here, why don't they leave this place? There was nothing around here that could stop them. The fence couldn't even stop a person, how could it stop a demonic beast? However, these demonic beasts were really strange. It was as if they knew that the human world outside was no longer a place that demonic beasts could easily set foot in. It was as if they knew that the human world outside would not allow creatures like them to appear and disturb the peace of the human world. It was really strange. Just like, here, no, including some other places where demonic beasts might appear, it was the same. Demonic beasts definitely existed, but why didn't they appear? This was very strange. It was as if there was a leader in each place, and this leader seemed to understand the current situation on Earth, and forbade them from appearing. Some of the demonic beasts that were discovered by chance might be a small number of demonic beasts that ran out, but because there were so few of them over the years, most people chose not to believe it. They all thought that it was photoshopped. It was the 21st century, who would still believe this? Strange, it seems to be true. Could it be that the demonic beasts also have an organization on Earth? Lin Xian muttered to himself. It felt very possible. However, it was different from Sky Blue Planet. The demonic beasts on Earth might have disappeared or hidden for many, many years. Perhaps there were only a few places where they could hide and survive because, to be honest, many places on Earth had been set foot on before. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Lin Xian looked forward and walked over. Someone's here? Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked forward. Footprints. Those were human footprints and they were very new. Moreover, there was more than one pair. It looked like there were at least 4 or 5 people. Are you here to explore? Lin Xian felt that this was a bit idiotic. Whoosh. Lin Xian increased his speed and charged forward. At this moment, in a certain valley ahead, several groups of people had gathered. Aha, the people of the Kunlun sect are also here? A very young man looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile. All of them were very young. The oldest was about 25 or 26 years old, and there were even 15 or 16 years old. There were both men and women, and they looked like they were here to gain experience. What? Can't we come or what? A man from the Kunlun sect laughed. Of course. Your Kunlun mountain is so far away from here. It must not be easy to come here, right? Wu-Tang sect's eldest senior brother Wang Ping said with a smile. Yi Miao, the senior brother of the Kunlun sect, sneered. What era is this? Distance can still be a problem? You guys know how to fly, but we don't? It's just that it takes a little longer. Wang Ping smiled. That's true. Then he looked at the others. The Lin family, the Sun family, so many people are here. You're so nosy. A man walked over and said, the mission given by the various sects and families is to eliminate all demons and ghosts in Ghost Mountain. He glanced at the crowd and said, recently these demons and ghosts have been restless. Some have even appeared in the sight of humans. It won't be long before they riot. When that happens, it will cause chaos in the world. After all, 99% of the people in the world we live in are ordinary people. It's not a good thing for the other world's appearance to be known by everyone. Taoist Wang Qing is right. Clearly Wang Qing had some status. He was the eldest disciple of Qingyun Monastery and also the 5th place of the previous martial arts circle convention. The 5th place of this martial arts circle convention was not simple. The martial arts circle convention was held every 3 years. The participants were all geniuses from the various sects, ancient martial arts families and reclusive families. It was hosted by Kunlun Mountain. The top 10 had great benefits. Of course, the most important thing was the first place. The first place was the current martial arts circle chief. That's right, it was a young man. The martial arts circle chief would be in the position for 3 years. He had great privileges and was also the main force between the various families and sections. They came together this time because it was said that Ghost Mountain had not been peaceful recently. The spiritual energy was chaotic and the monsters might riot. Although there were not many monsters, they still needed to be eliminated. Therefore these people had come. Some elders also came, but they did not come with these people. These people were more likely to take advantage of this opportunity to gain experience. After all, they rarely had the chance to fight with monsters. I heard that the chief is here too? Someone asked. Yes, I'm on the same flight as the chief. She should be here, right? Then everyone's eyes fell on a spot. A woman in a simple white dress slowly walked over in the night. Miss Lu. Chief. Sister Lu. Everyone was stunned when they saw her. Lu Qingzhu. That's right, the martial arts circle chief of their generation, the daughter of the Lu family, the existence of the four top families. Shenyuan, Nangong Yi and Lu. The four top ancient martial arts families. Moreover, she was also a super beauty. There were simply too many people who adored her. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely have an impression of her. He might not know her, but he would definitely have heard of her. Lu Qingzhu walked over. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the crowd, then she nodded. Miss Lu, you're our martial arts circle chief. Don't you have to bring us along? Yi Miao smiled at Lu Qingzhu. As long as it was a man, basically all of them adored her. She was beautiful, elegant, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She had a strong family background, good talent, and high strength. What men would love if not a woman like her? Lu Qingzhu said, I don't know what to do. Let's see how it goes. Leave this to me. Wang Qing said, then took out a talisman. Urgent Earth Eye open. Bang. Then he slapped the talisman on the ground. In the next moment, the ground flashed and everyone looked over. Everyone's brows furrowed. Oh no. We're surrounded by monsters? Chapter 15-13. The effect of this talisman was very simple. It could detect the activity of life in the surroundings, and it was the activity of life with spiritual energy. Basically, they were the ones who came here and they knew it in their hearts. There were about 50 to 60 people and the rest were some seniors. They were also here, but they were probably searching in another location. And now, the answer given to them by the talisman he had released was 50 to 60 of them were surrounded. There were signs of life with spiritual energy in all directions, and they seemed to be gradually closing in on them. Not good. Did we fall into a trap? Yi Miao frowned and said, Impossible. How did these demonic beasts know we were coming? I reckon that when we stepped into this place, we were discovered by these demonic beasts, and then they surrounded us. Did any of you encounter any demonic beasts along the way? They shook their heads. Miss Lu, what do you think we should do now? Lu Qingzhu stretched out her hand, and a sword appeared in her palm. She did not say anything, but her actions had already explained everything. Yi Miao said, Didn't we come here to clean up these demonic beasts? If they gather together, it will save us a lot of trouble, won't it? That's right. I think these demonic beasts have their heads, but what's the use? We came here to clean up the demonic beasts, so why should we be afraid of them? Then they all prepared to fight in the valley. It's here. Their gazes were fixed ahead. Dark venom spider? What? There are still dark venom spiders now? Someone saw a black spider that was about the size of 3 or 4 people, and his pupils shrank. Maybe it's a demonic beast from a long time ago and it just appeared recently. The news was right, this ghost mountain is indeed not safe. Everyone be careful, these demonic beasts are much stronger than the ones we usually encounter. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she directly rushed forward. Everyone, let's go. On the other side, Lin Xian also arrived at a place not far from here. Fuck. Lin Xian looked ahead and the sound of battle was very obvious. Is this a group fight between demonic beasts or something? Why are there so many of them? Lin Xian was shocked. This scene was nothing on Sky Blue Planet, but on Earth, it really shocked Lin Xian. What the hell is going on? Is Earth going to be unstable? Could it be that he was going to take the path of Sky Blue? Lin Xian didn't know. Then Lin Xian sped away. When Lin Xian arrived at the top of the canyon, he looked down. Fuck. There were about 40 people, and the ground was littered with the corpses of countless demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts, and those people were besieged by these demonic beasts. As for the realm, Lin Xian took a look. Most of them were in the arcane body realm. Some were in the arcane heaven realm, and one of them was very strong. He seemed to have reached the law realm. They all looked very young, yet they had reached the law realm at such a young age. Furthermore, they were from Earth. They were not simple. However, these demonic beasts weren't simple either. It was even more terrifying than Lin Xian had imagined. Putting aside the number of demonic beasts, these demonic beasts were generally in the arcane body realm and arcane heaven realm. There were even a few law realm demonic beasts. Lin Xian was shocked. This was much stronger than he had imagined. I remember that 3 years ago the situation wasn't like this, right? In these 3 years, Earth has also changed a lot. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This is bad. These demonic beasts are much stronger than we imagined. Yi Miao shouted, then suddenly waved the sword in her hand. A flame flickered, and a demonic beast in front of her was cut in half. Are we going to retreat? There are already people who are seriously injured and some have even died. Wang Ping yelled. I think it's better to retreat. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu pointed the sword in her hand to the sky. Above the void, dark clouds gathered, and lightning fell on the tip of the sword. Lightning flash. Whoosh, rumble, in an instant dozens of demonic beasts were annihilated, and the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Leave the strong ones to me. You guys deal with the rest. Lu Qingzhu said indifferently and rushed toward the 2 law realm demonic beasts in front of her. So strong. Everyone was secretly speechless when they saw Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Fuck. So strong. This kind of strength was normal on Sky Blue Planet, but on Earth, Lin Xian was really a little surprised. About half an hour later, all the demonic beasts were cleared. Everyone stood there, sat there, and even lay there, gasping for breath. Lin Xian did not make a move, and there was no need for him to make a move. Whoosh, at this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed toward Lin Xian. There's more? Everyone saw Lu Qingzhu suddenly make a move, and then their eyes fell on the position above the canyon. Boom, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and then he descended from the sky and landed beside them. At first they were vigilant, but when they saw that it was a person who came down, they relaxed. Hey, look carefully before you attack. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Sorry. Lu Qingzhu said indifferently and then put away the sword in her hand. Brother, you've been up there for a long time, right? What do you mean? We're fighting a bloody battle below and you're watching the show from above? Why don't you come down and help? Yi Miao looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Lin Xian shrugged, then lit a cigarette and said, I'm not friends with you and I'm not partners. There's no need for me to help, right? We can't be so moral blackmailing, right? Then what are you here for? I'm just here to take a look, that's all. Lin Xian shrugged. Then I hope you can keep watching. Yi Miao said coldly. Lin Xian shrugged and then walked in a certain direction. This place has been cleared, but there might be other places. Lu Qingzhu said and then walked away, and the direction she walked was also the direction Lin Xian went. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and found that the place he was looking for was in this valley. Soon Lin Xian came to a position, and Lu Qingzhu also came behind Lin Xian. She didn't follow Lin Xian, so she didn't care too much. She just felt that this valley wasn't simple, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed to be getting more and more vigorous. She even had the illusion that a spiritual item of heaven and earth was about to be born. Then she saw Lin Xian standing in a position. Lin Xian extended his hand and placed it on the mountain. Then with a surge of energy he pushed it forward. Boom. A loud sound was heard, and when the dust settled, a cave appeared in front of them. Lu Qingzhu? Lin Xian walked in directly. What's going on? What's that sound? Those people ran over and saw the cave. There's a strong spiritual power of heaven and earth gushing out from here. Could there be treasures in this cave? Everyone was excited. Chapter 15-14. On Earth, it was very difficult to encounter opportunities in heaven and earth spiritual items. Because of the place, there was no heaven and earth spiritual energy, so it was not easy to derive some things. Basically, whatever treasure your family had, you would have at most that treasure. That was basically it. Therefore, when they saw such a cave, they all showed an excited expression. Damn, there was a cave here? And there was a powerful heaven and earth spiritual energy coming from inside? Lu Qingzhu frowned. How did he know there was a cave here? Actually, the cave had nothing to do with it. However, this cave did not feel like a simple place. He directly walked over and went straight to it. Does this place look any different from other places? Or was it that he knew this place very well? This cave had heaven and earth spiritual energy gushing out. It was definitely not simple inside. At least there were treasures inside and there might even be danger. I think it's still necessary to contact the elders of the family and tell them about the situation here. Most of them were still vigilant. Yes, I also think it's necessary. After all, we don't have any experience in this kind of situation. Then they took out their phones and contacted the elders of the family, telling them about the situation here. The elders of the family clearly told them not to go in and wait for them to come. However, Lu Qingzhu went in. When Lu Qingzhu went in, many people frowned. They realized that Lu Qingzhu had gone in, so this Lu Qingzhu was a very smart woman in their eyes. Since she had chosen to go in and her strength was strong enough, there should not be too much of a problem. Moreover, humans were greedy. They all knew that there must be good things inside. However, when they saw that someone had already gone in and they could not go in, they could not bear it. They thought, what if the treasure inside fell into the hands of that person in Lu Qingzhu? Then, would they not be able to get anything? Danger? Would they die inside? What if they did not? What if they did not? This was the inner thought of a normal person. That's right, they too. If only Lin Xian went in, it would be fine. However, if Lu Qingzhu went in, they would not be able to hold on. I want to go in and take a look. Yi Miao said. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's go together and take care of each other. There shouldn't be any problems. The elders of our respective clans should be here soon. Let's go explore the path first. I think it's fine. Go. On the other side, Lin Xian was walking in a natural cave. So big. Lin Xian raised his head and looked around. This cave really looked natural, but Lin Xian knew that it wasn't. The cave was very large. Even the walls, the ceiling, and the ground were very beautiful stones that emitted light, adding to the brilliance of the place. And because Lin Xian had activated his Eye of Cave Spirit, he knew where to go. Behind him, Lu Qingzhu walked over. She was also very surprised as she sized up everything around her. She looked up, looked left and right, and walked forward. Bang! Then she bumped into Lin Xian's back. She didn't look ahead. She only took a glance before. She knew that there were no obstacles ahead, so she didn't look ahead. Instead, she kept looking around. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. Lu Qingzhu quickly took a step back. Lin Xian looked at her. This girl is so beautiful. I want to kiss her lips until they're swollen. It's okay. Beautiful girls have the right to be forgiven when they make mistakes. Lin Xian grinned and said, Lu Qingzhu, she thought that she didn't make a mistake, right? How did you know that there's such a cave here? This was what Lu Qingzhu was very surprised about. She swore that she couldn't see it with the naked eye. As for the equipment, no one had checked it before. It was very difficult to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, he didn't have any equipment on him. He just walked in directly. In her eyes, this was very unusual. Men have a natural sensitivity to caves. Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu. She seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence. After all, she was a modern woman from the 21st century. Moreover, according to normal logic, shouldn't you come up and introduce yourself? Then I'll introduce myself? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian frowned. Lu Qingzhu. Why do I remember hearing about you before? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Lu Qingzhu wasn't surprised to hear Lin Xian's words. As a warrior, it was normal for him to have heard of her name. This wasn't because she was conceited, but because her name was more exposed in the martial arts world. After all, she was the leader of the martial arts world. However, Lin Xian was very surprised. He had been away for 3 years and he didn't know much about the martial arts world on Earth. At most, he knew a few big families, which families were very strong, and which families were the strongest. However, he actually felt that the name of someone from the same generation as him was somewhat familiar. This really surprised Lin Xian. But now Lin Xian couldn't think of anything at all. Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. Lin family? Lu Qingzhu asked. Oh, that's not it. Lin Xian shook his head. Your surname is Lin, so you're a member of the Lin family? If your surname is Lu, can you still be a member of the Lu family? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu, this person didn't seem to know her? Lin Xian then continued to walk forward. Lu Qingzhu also followed behind Lin Xian because this was the only way to go. Little sister, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. No. Lu Qingzhu replied faintly. Then why don't we try being together? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No need, thank you. Sigh, I've seen a lot of girls like you. All of them are very cold. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a partner. When your parents were your age, they probably already had you. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your parents. Lin Xian said with a sigh. Lu Qingzhu. Suddenly Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. What? The cigarette in his hand suddenly fluttered. This seemed to be normal, but it wasn't. This was because in that instant, Lin Xian did not feel a sudden increase in the wind. In fact, there was no wind at all. This was momentum. Lin Xian was 120% vigilant. Because he knew that Tao Tai was here, he would be even more vigilant. Here. Chapter 15:15. Lin Xian suddenly made his move. Lightning gathered in his hand and blasted upwards. Boom! Then, a black spider over 5 meters long was blasted down by Lin Xian. Lu Qingzhu. To be honest, she didn't even notice. This person called Lin Xian seemed to be quite powerful. And he was actually at the Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars. Logically speaking, she should know who he was. Reaching the Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars at such a young age was very impressive. Moreover, he should have a background. If he didn't have a background, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to this level. Moreover, he had the lightning attribute, but she knew nothing about him. This was really strange. Could it be some hidden family? That was also possible. Not small. Lin Xian walked over and blasted open the head of the beast with a punch. He took out the demon crystal inside. This was a Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beast. For the current Lin Xian, refining its Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beast would bring him many benefits. Lu Qingzhu frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. As long as one was a warrior, they would have a natural fear of demon beasts. This was especially true for demon beasts that looked very scary. This was because they had very little contact with demon beasts. Lu Qingzhu also had very little contact with demon beasts. She would also be afraid. This was human nature. However, this Lin Xian was not afraid at all. At first, Lu Qingzhu thought he was faking it, but there was really no fear in his eyes. Moreover, wasn't he afraid that the beast was poisonous? Wasn't he afraid that the beast was faking its death? Wasn't he afraid of the beast's terrifying appearance? Wasn't it disgusting to explode its head? This was the difference between Earth and Sky Blue Planet. On Sky Blue Planet, humans had zero contact with demonic beasts and could meet them every day. On Earth, even for a martial artist, they might not meet demonic beasts more than a few times in their lifetime. The way they treated demonic beasts was indeed different. Do you want it? Lin Xian asked politely. Lu Qingzhu quickly shook her head. I don't want anything good. Lin Xian shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Be careful, there's a situation. Lu Qingzhu's ears twitched slightly. Then she took out her spiritual weapon. In front of them, a black mass of huge spiders, some on the walls, some on the ground, were crawling quickly towards them. Lu Qingzhu's aura surged. She was afraid of demonic beasts only because she was a human. As a woman, she was naturally afraid of demonic beasts that looked very scary and disgusting. If you were like those demonic beasts that were similar to tigers and lions, you wouldn't be afraid of them at all. If you were a spider, mouse, or cockroach, you would be afraid. However, although she was afraid, she was only afraid of the visual impact. She was not afraid of anything else. Whoosh. Lu Qingzhu's delicate body was wrapped in lightning as she rushed forward. This Earth could indeed be the lower plane of the Sky Blue Planet. Not only is the martial arts well known, but the general strength and the number of beasts, even the martial arts and spiritual weapons are very different. On Earth, weapons and spiritual weapons are probably at the peak of the heavenly level, not to mention the divine level and holy level spiritual weapons. Maybe the Xian Yuan sword has reached the holy level? After all, it's one of the few divine weapons passed down from ancient times. It's possible. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu, who was in the middle of a battle, and muttered to himself. The reason why there were so few spiritual weapons was because there were no blacksmiths who could create high-grade spiritual weapons, so they could not be passed down. This was indeed a lower plane. Was there a higher plane above the Sky Blue Planet? Lin Xian did not know. Lin Xian had to figure out many things about this. Not bad, he's in his 20s and he's already in the law realm. He should be one of the best on Earth, right? I think many of the old guys on Earth are probably in the law realm. No, since someone in his 20s is in the law realm, doesn't that mean that the slightly more powerful old guys are in the law realm, domain, and even heavenly venerables? Lin Xian frowned. On this Earth, heavenly venerables were probably the limit, and there were probably not many heavenly venerables. Then, he should not be able to defeat a heavenly venerables at the mysterious heaven realm, right? Then, if he reached the law realm, would he be able to defeat a heavenly venerables? The difference of two realms. However, Lin Xian's advantage was that his law realm and domain were stronger than anyone else's. He also had the system that doubled his power, as well as higher-grade spiritual weapons and martial skills. However, Lin Xian really did not understand the strength of this place. However, he should think about it when his realm was higher. It was too dangerous. Although Lin Xian was only in the mysterious heaven realm, he could use law realm and domain. After all, Lin Xian had law realm and domain. It was just that it might not be easy to use them. After all, Lin Xian's spiritual energy was very dense. Whoosh, seeing that Lu Qingzhu was gradually becoming more difficult to fight, Lin Xian also rushed in. These demonic beasts' realms had all reached the mysterious heaven realm, which shocked Lu Qingzhu. This place, this ghost mountain, what kind of place was it? Originally, the demonic beasts she had seen were at the mysterious body realm. There were actually so many mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts here, and there were even law realm demonic beasts. This place should be the place with the highest quality of demonic beasts she had ever seen. It was not simple. If there were more demonic beasts here, she even felt that it might bring a certain impact to the martial world. Why are there so many? Lu Qingzhu frowned. Lin Xian glanced at it. Damn, it was a little too much. Step back. Lin Xian said. What are you going to do? Damn, how can a woman talk so much nonsense? Just step back. Lu Qingzhu. Then she retreated again and again. Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. Grade, Heaven Stage 1 Star, Self-Created Heaven Stage Martial Skill by Void Fox Linglong Shui. As the Void Fox clan, the King of Space, her self-created martial skill can be said to be heaven-defying. Effect. Release a powerful Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison, which has the power of destruction and a strong attraction force. Once the target is sucked in, it will cause an irreversible destruction effect. The size, strength, and attraction force of the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison are related to the strength of the release. Although the Myriad Bait Heavenly Prison was only a 1-star Heaven Tier martial skill, as a spatial attribute martial skill, you couldn't use a grade to describe it. Spatial and time attributes, these two great attributes basically didn't have any martial skills. Therefore, this Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian condensed the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison at that location, and then, the many demonic beasts in front of him were all sucked in. Lu Qingzhu, a wormhole in space? She revealed a shocked expression. This person, could it be that he had a space attribute? That was a legendary attribute. Or could it be that this was condensed from some kind of spirit weapon? She didn't know, she was very shocked. Chapter 15-16. The difference between Earth and Sky Blue Star was quite big. On Earth, the strongest attribute was basically lightning. On Earth, there were almost no space and time attributes. On Sky Blue Star, at least time and space attributes were the rarest, but you could still often see them among many geniuses. However, on Earth, you could not see time and space attributes at all. Therefore, when Lin Xian released the Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison, Lu Qingzhu was very shocked. If it was the space attribute, then it would be even more shocking. Moreover, she did not know that the space attribute would have martial skills. It might be more of a power released by some kind of spatial spirit tool. Lin Xian felt that the Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison had consumed almost half of his spiritual energy. Fuck. I can't hold on. With this low realm, you can't use this kind of top-notch big move easily. Why are there so many high-grade demon beasts here? Lu Qingzhu's attention was now on this. In this ghost mountain she had seen no less than 200 mysterious heaven realm demon beasts, and there were even law realm demon beasts. This kind of number was very terrifying. Normally, it was already very rare to see 3 to 5 mysterious heaven realm demon beasts. 200, on Earth, she was sure that at least in the recent 100 years, such a situation had never happened. And the most exaggerated thing was that with so many high-grade demon beasts, were you really going to stay in this ghost mountain and not go out to cause trouble? That fence could not stop these demon beasts. So strange. Really strange. It's a bit exaggerated. Lin Xian frowned. But he might know a little more because Tao Tai was here. As for why those demon beasts did not go out, there might be 2 reasons. They did not dare to go out. Maybe there were demon beasts here ordering them and controlling them. Maybe there was a leader of these demon beasts, or maybe they were unwilling to go out. No matter if you were a demon beast or something else, you always needed to cultivate, and to cultivate you needed heaven and earth spiritual energy. Other than here, it would be difficult to find another place with this kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, there was enough food here. There were many wild animals and even demon beasts that could be hunted. I suggest that we wait for the seniors of the major sects to come over and go in together. Lu Qingzhu said. Here, so many demonic beasts had inexplicably rushed out. What about inside? Who knew what was inside? In any case, she had never seen a place like this. Up to you. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked inside. Okay. Lu Qingzhu shouted. What's up? You'll die if you go in. Lu Qingzhu frowned as she looked at Lin Xian and said, Since little sister doesn't like me, I'll just die. Goodbye. With that, Lin Xian walked in. Lu Qingzhu, she froze on the spot. Why did he have to go in? And how did he manage to find this place? Could it be that he was familiar with this place? After thinking about it, Lu Qingzhu quickly followed him. Behind him, a group of people also arrived. Fuck. They saw that this place had been emptied. There seems to have been a great battle here. Experienced a great battle? What about the corpse of the demonic beast? Could it be that Qingzhu was captured by a demonic beast? Suddenly, someone realized this. Quick. Go in and save Qingzhu. The experts from our various sects will be here soon. Go and save Qingzhu. Their thoughts were simple. Lu Qingzhu was stronger than them, but if they were lucky enough to save her, wouldn't that mean? Then a group of people quickly rushed over. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu arrived at a huge space. This space shocked Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian might not understand, but she knew. 5 divine beasts, divine formation. There's something sealed here. Lu Qingzhu looked around and saw the majestic statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and Qilin standing in a special position. She recognized that this was the 5 divine beasts' divine formation. How do you know? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu revealed a shocked expression. There's actually such a secret here? I've seen it before. The 5 divine beasts' divine formation is a large formation that borrows the power of the 5 divine beasts. It can prevent all evil forces from invading, and at the same time, it can prevent all powerful forces from attacking. Generally speaking, a place where the 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists proves that there's a powerful force or a powerful treasure sealed behind it. In short, the person who set up this 5 divine beasts' divine formation hopes that no matter how many people discover this place in the future, they won't be able to break through this place. Lu Qingzhu said. Is it very powerful? Very powerful. Even a heavenly venerable will die in the 5 divine beasts' divine formation. Lu Qingzhu said. Then she looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, We can't go any further. Lin Xian asked, Will we definitely die? In a sense, yes. Lin Xian smirked, Step back, learn and watch. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. What are you doing? Lin Xian then walked forward. Swish, 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 as if sensing Lin Xian's existence, the 5 statues flashed at the same time. This time it seemed to be a warning. However, Lin Xian did not stop and continued to walk forward. It's over. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes in shock. They were dead meat. This time the martial Dao light completely rose. Swish, 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 the martial Dao light fell beside Lin Xian. The phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and Qilin appeared there. Lin Xian glanced at the 5 especially noble and divine phantoms, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said, No matter how formidable and divine you seem, all of you are just fake. All of you are just energy that has been condensed with energy. All of you are just formations. No matter what kind of formation it is, there must be a way to break it. Lin Xian then opened his eye of cave spirit. He found the way to break the formation. He destroyed the 5 phantoms. Lin Xian was speechless. That's right. This was something that Lin Xian did not expect. What the fuck? Could it be that the way to break the formation was not to destroy a formation core? Wasn't it the same as not having a way to break the formation? Fuck. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Lin Xian sensed that these 5 phantoms had the cultivation of a heavenly venerable. Although they were only phantoms, these heavenly venerables should be genuine. Fuck. What should he do? Retreat? This was Lin Xian's thought, but, fuck, retreat. He could not retreat. Swish, 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 several roars were heard, and then 5 terrifying phantoms of divine beasts rushed toward Lin Xian, determined to kill Lin Xian here. Lin Xian miserably activated Carefree Under the Heavens and continued to flee. Fortunately, Carefree Under the Heavens gave him a terrifying speed, but it consumed spiritual power. What should he do? Chapter 15-17. Lu Qingzhu stared blankly at the scene from afar. What was he trying to do? He was so confident just now, but now, was he trying to act cool? At this moment Yi Miao, Wang Qing and the others also arrived. Where did that beast roar come from? Look ahead. In front. 5 divine beasts? Are they phantoms or remnant souls? They should be phantoms, right? The phantoms they created, hiss, each of them has the aura of a heavenly venerable. This is... They were stunned when they arrived. Qingzhu, are you all right? Yi Miao walked over and asked Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. I'm fine. She stared at Lin Xian who was inside. It's him? Why is he here? Isn't this the 5 divine beasts formation? Did he go in by himself? Idiot. There must be a top-notch treasure behind the 5 divine beasts formation. It might even be a monster. Should we go in and help? What? Go in and help? Are you crazy? We're not related to each other and we don't know each other. Moreover, with our cultivation, there's no way we can survive in this 5 divine beasts formation. Look at the realm of these divine beasts, they're probably in the heavenly venerable realm. How do we go in and help? Lin Xian was thinking about how to end the battle. Phantoms, no matter how he looked at them, they were not real. They were all fake. They were all illusory powers. Since they were illusory powers, wait. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. The 5 statues should be where the power of the 5 phantoms was stored. The 5 phantoms were very powerful, but the 5 statues were just statues. Lin Xian could not attack the 5 statues. They were absolutely protected. Even Lu Qingzhu and the others could not attack them. If they did, they would fall into the formation. However, if the 5 statues were destroyed, did that mean that the spirit design was destroyed as well? Which of the 5 phantoms would vanish? Lin Xian felt that this was the case. The result of the Eye of Cave Spirits investigation was that the 5 phantoms had been destroyed. However, this was only in terms of spiritual energy. There were still some that weren't. That was the statue. The only way to break the 5 divine beasts formation is to destroy the 5 statues. However, that's impossible. It's impossible to destroy the statues in the formation. Once the power of the statues is activated, there's an enchantment that can defend against the power of a celestial master. As for us outside, we can't attack it at all. Once we attack it, it proves that we've fallen into the formation battle. Wang Qing said. Then isn't this kid dead for sure? He's definitely going to die. Even a celestial venerable would die in such a situation. Moreover, the 5 divine beast divine arrays 5 divine beast phantoms can release a powerful force similar to a martial skill. They haven't been released yet, and this brat is constantly dodging them with his extraordinary speed. Once they are released, he's dead for sure. Lu Qingzhu frowned. However, boom. Right at this moment, the 5 statues exploded. Boom. A terrifying force instantly spread out in all directions. Everyone? Well, some of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. What? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. How can this be? How did the statues get destroyed? What happened? The phantoms of the 5 divine beasts have disappeared. This is... How did Lin Xian do it? It was actually very simple. The law of destruction. Yes, Lin Xian couldn't destroy the phantoms because the difference in cultivation realm was too great. However, Lin Xian could destroy the statues. No matter how magical or fancy this statue was, it was still just a statue. At most, it was just a statue made of special materials. At most, they were statues that had power to protect them. The most terrifying part of the law of destruction was the intent. I can't destroy the power protecting the statues, but I can't destroy your protective power either. If others want to destroy the statues, they can only destroy the protective power first before they can attack the statues. However, Lin Xian didn't need to do that. The statues were statues, and the protective power was the protective power. They were 2 different concepts, 2 different things. Lin Xian only needed to destroy the statues with his intent. The statues were ordinary things. Lin Xian didn't even need to use any spiritual power to destroy them. So, sometimes you have to rely on your brain. This was the power of the law of creation and the law of destruction. As long as your brain was flexible enough, sometimes, you could do things so easily that you couldn't even imagine it. For example, now. Lin Xian was shocked. Everyone was also shocked. This? What just happened? How did the statues get destroyed? There was a protective power around the statues that even ordinary heavenly venerables couldn't destroy. Wasn't this a bit too unbelievable? Lin Xian stood there staring ahead. Behind this should be Tao Tai, right? Lin Xian then turned to the people behind him and said, I advise you all to leave now. Otherwise, no matter how many people die, it won't have anything to do with me. Everyone looked at each other. Their attention was no longer on how this person destroyed the 5 statues and the 5 divine beast divine array. Their attention was on what was behind. They all knew that there must be something behind the 5 divine beast divine array. And it was someone else. The expert who set up the 5 divine beast divine array didn't want others to know about it. Even if they found it, they didn't want to find it. Behind this was most likely an extremely powerful treasure. Of course, there might be danger. But there were treasures. And it might be an extremely terrifying treasure. This kind of thing was bound to make people greedy. Greed was the nature of humans. Even if they knew there might be danger, they were still willing. Hee. Meow chuckled and said, "Brother, you're really interesting. Since we're all here together, then we'll get a share of everything." That's right. Everyone has a share. Brother, isn't it a bit unkind of you to chase us out now? Then don't worry, brother. Our lives are our own and our choices are our own. It has nothing to do with you. Those people said one after another. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. This was human nature. Then they would definitely pay the price. Lin Xian originally thought that if these people died because of him, then he might feel a little guilty. But now, even if they all died, it had nothing to do with him. He had reminded them. Chapter 15:18. Lin Xian looked around. This array formation had already been broken by him. He estimated that after this array formation, it would be Taotai. Since these people were following him, they could attract the Taoye's attention for him. Then he could find an opportunity to kill the Taotai. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian. Was what he said just now true, or just to make them feel afraid so that they wouldn't go in with him? She couldn't be sure. But her intuition told her that it was true. This person looked a little shameless, but why did she feel that he was a very upright person? That was her intuition. At this moment, everyone spread out and began to look for something in this position. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could see that the wall in front of him was the entrance to the next place. A large amount of spiritual energy was also squeezed out from there. Everyone be careful. There might be traps or something here. Don't touch anything to avoid danger. Someone shouted. Got it? But which one of you can find the entrance to that place? Taoist Wang Qing, do you have any ideas? Wang Qing nodded. I can try, but my suggestion is to wait until the seniors of the major clans and sects come. Since there's a top-level 5 divine beast divine formation here, it's definitely not simple. We've already encountered so many mystic heaven realm and even law realm demonic beasts outside. The spiritual energy here is dense, so there might be stronger demonic beasts here. We can't fight them. Without the seniors, it's very dangerous. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us, so what are we afraid of? There's still Miss Lu. If there's really no other way, we can always run, right? Oomph. How audacious. Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind and everyone looked over. An old man walked in. Following this old man were about 100 men and women. The youngest among them was a middle-aged man, right? However, there were more old men in their 50s or 60s. Master. Father. Grandfather. Seeing them come in, many people shouted one after another. Where's my Lu? One of the old men shouted. Senior Zhang Lu was killed by a demonic beast. What? Apart from Zhang Lu, there are no less than 20 people who have all fallen. Everyone was flabbergasted. What did you encounter? Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu then said, we encountered hundreds of mysterious heaven realm demon beasts and many law realm demon beasts. What? Here. In the valley outside, I didn't encounter anything here. A man said. Lu Qingzhu glanced at it. In fact, they had also encountered a lot of demonic beasts here. It was just that they had all been killed by that person. Not even their corpses were left behind. Then what's the situation here? They shook their heads. Just now, we encountered the 5 divine beasts divine formation here. What? Where is it? He destroyed it. Someone pointed at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian was very annoyed right now. Fuck your mother. Why did so many people come? However, Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance. None of them seemed to be weak. It seemed that he, Lin Xian, had underestimated the martial artists of Earth. However, he did not underestimate the top martial artists of Earth. Earth was probably still at the peak of the celestial venerable realm. Lin Xian had underestimated the quality of martial artists below the celestial venerable realm. Now, it seemed that it was far from that simple. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Who is this little brother? A rogue cultivator. Lin Xian said indifferently. So it's a rogue cultivator. Then how did you destroy the 5 divine beasts' divine formation? I naturally have my own methods. Alright. Then they ignored Lin Xian. The world was big and full of strange things. However, since it was a rogue cultivator, it would not attract their attention. Right now, this place was the place that attracted their attention the most. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a middle-aged man here. Xinyuan Luo. Although he had not seen this Xinyuan Luo for 3 years, Lin Xian still recognized him. He might not recognize him, but it could be seen that he definitely did not recognize him. They had met once before. That time was when he and Dongfang Shui were playing at Dongfang Shui's place. This Xinyuan Luo had brought a few people over as guests. At that time Lin Xian did not meet him. Lin Xian had gone into hiding at Dongfang Shui's request. It was also at that time that Lin Xian eavesdropped on some of their conversations. It was about what happened after that. It was also at that time that Lin Xian learned about this matter. It was also from that time onwards that everything had become unstable. This Xinyuan Luo was a member of the collateral bloodline of the Xinyuan family. His status was not high. If one had to count, he was Xinyuan Qingtian's cousin. He was 40 years old and this cousin was a little distant. So why was he only a collateral bloodline? His existence was more to work for the Xinyuan family in hopes that one day, he would be able to achieve a higher status. Of course, his status in the Xinyuan family might not be very high. But compared to others, for example, among this group of people, his status was outstanding. Xinyuan Luo also glanced at Lin Xian. He really did not recognize him. He did not know Lin Xian in the first place. He only knew the name Lin Xian. He did not know anything else. In other words, he was the one who pushed Lin Xian off the cliff. Of course, he did not do it himself. He sent someone to do it. He was also entrusted by someone else. Of course, Lin Xian did not know about this because he was already dead. It was just that. Lin Xian did not have a good opinion of the Xinyuan family. Die for me. Mr. Xinyuan, what do you think we should do now? An old man glanced at Xinyuan Luo and asked. Xinyuan Luo glanced around and said, since the 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists here, there must be something behind this place. If we find that place, we might be able to find countless treasures. That's right. This old man thinks so too. The 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists to protect something from being discovered. Normally, with the 5 divine beasts' divine formation in front of us, we can't do anything about it. But it was actually destroyed by this little brother. To be honest, this is our opportunity. This is the will of the heavens. An old man said. Lin Xian? Fuck you. Don't you think this is shameless? Lin Xian destroyed the 5 divine beasts' divine formation, and you're saying that this is your opportunity? Fuck you. Die for me. I think it's better to be careful. Since ancient times, people who have been driven by greed have not had a good ending. Lu Qingzhu said. Chapter 15-19. Lin Xian took another look at this beautiful girl. Oh, not bad. There's still such a rational young girl in this world. Smack. Miss Lu, don't worry. We know what we're doing. Everyone, activate the formation and look for the next entrance. Okay. Since that was the case, Lin Xian was too lazy to make a move. Lin Xian felt that, hiding behind this group of people was a good choice. Since they wanted to die, and it wasn't like he didn't warn them, Lin Xian couldn't be blamed, right? Miss, wanna add me on WeChat? Lin Xian moved closer to Lu Qingzhu and asked with a smile. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Okay. She nodded. Lin Xian didn't expect this. Wow. A beauty of this level agreed to add him on WeChat just like that? Lu Qingzhu's thoughts were simple. This person wasn't simple. She didn't know how he destroyed the 5 divine beasts formation, and he even seemed to have released the power of space. She felt that if this person's character wasn't bad, he should be an expert. It wasn't a big deal to know a genius expert. Maybe she could learn something from him. That was her thought. Then the two added each other as friends. What's the meaning of this? Why do we have a mutual friend? Lin Xian was surprised. Lu Qingzhu was also surprised. Why would they have a mutual friend? This feeling was very strange. The world was so big and 2 people who didn't know each other added each other as friends. Then they realized that there was someone they knew. This feeling was very strange. Then the 2 of them gathered together to see who their mutual friend was. The 2 of them didn't have many friends. Lin Xian didn't have more than 5 friends, and Lu Qingzhu only had about 20. Most of them were her family members. Then, They easily found the friend with the same profile picture that both of them had. Qini Juan? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu in surprise. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian and said, I looked for her before. The Lu clan's forces found her and hoped to rope her into our forces and teach her cultivation. She's a very good genius. Although it's a bit late, it's still not too late. Lin Xian, and then? Then she refused. We just added each other on WeChat, Lu Qingzhu said. Rejected? To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised. She said that she wanted to maintain world peace and refused. She wouldn't think you're a liar, would she? Lu Qingzhu shook her head. No. She just wants to be able to do her job. Lin Xian, to be honest, you have no choice but to accept it. In order to continue serving the people in this job, she even refused to become a martial artist? To be honest, this was something that Lin Xian admired. To put it simply, let's say that you have no money and no power. Suddenly, someone came to you and said that your second uncle was dying. He had no children and you were his only relative. He had tens of billions of assets for you to inherit. Would you inherit it? It was the same logic. Qin Juan actually rejected it. This shocked Lin Xian. Amazing. You're her friend? Lu Qingzhu asked. She's my girlfriend. Lu Qingzhu? Haha, I'm just kidding. She likes me and is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet. If you like me too, then I'll reject her and accept you. Lin Xian grinned at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu, as the two of them chatted, the others were excitedly looking for the entrance. However, of course there were some people who noticed this. That dog is hitting on Qingzhu while we're working. It's okay. Are you still worried that Qingzhu will do something to him? Don't worry about it. Now, the treasure inside is the most important thing. Whoever gets the treasure inside will be able to dominate the area. By then he will become a better person and be able to pursue Qingzhu. That was what they thought. Beauty, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I might be able to treat your hidden illness. Lin Xian smiled and said to Lu Qingzhu. At first, Lu Qingzhu didn't think much of it. However, when she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized, what? How do you know I have a hidden illness? I can see it. I have medical skills. Lin Xian grinned. Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Only her family knew about her hidden illness. Outsiders didn't even know about it. He couldn't have gotten the news from her family, right? Then did he really see it? Was he that strong? My hidden illness is, before she could finish, Lin Xian said, it should be because you have the lightning attribute, but at the same time, you also have the ice attribute. Although this is good news, your ice attribute should have an especially strong cold energy. This cold energy will cause your body to be extremely cold if you use the ice attribute, so the existence of the ice attribute will threaten your survival instead. It's fine if you don't use it. However, you have used it many times, causing you to be affected by the cold. You are very afraid of the cold. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in shock. Do you have a way? Yes, I can see it. Why can't I? Is it difficult? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not difficult. Lu Qingzhu, the entire martial arts world can't do anything. You say it's not difficult? That's because they can't do anything. It doesn't mean that I can't do anything. My master is... Lin Xian deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Now Lu Qingzhu was curious. Master. Who was his master? He seemed to be very powerful. Sorry to trouble you. Lin Xian shook his head. It's not troublesome. However, you have to be my girlfriend. Lu Qingzhu, then forget it. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. At this time Lin Xian's gaze fell on a corner. Mystic pearl grass. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the main herb he was looking for to help Qingya's wife treat her illness. This was the only thing missing. Lin Xian then quickly walked over and picked up the mystic pearl grass. Some people also saw the mystic pearl grass, but not many people recognized it. Moreover, everyone's attention wasn't on the mystic pearl grass but the entrance. We found the entrance. It's there. An old man pointed at the wall and said, how do we open it? Using force should be enough. Everyone be careful. Take a step back. Boom, then a few people released a powerful force and bombarded the wall. Lin Xian, this should be a cultivation level above 5 stars of domain realm, right? Indeed, their overall level wasn't bad. The wall was shattered and a passage appeared in front of them. Chapter 1520. When the passage appeared, A huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards them. Everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised. This fucking heaven and earth spiritual energy was too strong. There was definitely a treasure inside. Maybe it's the 10 great ancient divine artifacts? Some people muttered in their hearts. After all, none of them had felt this kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy fluctuation for so many years. This was a bit exaggerated. They looked at each other. Everyone could see something in each other's eyes. It was fear and greed. They were afraid that the other party would get the treasure, but they were greedy for the treasure themselves. Cough, cough, an old man coughed and said, "There might be endless danger inside. I'll go in and explore first. Everyone wait outside. I'll go in." Cough, cough. Everyone, I'll go with you. If we go together we can take care of each other. It's safer. Another old man said with a chuckle. Let's go together. If we go together we can take care of each other. Lin Xian, what a bunch of dogs. It's fine if they're dogs but they're all greedy. If you don't die who will? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu beside him and said, "Pretty girl, don't go in." Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at Lin Xian. "Do you know something?" He found this place directly and then he found this place again. Then he easily broke the 5 divine beasts divine array. He seemed to know about this place. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "I don't know. I only know that danger and opportunity coexist. Even if there's something good in there, it'll definitely be extremely dangerous. I reckon that only a few people who go in will be able to come out alive. Moreover, they entered with greed, so it's impossible for them to come out alive." Lu Qingzhu frowned. She felt that it made sense. There might be treasures inside, but there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. They didn't do anything and found an entrance here. Could they get treasures just by going in? Other things aside, what if there was only one treasure inside? With so many warriors and so many forces, what would they do in the end? Fight for it? And the end result of the struggle was, only one person, one power could take the treasure away alive. She understood. However, it was impossible for her to stop these people from entering. "Are you going in?" Lu Qingzhu asked. Lin Xian nodded. "Of course. I'll go in too," Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu. "Don't tell me you went in because I went in?" Lin Xian grinned at her. "You can say that. I think you're more familiar with this place so you're more confident. Besides, I also want to see what's inside," Lu Qingzhu said. "So in your heart, although you've only known me for such a short time, I'm as magical as a god. Why do you think I'm so powerful? Is it because of my handsomeness? Or are you in love with me?" Lin Xian smiled and raised his eyebrows at her. "No, it's just a woman's intuition." Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes looked ahead. Those people had already entered one after another. Lin Xian smiled and then sat there smoking a cigarette. "Aren't you going in?" Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. "Not for the time being. I'll go in when everyone inside is dead," Lin Xian said faintly. Lu Qingzhu frowned. She felt that this person was very strange. Very special. How could he say such words so casually? What exactly did he go through to be able to say such things? It felt really strange. A rogue cultivator? Was this really something a rogue cultivator could say? Lu Qingzhu did not go in. "Aren't you going to warn them?" Lin Xian looked at the girl in surprise. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. "There's no need to remind them. If I remind them, they'll think that I'm trying to scare them away and take the so-called treasure inside. They won't leave. Why bother?" Lin Xian nodded. This girl was smart. "Why do I feel that you're a little familiar? Have we met before?" Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu and asked. He really felt that she was familiar. In 3 years, a person's appearance would change a lot, especially a girl. 3 years ago she might still look a little immature, but a girl would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In 3 years she might have really changed. Lin Xian felt that they might have met before. "Your method of picking up girls is too old-fashioned." Lu Qingzhu shook her head and said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "I'm really not picking you up." Lin Xian said. "All right." Lu Qingzhu did not say anything. "Speaking of which, you're quite powerful in the law realm in your 20s. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhu and said. "Actually, it's not bad. It's basically done with resources. As a rogue cultivator, you're also very powerful to be able to reach the mysterious heaven realm. Moreover, you definitely have the ability to fight across realms." Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, "I have to say that you have a good eye for people. Then, let's see if I can be your husband in the future." Lin Xian grinned at her. Lin Xian, forget it? Lin Xian shook his head and then looked inside. He was thinking that it was better not to have any contact with the girls in this world. It was enough. Sister-in-law Mu Qingya Qini Juan? Not to have any contact with them anymore, because if he did, Lin Xian was afraid that he would have some relationship with them. It would be troublesome then. Sai, it's so difficult. You better not go in. Lin Xian said. I'm just going in to take a look. Lu Qingzhu said. Why are you so stubborn? If you were my girlfriend, I would slap you and tell you to get out. Lu Qingzhu. Then your girlfriend is really pitiful. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and lit another cigarette. Then he looked inside the room. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on inside. He didn't even know if a fight had broken out. Lin Xian was thinking that since these people were going to die, he might as well let them die. They might even be able to help him. Let's go. Lin Xian then said. Lu Qingzhu and Lin Xian walked in together. Give me your hand. Lin Xian said. What for? I'll hold your hand. It's safer. Lu Qingzhu then silently took 2 steps back and followed behind Lin Xian. This person was really a pervert. Moreover, he was different from those men. Those men hid their lust, but this person completely showed his lust on his face and in his words and actions. This might have made Lu Qingzhu feel that this person was different from others. Chapter 15:21. This passage was very, very long. Lin Xian even walked with Lu Qingzhu for half an hour. No wonder I didn't hear any movement inside. It turns out that it's so long. Lin Xian sighed. On the way they saw a lot of corpses of demon beasts, which were definitely dealt with by those who went in first. As they went deeper and deeper, they also felt more and more powerful spiritual power of heaven and earth, and a sense of oppression. Do you feel it? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu nodded. A sense of oppression from the heart. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He estimated that Tao Tai had appeared. This kind of invisible pressure was like the pressure of a king. You're still going? To be honest, Lu Qingzhu was very careful. When she felt this kind of feeling, she actually wanted to shrink back a little. However, he suddenly thought about it. As a martial artist, this was something he had to experience. Although the current Earth might not value these things as much, but she had heard from her family that in the future, Earth might once again return to the ancient times at an unknown time. What did that mean? Demon beasts rising. The human race and the demon race would have a war. At that time, all the people on Earth would know that there were martial artists in this world, and everyone would know that there were demon beasts in this world. At that time, it might become an era where everyone cultivated. And everything that she encountered today made her believe that it must be so. The demon beasts might be gradually awakening. There were so many demon beasts here and even their grades were so high. Go. Lu Qingzhu nodded and said. Hey, don't blame me if something happens to you. You're not my girlfriend, I won't save you. I'm not that kind. Lin Xian said. No need. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Okay. Soon, a huge space appeared in front of them. When they reached this space, everything seemed to have come to an end. Strange, did we go the wrong way? Where is everyone? Lu Qingzhu frowned. They didn't go the wrong way. In this huge space there were corpses of demon beasts and traces of battle, but there was no one? Could there be a hidden door? Lu Qingzhu glanced around. Until now they had not seen a single corpse. This was a good thing. Lin Xian, of course. Lin Xian then walked to the front of the altar and released his spiritual energy. Shua! Suddenly a pillar of light rose up. Lu Qingzhu frowned. Why was he so familiar with this place? Sure enough, following him in was the right choice. He must be familiar with this place. Perhaps he came here with the treasure map? In short, it was safer to follow him than to follow so many people in front of him. Then, when he said that the people in front would all die, was that true? It wasn't that Lin Xian was familiar with this place, but that Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit was able to see these fancy things. I'll say it one last time. Once we pass through this light pillar, we'll be in real danger. Although you're very beautiful, I don't have the confidence to protect your life. Got it? Lu Qingzhu nodded. Lin Xian then stepped into the light pillar and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Lu Qingzhu also stepped into the light pillar. Shua! The light flashed past. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. His ears were filled with the sounds of battle, the roars of beasts and the screams of people. Die! Die! What should we do? Master Wang, what should we do now? How can we get out? Damn it. Damn it. There's actually such a scary arcane realm here. Damn it. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu opened their eyes. Everything around them made their mouths drop. What was going on? This was an arcane realm. To be honest, encountering an arcane realm on Heavenly Blue Planet was not a big deal. However, to have an arcane realm on Earth, which was simply a small world, was a little scary. This small world was quite beautiful, with green mountains and clear waters. It even looked a bit like a paradise. However, at this moment Lin Xian took a look. The surroundings were filled with demonic beasts, all kinds of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were fighting with the surrounding human warriors. These demonic beasts ranged from the arcane body realm to the domain realm, all the way to the arcane body realm. This was a little exaggerated. Damn it. Why are there so many beasts here? Are they all in this small world? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that at some point in time someone sealed Tao Tai here, and at the same time sealed all these beasts here? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This should be the only reasonable explanation. However, where was Tao Tai? Had it not appeared yet? Could it be that Tao Tai was still in a sealed state? If he found it, wouldn't he be able to kill it easily? Eye of Cave Spirit. Shua. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the battlefield and opened his Eye of Cave Spirit again, looking for the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. It's over there. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a certain place in front of him. Lu Qingzhu glanced around and directly took out her spiritual weapon. This scene was something she did not expect before coming here. Everyone, don't worry. Although there are many beasts here, they are not particularly strong. Everyone, gather together and we will slowly fight our way out. I estimate that these beasts are the last hurdle. Let's get rid of them first. One of the old men shouted. All right. Then everyone started to fight. Whoosh. Lin Xian did not care about this place. With a space jump, he appeared in front of them. That person ran over there. Someone noticed this scene. Damn it. Let's get rid of this place first. I don't believe that there are no beasts in that person's place. An old man gritted his teeth. Lu Qingzhu frowned. She did not care anymore. Let's get rid of the beasts first. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of a lake. Needless to say, there were no beasts around. Of course, at least there were no beasts in front of him. Lin Xian lowered his head to look at the lake. The place shown by the Eye of Cave Spirit is here. That's right. Under the lake. Plop. Lin Xian did not hesitate and directly jumped in. This lake was incomparably clear. However, it was much bigger and deeper than Lin Xian had imagined. It seemed to be at least tens of meters deep. However, Lin Xian's realm was still there. At least for a short period of time, there would be no problem. Below, Lin Xian seemed to see a cave in the water. There was a huge stone door blocking the cave. Lin Xian landed. Chapter 1522. To be honest, Lin Xian was a little panicky. It would be fine if they were on the ground, but in the water, with his mysterious heaven realm cultivation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Anyone who left the land and entered the water would subconsciously panic. Lin Xian stood in front of the door in the water and looked at it. There were lines on the door that he couldn't understand, but these lines added together gave him a very scary feeling. Should I open it? To be honest, Lin Xian felt that Tao Tai should be sealed behind this door. How strong was it? He didn't know. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to open it. Lin Xian was hesitating. He hadn't made a move yet. He was afraid. If they were on Sky Blue Planet, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. After all, his realm was there and he had such a strong ability to fight across realms. But now, what was the use of Lin Xian's ability to fight across realms? How strong could he be at Mysterious Heaven Realm? That was Tao Tai. Even if it was sealed, Lin Xian thought, it should be at least at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, right? Wouldn't that be courting death? But what if it was sealed all the time? In other words, it wouldn't even react when he took out the knife pouch. How could he kill it? That was hard to say, right? There should be such a chance, right? But he still didn't dare to. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Although the people outside had nothing to do with him, Lin Xian had a feeling that if the people outside died because he released this monster, Lin Xian would feel a little strange. Although it didn't matter, although those people were very greedy, but if it was caused by him, then it wouldn't be good. And there was a beautiful young lady outside. Sigh. Lin Xian paced back and forth for a long time. Just at this moment, Pudong, one figure after another jumped down. That's right, all the demonic beasts outside were basically wiped out by these people. Some of these players saw Lin Xian heading towards them, so when they finished off the monsters on this side, they immediately headed over. Then, when they went underwater, they saw the situation here. Whoosh. Those people who were underwater immediately rushed over and stood beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian, fuck. These people, what was the most exaggerated thing? Lin Xian was pushed to the side by the crowd. Their bodies weren't wet at all. They only needed to release a little of their power to form a barrier around their bodies to block the water. They could even talk to each other. Where is this place? Little brother, how did you find this place? An old man looked at Lin Xian. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid had come straight here after entering. Originally, they were suspicious of something, but when they came in and saw this door that didn't look simple, they realized that this place was definitely not simple. And this kid went straight here. Did he know something about this place? The more Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian, the more she felt that something was wrong. From the way he acted, he seemed to be very familiar with this place. He knew where the entrance was, he knew where the mechanisms were, he knew how to break some things. So strange. Now he was standing here again. This looked like a place that no one had entered before. How did he know? Then when he said that everyone would die, wasn't that true? Lin Xian said, that's how I found it. I think you'd better tell us what's going on if you want to live. One of the experts snorted coldly. They felt that this kid definitely knew about this place. Otherwise, how could the 5 divine beasts formation be broken? Otherwise, why would he go straight here after entering? Okay, then I'll tell you. I got a parchment scroll, and the contents of the parchment scroll are about this place. Lin Xian began to fabricate nonsense. Where's the parchment scroll? Of course they would believe it. Otherwise, how could this person seem to know this place so well? The parchment scroll? It disappeared. What? Disappeared? They frowned. That's right. When I got the parchment scroll and saw the contents of the parchment scroll, the contents were transferred to my mind. Then the parchment scroll burned on its own. Lin Xian said. They frowned. Kid, don't make irresponsible remarks. Hurry up and hand over the parchment scroll. We can protect your safety. Otherwise, with your mysterious heaven realm cultivation, you definitely won't be able to survive here. Do you understand? Xinyuan Luo's eyes narrowed as he said. This was his chance. He was only a side relative of the Xinyuan family. However, if he could obtain some heaven-defying treasure here, then he would become a dragon. Moreover, there must be a top-grade treasure here. It might even be a primordial divine artifact. A primordial divine artifact. I understand. Lin Xian nodded obediently. But the contents are in my mind. What can I do? Do you want to dig out my head to take a look? You? Alright. Then tell me what's recorded on the parchment scroll. What's behind it? Xinyuan Luo asked. Lin Xian said, it's recorded that there are some entrances here. If you can avoid some mechanisms, What's behind it? There's basically nothing. As for the contents of the parchment scroll, it's Tao Tai. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, they revealed a shocked expression. That's right, it's Tao Tai. The Tao Tai is sealed here. They looked at each other and revealed a shocked expression. Impossible. If the Tao Tai is sealed here, why would you dare to come here? Xinyuan Luo was the first to refute. That's why I've been standing at the entrance and not going in. Because I don't dare to open the door and enter. Because I don't know how much of the Tao Tai's cultivation has been sealed. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, then what treasures are there here? I don't know. I only know that there's a Tao Tai here. I only know that there must be treasures in the place where the Tao Tai is sealed, so I came to take a look. If you want to go in, this door is easy to open. As long as everyone drips a drop of their blood, it will open and you will have the qualifications to enter. They looked at each other. Did they believe it? They were skeptical. However, they didn't know if the Tao Tai was inside. Lin Xian said that he didn't know what treasures were inside. Everyone didn't believe it. Let's go in together. They looked at each other and said, alright. Even if it's the Tao Tai, it has probably been sealed for thousands of years and probably doesn't have any cultivation. We have several sky venerables here, so there's no need to be afraid. Let's go in first. Let's see what's inside. Kid, if you lie to us, you'll die a horrible death. Chapter 1523. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Die miserably? Just based on this sentence, die for me. It was obvious that these people were skeptical of him. They even thought that he might be hiding something from them. Lin Xian didn't know. Anyway, he only knew that Tao Tai was here and told them all the information. Everyone get ready to enter. Okay. Then they forced out a drop of their blood one after another. I suggest you don't go in. Lin Xian came to Lu Qingzhu's side, then stretched out his hand and quietly scratched her white palm. Lu Qingzhu, will I definitely die? Lu Qingzhu asked. I don't know. I really don't know. How would I know how strong Tao Tai is? Then I want to go and see. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Really, stupid woman. Why was this kind of stupid woman so hard to get? Damn. She was still a naive and gullible sister-in-law. No, that naive sister-in-law was not deceived by Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian directly showed her a few moves and she directly gave herself to him. This kind of girl was still the best. Okay, up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Then the door opened. Although the door was opened, there was still something like a barrier in front of it. The people who dripped their blood directly passed through the barrier and walked in. Lin Xian also dripped a drop of blood and then walked in. After walking in, there was a huge passage with no one. After walking for a while, all of them came to a place with a different world. This was obviously still the bottom of the lake, but when you looked up, it was so beautiful. There seemed to be a moon above your head as if the moonlight was projected here. On the ground there were all kinds of spirit stones. You could even see some rare heaven and earth spirit objects. The heaven and earth spirit force here was somewhat vigorous. The space was very, very big. It looked like a huge space in a cave, and one couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. Everyone be careful. There seems to be no road here. Then someone looked at Lin Xian. Kid, are there any other passageways here? Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to investigate. That's it. This is the end. Everyone be careful. Shenyuan Luo shouted and everyone dispersed, searching for something in this huge place. Hey look, this is 6-flavored yellow earth grass. There's actually a heaven and earth spirit treasure of this level here. Quick. Collect. Then those people began to harvest all the heaven and earth spiritual treasures here. Shenyuan Luo and the rest walked together. Their gazes landed on a huge stone tablet in front of them. In front of the steel was a sword. This sword didn't attract much attention because there were too many swords in this space. If there weren't 10,000, then there were at least 8,000. Moreover, this sword was the same as the other swords, it was rusty. This stone tablet is the most special place in the entire space. They pondered for a moment. I've looked everywhere, but I didn't find Tao Tai or any other demon beasts. Then, Shenyuan Luo's gaze landed on Lin Xian, who was wandering not far away. Boy, where's Tao Tai? Didn't you say there was Tao Tai? Lin Xian looked over and glanced at it with his eye of spiritual insight. Damn. That sword, Tao Tai, it's in this stone tablet. Lin Xian glanced and said, Chi. Shenyuan Luo sneered, then flashed in front of Lin Xian and grabbed Lin Xian's neck. Boy, you better tell me the truth. Lin Xian was really unhappy. I said Tao Tai is in the stone tablet. Okay. Then how do we open it? Lin Xian then said, pull out the sword in front of the stone tablet. Shenyuan Luo frowned, then walked over and placed his hand on the sword. Chi. In the next instant he pulled the sword out from the ground. Rumble, at the same time the entire space trembled. Everyone stood in place looking around in horror. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. He did not know if this sword was related to Tao Ye's seal after it was pulled out. Or would he directly release the Tao Tai? But it was not him who released it. There really is? Those people looked at each other. Swish. At this moment, a powerful force sealed off the entire space. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck you. Can you not do this? This power was similar to a barrier, or it could be said that it was a spatial seal. And this strength left Lin Xian helpless. It was even more impossible for the other experts to do it. Not good. The space we are in has been sealed. An expert's pupils shrank. Swish. Shenyuan Luo threw the rusty sword in his hand to the side, then stretched out his hand and took out his spiritual weapon. Everyone be alert and prepare for battle. Yes. Roar. A beastly roar that came from a king appeared above the void. With this sound, everyone's heart trembled. This was definitely a very powerful existence. This sound contained the aura of an absolute king. It was like a person who heard the roar of a tiger. It would naturally cause their heart to tremble. Little sister, come with me. Lin Xian took Lu Qingzhu's hand and pulled her away from the stone tablet. Is it really Tao Tai? Lu Qingzhu frowned and asked. Nonsense. Do you think I'm lying to you? Then what are you doing here? What am I doing? Could it be that Lin Xian told her that he was here to kill Tao Tai? But Lin Xian felt that he seemed to have gained a little. What? Because of the sword in his hand. This sword was the one that was inserted in front of the stone tablet at that time, the rusty sword that was pulled out by Shenyuan Luo and thrown away. However, Lin Xian knew that although the rust on the outside of this sword was real, it did not mean that this sword was really rusty. It was just that too much time had passed and added a layer to it. This was a divine weapon in the truest sense. What an idiot. Throwing away such a divine weapon. Did you not think that this sword could be the same as the others? The other swords were scattered all over the place. As for this sword, once it was pulled out, the seal would be lifted. Did you not think about this? As for what this sword was, Lin Xian did not know. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. At this time, in front of them, above the stone tablet, a vortex appeared. It was something similar to a portal. Then, shwa, first, a thick and sturdy leg stepped out from inside. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. Could not be, was it really Taotai? Gulp, those people swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, they did not believe it at first. However, when they saw this leg, the deterrence this demonic beast gave them was simply unimaginable. Chapter 1524. Gradually, the full appearance of the monster slowly walked out of the portal. Gulp. Everyone widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Taotai. It's Taotai. Oh my god. It's really Taotai. That kid didn't lie to us. What should we do? What's the cultivation of this Taotai? The moment Taotai appeared, the surroundings were in chaos. There were a total of more than 100 people. About 60 to 70 of them were the so-called experts, while the rest were the so-called geniuses who came here to increase their strength. Lin Xian looked at Taotai. Really, even if you haven't seen an ancient beast before, you would more or less have some understanding of it from some anime, television series, and movies. This Taotai was actually very similar to the one shown on the television. It was just that this beast's ferocity was not simple. You could see it just by looking at its appearance. The entire body of Taotai was about 6 to 7 meters long. Its entire body was a bit like a tiger's or a lion's torso. Its entire body was black and green. It had 4 eyes and a slightly long neck. Its teeth were extremely sharp and there was a pair of long horns on its head. Sharp, very sharp. Around Taotai's body, there was a greenish-white cold air. Sometimes one could even feel waves around its body. This was Taotai. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Motherfucker. This Taotai looked very strong. Lu Qingzhu's pupils shrank slightly. It's over. This looked more serious than she had imagined. What do we do now? Those people retreated one after another. What else can we do? Kill. Damn it. We didn't get any treasures and actually encountered such a legendary beast. We can't run away. We're surrounded by a powerful space barrier. Now either we die or we die. I guess the treasure will be in the space it appeared in. Everyone, it's time for us to work together. This sovereign has sensed the cultivation of this Taotai. It's only at the heavenly venerable realm. I estimate that it's about 2 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. There are even a few of us here who are higher than it. If everyone works together, so what if it's an ancient beast? It has been sealed all this time and its strength won't recover so quickly. Good. Everyone prepare for battle. Go. So. Then those experts took the initiative to attack. Even if it was a Taotai, he couldn't be afraid. He couldn't be intimidated by it. The more it was like this, the more he had to treat it as an ordinary Empyrean realm demonic beast. I can't scare myself. What are you doing? When Lin Xian saw that Lu Qingzhu was about to rush forward, he froze for a moment before reaching out to stop her. Nothing must happen to Xiang's big sister. Help. Why don't you take a look at your cultivation level? Help. Lin Xian was helpless. Why was this girl acting like a fool? Taotais are cold-natured. They are a type of flood dragon aquatic beast. However, all flood dragon aquatic beasts are afraid of lightning. Lightning is the bane of water. I have lightning so I can help, Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian, then why would I say that garlic can ward off evil spirits and firecrackers can scare them away? You're just at the law realm while they're at the celestial venerable realm. Even if lightning restrains water, even if you suck out all the lightning in your body, you won't be able to cause any harm to them. On the other hand, it's the Taotai who can casually destroy you. Seriously, you're just like a fool. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I know, but I don't want to see them. Before Lu Qingzhu could finish speaking, then roar. A beast's roar was heard, and then, A celestial venerable realm powerhouse was slapped in the chest by the Taoye's claw. The powerhouse spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. After flying out, he crashed onto the ground. Then he tried to get up. He tried to struggle, and then, his entire body seemed to have lost all strength as he lay there, no longer breathing. Everyone? Fuck. Isn't this strength too strong? One claw, without any additional strength, killed a celestial venerable realm powerhouse? Just like that? Oh my god. Is this the Taotai? It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. Gulp. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. This was going to scare them to death. Everyone be careful. This Taoye's strength is astonishing. Don't fight it in a roundabout way. Our strength is still very useful when it lands on its body. Someone yelled. Thunderfall. Shenyuan Luo roared angrily and condensed a bolt of lightning. Boom. The lightning landed on the Taoye's body. Brr. The Taotai still let out a sound that sounded like a painful groan. It's useful. Thunder attribute martial artists are especially careful. We need thunder attribute martial artists to cause the most substantial damage to this Taotai. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu and said, Hey, did you see that? A celestial venerable was slapped to death. Why are you, a law realm powerhouse, going over? Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked over there. Whoosh. Then without another word she rushed over. Lin Xian? Great lightning wilderness. Boom. Brr. Lin Xian was helpless. Was there something wrong with this? At this moment, the Taotai roared angrily. In an instant, with its body as the center, cold energy erupted. Everything around him was sealed in ice. Everyone gathered together. One of the old men shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone gathered in a corner, but Lin Xian did not move. Only a fool would be with them. He was very safe here. If he stayed with them, would he be attacked by the Taotai? Everyone gather your strength and block the Taoye's cold energy attack. All thunder attribute martial artists, gather your strength and deal a fatal blow to the Taotai. The temple master of Green Cloud Monastery shouted. Okay. In the next instant, everyone released their powerful strength. Whoosh. The terrifying cold energy surged toward them, and then it was blocked by the powerful strength of more than 100 people. So strong. So strong. The faces of those who released their strength to block the Taoye's power were very bad. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. So this is an ancient ferocious beast? Although its realm is not that high and is even lower than a few people here, the power it releases is actually somewhat difficult to withstand the power of more than 100 people. It was too exaggerated. Ancient ferocious beasts could not be viewed as normal demonic beasts. Block it. Everyone else. Leave the lightning to me. Wang Ho roared. Lightning strike. Lu Qingzhu also gathered all her thunder attribute power. They were determined to seriously injure it with this attack. Otherwise it would be difficult. I'll help you guys and it can be considered as helping me. Space lock. Lin Xian secretly released his power. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.